Please be seated. Before we commence, I wish to advise members that I received confirmation that the First Minister is unable to be in the chamber today and that the Deputy First Minister will be responding to questions on behalf of the Executive Office at question time. First item on the order paper is member statements. I call Declan Kearney.
Thank you, Speaker.
Report from Ulster University Policy Centre suggests that the North will need between 5,000 and 8,000 additional workers every year for the next 10 years in order to grow the regional economy. Failure to address any of the barriers to work or job training that are cited in the report are believed to threaten the potential for economic growth which is forecast. Long-term economic inactivity and retaining highly trained students and skilled workers are just some of the challenges which we will face in the coming years. And the solution must be based within a well-compensated, well-trained and secure workforce, with strong workers' rights protections built into law. The Good Jobs Employment Rights Bill that will progress through this Assembly in the coming months is an opportunity to shape our workforce in relation to this high-growth scenario forecast by the University. A Good Jobs programme must be integral to a productive, fair and competitive economy. And that needs to be a regional economic base which ensures that workers are paid fair wages, guaranteed secure employment and provides workers and their families with a good standard of living. The Good Jobs Bill coming to the Chamber will be the most progressive employment legislation ever introduced in the North. With cross-party support across, it can help build a strong and productive workforce for the future, with workers' rights, union recognition and collective bargaining at its core. This is the best foundation for growth and productivity within the all-island and the global economies, and crucially, one which also rewards workers and families, trade unions and employers, and local businesses.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I would like to highlight Cancer Research's UK Cancer Screening Awareness Campaign, and it is launching today. Over the next 6 weeks, members are likely to see this campaign on television, buses, billboards and in cinemas, providing the essential message that if you are invited for screening, you should not ignore the letter. Whilst I recognise that there have been some issues highlighted over recent months about past screening performance, that should not detract from the importance of attending appointments to get checked out. The Public Health Agency have helped to co-produce this campaign so that the right messages are reaching the right people, and GPs have also taken time to help inform the campaign. We know that screening is an important way to help prevent cancer and find it at an early stage when treatment is more likely to be successful. In Northern Ireland, more than 60% of cancers diagnosed through a screening route were caught at stage 1, which suggests a positive and effective route to finding cancers at an earlier stage. Yet we also know that screening uptake could be improved in Northern Ireland, especially with bowel screening, where only 58% of people invited take the test. And I was delighted at the Health Committee last week to hear the Minister say that he intends to extend the bowel screening campaign. Only 2/3 of women invited for cervical screening respond, and a quarter of those invited for breast screening do not take the opportunity. One of the ways that we can improve uptake is by addressing key barriers to participation, such as lack of awareness that screening is for people without symptoms, feelings of embarrassment and concerns, and around pain and discomfort. Cancer Research UK campaign seeks to increase informed participation in screening by addressing these misconceptions. This is an incredibly important campaign, and I hope that we will all be able to publicise this and use it as part of our duty to inform the public about this important service. Thank you.
I rise today to make an urgent call for greater support for over 300,000 people living in Northern Ireland's private rented sector. While many private renters have a good experience, this is far from universal, and for some of them, life is sadly defined by a mixture of unaffordable rent hikes, long delays to have basic repairs carried out, and the threat of being evicted and ending up being homeless. These challenges aren't new, but the Communities Minister has been in post for over a year and, like his predecessors, has done little to tackle them. All the while, we have some private renters who can't afford to eat, who are getting sick from the damp and mould in their homes, who don't know if they will have a place to live in 12 months' time. That is why Alliance has published our plan for a new deal for private renters. We want to see legal mechanisms to end the inflation-busting rent rises and save tenants from living in poverty. We want to see mandatory timeframes for landlords to inspect and to carry out essential repairs so people aren't forced to live in homes that are unfit for inhabitation. We want to see open-ended tenancies and a ban on no-fault evictions to give tenants security in their homes. We want to see new measures to boost the supply of affordable rental accommodation in every council area. Only through delivering this new deal for private renters will we end the misery experienced by so many tenants across Northern Ireland today. I hope the Communities Minister will heed these calls and deliver a desperately needed new deal for private renters. Thank you.
Mike Nesbitt.
Speaker, thank you. I'm sure members will have noticed the absence of one of our colleagues in recent days. I refer to the Ulster Unionist member for East Belfast, Andy Allen, MBE, MLA. He has not been idle. He has been in Whistler in Canada participating in the Invictus Games, entering 4 events and achieving a medal in all 4. A full suite of gold, silver and bronze. A bronze in the Nordic cross-country sit skiing, 2 silvers, one as a member of the UK wheelchair rugby team, and another in his own right for the 1-minute sprint rowing event, and a gold medal, Mr. Speaker, again in rowing for the 4-minute endurance, so both a sprinter and an endurance athlete. Remarkable achievements for a man who suffered such life-threatening injuries serving Queen and Country in Afghanistan in 2008. At 20 years of age, losing both his legs to above-knee amputations, and very severe impairment to his sight, having been caught up in a Taliban IED in Helmand province. As party leader some years ago, I was delighted to co-opt Andy into this chamber to replace his predecessor, Michael Copeland, who retired due to ill health. Andy has gone on to become a 4-time MLA, having been elected in his own right in 2016, 2017 and in 2022. He's also been a great public servant, not just in this place, but also to veterans. Andy Allen's Veteran Service Support Group was set up to help veterans and their families, and he did so well, he received his MBE in 2019. And I think in terms of families, his own family will be very proud of his achievements in Whistler, his wife Natalie and his 3 children. So it's a matter of pride for them. I think it's a matter of pride for veterans. It's a matter of pride for this party and a matter of pride for this Assembly. In all the years I've known Andy, there hasn't been a scintilla of self-pity, but endless determination. And Mr. Speaker, if I may, I think it would be entirely appropriate if you were to host a reception to welcome back the 4-time medalist, Andy Allen.
Hear, hear.
Clara Hunter.
Speaker, and I rise today to speak on the urgent need to address respite service shortages here in the North. This is a significant concern that is shared by many families in my community and right across the North. Recent reports from the Belfast Telegraph and the Irish News have painted a distressing picture, with waiting times for respite care having increased by as much as 50% over the last year, with some families facing delays of up to 12 months for a much-needed break. Cancellations, ruined plans, much awaited rest and recuperation for our unpaid carers, and really allowing our unpaid carers to essentially have a day or 2 away and to have some time to themselves. One particular case I'm thinking of was in the Woodlawn House in Dungannon. Things get cancelled at short notice due to lack of space, and I think this is something that needs urgently addressed. We know that unpaid carers across the north save our health service and our economy $5.8 billion in care costs each year, and local charities, which have long been the backbone of support, are now overwhelmed in what is effectively doubled in size here in the north, waiting for respite services. These figures, Mr. Speaker, are not just mere statistics, they're real people. They represent burnt-out mothers, fathers, siblings and carers who are stretched to breaking point. Carers play a vital role in our society, and their contribution must be recognised and, of course, their needs met. I've spoken with many in my constituency. In our communities where care responsibilities are already heavy, the lack of timely respite services has profound mental health consequences. We hear stories of carers forced to cancel work, endure severe stress, and in some heartbreaking cases, compromise the quality of the care they can offer their loved ones and, of course, their own mental health and overall well-being. But this is not only a question of health and well-being, it is a matter of dignity and the basic right to support those who care for our most vulnerable citizens here. This crisis in respite care reflects a broader systemic challenge that requires urgent and decisive government action. For countless parents who have children with complex needs, I would ask that the Health Minister and his department provide an immediate review of the current services that are available here. It is imperative that we secure additional funding, enhance staffing levels and ensure fair and equitable distribution of these vital services across this region. The well-being of our communities and indeed the long-term sustainability of our health services depend on it. We in the SDLP, standing in opposition, are committed to working constructively with the Executive and with the Health Department to deliver this. We must ensure families are left without, that families are not left without the support they so desperately need, and I would urge the Department to act swiftly to ensure that this is the case. Thank you.
Ferguson.
Investment in legal aid yields substantial benefits, not only for individuals but for their families and our communities and our public services. I want to thank the Law Society and Rocket Science for the report into the social value of legal aid, which I would urge everyone to read and to consider. Using a social return on investment methodology, the report highlighted a significant return. For every £1 invested in legal aid, it saw £8.32 of social value created. Amongst many key findings, the report revealed that legal aid plays a crucial role in reducing strain on our public services and alleviating congestion in the legal system. Legal aid assists clients in retaining employment, avoiding severe debt and homelessness, managing stress, averting family breakdowns and improving their longer-term opportunities. Our legal profession, who are at the heart of delivering access to justice, including through legal aid services, continue to face significant challenges. Legal practitioners have dealt with stagnant fees for decades, coupled with delays in payment, which has undermined and reduced the viability of this essential service and undermined public trust and confidence in the legal system. We know the challenges posed by continued underfunding, including solicitor shortages as firms struggle to recruit and retain staff or to keep their legal aid workload, case backlogs and ever-increasing strain on the profession. Legal aid is just not a publicly funded service. Legal aid is a lifeline. The report is a powerful testament to the role that legal aid plays in ensuring justice and equality, particularly for some of the most vulnerable members of our society. Any reduced availability of legal professionals and access to legal aid threatens to diminish equal access to justice for all. Legal aid should be viewed not as a cost on society, but as an essential investment in fairness, equity and access to justice. We need immediate action to ensure the long-term sustainability of the system is fundamental. The report into legal aid provides compelling evidence for a more strategic view of and increased investment towards legal aid. The reality is, which we all must recognise, that we are facing an urgent access to justice crisis that demands immediate attention, and we must ensure the urgent delivery of sustained funding of this vital service. Legal aid is not merely a support mechanism for people in crisis, it is also a fundamental pillar of our justice system and should be protected and supported accordingly. Thank you.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I want to talk about the Northern Ireland Women's Rights Network, which is a UK organisation committed to defending and bringing clarity to the discourse around sex and gender-based rights. Their work has been all the more critical in recent years as moves have been made by governments to alter equality legislation. Some initiatives to promote self-ID and equality law have had an alarming effect on respect for women's spaces and provoked a backlash across the political spectrum. Last week, they attended the Executive Office Committee, but their evidence was highly criticised by 3 of the political parties present. The Alliance member for East Antrim said their remarks would be traumatising for trans people. This, however, from a party, and I'll quote, need evidence before deciding on whether a 3-year-old can know whether they are transsexual, and their Justice Minister isn't sure how many genders there are. Sinn Féin branded their arguments and support for single-sex spaces disgraceful. The SDLP stated that not everyone fits neatly into male and female, and said that they did not agree with the evidence presented. So what could be so controversial and contentious that these comments were made in the aftermath by committee members? Well, I will quote directly from their oral evidence. When it comes to toilets, changing rooms, healthcare, sporting and job opportunities, it is sex that matters, and many women have been forced into silence on these issues in the workplace, family and public life by the fear of challenging gender ideology. Mr. Speaker, I want to apologise for the unparliamentary and highly provocative language in this next statement. They stated there were just 2 sexes, male and female. Now, people can define themselves how they like, but the logic of demanding that rights follow is precarious. In 2022, an able-bodied trans woman from Norway announced that she had felt disabled since birth. She now defines herself as disabled and spends every day in a wheelchair, even though she doesn't need one. After this was reported in the press, disabled rights groups in Norway went apoplectic. Yesterday, the Scottish Express was reported to the police for referring to transgender woman Dr. Beth Upton as a man during the Sandy Peggy Employment Tribunal. The largely discredited Stonewall is still funded by the Minister of Finance in a Northern Ireland Assembly. Well, in this party, we know what a woman is. We know how many sexes there are, and seemingly, unlike most other parties in this chamber, we are wholly committed to protecting women's and girls' spaces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Reagan.
Mr. Speaker, it's sometimes difficult for us to collectively rise about the very legitimate concerns that we have in Northern Ireland. But we're not insulated from the tectonic shifts in geopolitics that wash around us all. It is often forgotten that Russia invaded the Ukraine in February 2014, an event that should have been a wake-up call for everybody across Europe as to the intent of Vladimir Putin. Since the annexation of the Crimea, the conflict between the Russian state, the Ukraine, and increasingly in hybrid forms against us, has descended into all-out war on our continent. Attacks are reminiscent of everything from the horrors of the First World War trenches to the first use of AI and robotics, war that previously was only talked about in science fiction. But last week, something previously inconceivable happened. The United States, the previous guarantor of our Western way of democracy, clearly signalled that at days of paying any price, bearing any burden, meeting any hardship, or supporting any friend are over. Europe, in varying ways, freeloading on the US security umbrella, is now on notice that our collective security now rests with ourselves. The United States coming to our rescue is no longer a certainty. Today's European leaders, including the Prime Minister, are meeting in Paris, working out how to respond. This matters to us all. We're not a periphery by being on a poorly, if at all, defended set of islands on the periphery of Europe anymore. Those who complain and moan about military spending will soon realise that the only thing more expensive than investing 3.5% of our GDP on deterrence is paying the billions more to repair the damage to our nations that war like that in the Ukraine will bring. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we have a unique challenge on this island. Our southern neighbour, by any measure, is completely defenceless. That matters to us because their absolute vulnerability is our vulnerability. It is well beyond time for the Irish to wake up. Rather than pontificating in Munich and Brussels, the Taoiseach needs to commit to real defence and collective European security. Anything else is unacceptable. The time has come for Europe to step up. A much closer and integrated European military capability is needed. If you aspire to European democracy and freedom, you need to be prepared to fight for it. Poland and the Baltic states know what the stakes are. It's time we also woke up and paid the price and the burden. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Marshall Riley.
This weekend has been nothing short of monumental for local artists, and once again, West Belfast is at the very heart of it all. I want to begin by offering my congratulations to two exceptional actors, Lola Pettigrew and Anto Boyle, both of who won prestigious awards at the IFTAs last week. Their talent and their dedication continue to set new standards in the world of performance. And then again, just last night, NACAP added a BAFTA to their growing list of accolades. Liam Ogue, Nisha and JJ have revolutionised the Irish language, showcasing and putting an Gaelic at the forefront of the global stage. Their work has helped make the language relevant to a new and growing generation, ensuring that it's not just preserved, but that it's celebrated. And through their art, they've opened doors to a worldwide audience, delivering a powerful message about language, identity and culture. They've shown us how creativity can be a vehicle for preserving the language. As the director of NACAP, Rich Papiat, said, and rightly said in his acceptance speech, everyone should have their language, their culture and their homeland respected. And this success is testament to the power of art to promote cultural identity and to build awareness of political and social causes, not just here at home, but also internationally, including the struggle for freedom in Palestine. Last night's victory marks another significant step in the ongoing resurgence of the Irish language, a language that continues to grow in strength, influence and pride. My shiv to Lola, Anto, and NACAP. Weekend and career. You make us all incredibly proud in West Belfast and across the island. Keep pushing the boundaries, keep raising the bar and keep showing the world the incredible power of creativity, culture and identity to deliver positive change across society.
Well, Brett.
Mr. Speaker, in November, this House rightly debated the issue of unadopted private developments. Members from across the chamber rightly stood up to speak about issues of concerns in their constituency in relation to wastewater infrastructure, unfinished roads and the inability to have their streets gridded. After members rightly put on the record their concerns, the Minister in response stood up and told this House that he would be putting in place new enforcement guidelines by the end of 2024. And this would combat the issue that has been impacting countless of my constituents in Lochshore Manor and in Willowbrook, to name a few. Residents rightly took reassurances from the Minister's words that work would be done to ensure that their developments were finally brought up to adoptable standards. Well, Mr. Speaker, we are now in February 2025 and the promised guidelines for residents across Northern Ireland are nowhere to be seen. In fact, even more concerningly, Mr. Speaker, in a written response I received from former Infrastructure Minister O'Dowd, he stated to me that these new regulations would not apply retrospectively to any developments already in place. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Minister did not make that comment when he was addressing members in this House whenever they were raising their rightful concerns. So after months of being led down a garden path that enforcement action would now be available through the department, clearly the Minister is now not intending to do that. We now have new leadership in the Department for Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, and I have written to the new Minister asking her to look again at the decision of her predecessor. When we try to rebuild confidence in these institutions, Mr. Speaker, the public rightly expect ministers to follow through on the claims that they make. They rightly expect them to deliver on the promises that they make, and the Infrastructure Minister clearly made a promise to people living in unadopted estates throughout Northern Ireland that these enforcement powers would be able to be used retrospectively. So today, Mr. Speaker, I am putting on the record, and I'm sure other members would agree, that the Minister needs to live up to his commitment that was made in November, and hope the new Minister will have more sense than the previous. Thank you.
Mary Carroll.
Speaker, unfortunately in recent weeks we've seen an upsurge in racist graffiti
in parts of the north, and unfortunately my own constituency hasn't been immune from that. In areas of Beachmount and Lenadoon, we've seen the emergence of graffiti that has stated locals only. Of course, such graffiti isn't misguided or simply ignorant, but is intended to cause fear and intimidation for people who aren't classed as locals but who live in communities and do contribute so much. The message sent is if you're a migrant, an asylum seeker, or even racialised as another or somebody who's non-white, then you aren't classed as local or welcome in communities. Mr. Speaker, not only are such ideas deplorable, reactionary and letting the real culprits off the hook who are to blame for society's ills, but it's not reflective of areas in Beachmount, Lenadoon, West Belfast or across the north. The people in Beachmount came out last week in their droves. Hundreds of them came out to condemn racism and to welcome their neighbours, and I commend those people for doing such. It's worth repeating that racism, Mr. Speaker, doesn't emerge organically but comes out of the swamp, the lies and degradation of asylum seekers and migrants by many politicians and many media outlets over many years. It's not at all surprising that people who are angry, alienated or failed by the system pick up on those awful ideas. Whilst the racists, Mr. Speaker, and far right are certainly in the ascendancy on a global stage, it's not simply the case they have it their own way, at least in Belfast or the north. I want to commend people in the Beachmount Residents Collective and the residents of the area and people like Sean Docherty who, despite facing threats and intimidation, are sticking their head above the parapet to call out racism and to welcome their neighbours. I want to commend the activists in the Andersonstown area who've responded quickly to racist graffiti and painted it out on the Casement Park area of Andytown a week or so ago. There's also a number of events coming up locally in the coming days and weeks to celebrate diversity, to welcome our migrant and asylum seeker brothers and sisters. And I want to commend those people for organising these events. I want to encourage people watching to attend, play their part, stand up against racism. It's no place in West Belfast or anywhere else across this island. Thank you.
Timothy Gaston.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to welcome the comments of Vice President J.D. Vance at the Munich Security Conference here today. His reminder that some of our most fundamental values are being disregarded should act as a wake-up call to those in power. It is indeed outrageous that Adam Smith Connor was convicted for silently praying outside an abortion clinic. Closer to home, we have seen a similar situation with Claire Brennan from my own constituency being fined for protesting outside the Causeway Hospital. It is deeply troubling that Vice President J.D. Vance needed to use this opportunity to raise freedom of speech and religion in the context of so-called safe access zones. Had the Vice President viewed the TEO committee last Wednesday, he would have been alarmed. We had the Christian Institute raising the need to protect fundamental freedoms of churches to maintain their own beliefs when it came to engaging volunteer workers. I have no doubt that J.D. Vance would have recognised the attitudes of the majority of members on the committee as another example of what he called the basic liberties of religious Britons, in particular, being under threat. I do, however, want to welcome the fact that for the first time on Wednesday, a committee of this House heard from a group prepared to challenge the fairy tale that a man can become a woman. They also highlighted the very real dangers which accompany that fiction. I commend the Women's Rights Network for their courage and look forward to them feeding into work on other departments. I think their input would be particularly welcome in the Education Committee, a department where the Minister is intent on adopting a see no evil, hear no evil approach to the menace of transgender ideology in our schools. While welcoming the fact that the Women's Rights Network appeared before the committee, I observed that, as with the Christian Institute, there was little sympathy for the sensible views they articulated. I want to put the House on notice today that the direction of travel of the TEO committee on the issue of a single equality bill is deeply troubling, and one which may well be positively regressive in terms of its proposals. When drawing his remarks in Munich to a close, Vice President Vance observed, "To believe in democracy is to understand that each of our citizens has wisdom and has a voice." This House and its committees would do well to remember that includes women, girls and, yes, even Christians.
Thank you. That concludes member statements. The next item of business is a committee membership motion from Sinn Féin. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Ms Eva Finnegan replace Ms Nicola Brogan as a member of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and that Ms Eva Finnegan be appointed as a member of the Committee on Procedures.
Thank you. I call on Sinead Ennis to move the motion.
Moved, Concordia.
Question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. If members take the reads, we'll move to the next item.
Okay, members. The next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Assembly Members' Remuneration Bill. I call Trevor Clark to move the second stage on behalf of the Assembly Commission.
I beg to move.
Thank you, Trevor. The second stage of the Assembly Members' Remuneration Bill has been moved, and in accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. I call on Trevor Clark to open up the debate on the bill. Trevor.
Principal Deputy Speaker, the Assembly Commission welcomes today's debate on the Assembly Members' Remuneration Bill. This is an opportunity to present some more detail to the House on the bill and to provide some clarification of points which have been made since the bill was introduced 2 weeks ago. Let me say at the beginning that the Assembly Commission recognises that there is no good time to deal with issues related to members' salaries and pensions. There will understandably be a range of different views, including negative ones, amongst the public we serve, and there is undoubtedly an opportunity to play politics with this issue. Therefore, while we are here today to debate the general principles of the bill, it is important to make a distinction from the outset between process and outcome. What the House is debating today is largely a technical bill dealing with the process of how members' salaries and pensions are determined. What we are not debating today or deciding in this bill is the outcome of what level of members' salaries and pensions will be, nor should we. If this bill is passed, it will only be the Independent Remuneration Board that will decide that. I want to briefly return to some of the history of this issue. As the House will know in 2011, the Assembly passed the Assembly Members' Independent Financial Review and Standards Act, Northern Ireland 2011. This created an independent body, the Independent Financial Review Panel. The function of the IFRP was to determine the salaries and pensions payable to members, and also to determine the expenditure that can be reclaimed by members to rent constituency offices, appoint staff, travel within their constituencies and so on. In 2016, the IFRP made a determination which governed members' salaries and office cost expenditure, and a determination which governed members' pensions. The decisions reached by the FRP on salaries and pensions are still in place and continue to govern the salaries and pensions paid to members. In 2015, even before the determinations were issued by the panel, the Assembly Commission began to review a range of options for the reform of the system of providing financial support to members. The term of office for the then IFRP came to an end in 2016. The Assembly Commission deferred taking a decision to proceed with appointing a new panel, pending further consider on the options for reform. Political developments soon after meant that the Assembly Commission did not want to return to this matter while the Assembly was not sitting. However, it quickly became clear that the system for staffing and office cost expenditure set up by the IFRP in 2016 did not adequately provide for the pressures members and their employees faced in the reality of representing their constituents. Consequently, after much detailed consideration by the Assembly Commission, a few months after the Assembly returned on the 11th of January 2020, on the 30th of June 2020, the Assembly agreed a change on the way that allowances for cost of members' offices were determined. The Assembly passed a resolution at that time, and that the Assembly Commission should be given the power to make determinations on members' allowances, and that decisions on salaries and pensions continue to be made by an independent body. That had been the settled position of the Assembly for some 5 years now, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. So the resolution in June 20 gave the Assembly Commission legal authority to determine allowances, but it recognised at that time further legislative change would be needed to resolve the overlapping issues. This was just because technically the IFRP retained the power to make determinations on allowances for members' offices under the Act passed in 2011. Should the IFRP or a similar successor body be reappointed without the necessary legislative change, two separate bodies would have the power to make determinations on staffing and office cost expenditure that can be reclaimed by members at the same time. This is undesirable and could lead to a legal uncertainty. This bill will remove that uncertainty by reflecting in law the position that the Assembly has already resolved twice, in June 20 and this month, and thus providing that the independent body to deal with the issue of salaries and pensions alone. After the resolution passed by the Assembly in June 20, the Assembly Commission first introduced the Assembly Members' Remuneration Board Bill in December 2020. However, as it soon became clear that the pandemic had not ended, as soon as we would all have liked, the Assembly Commission decided not to take the bill forward at that point, when a heavy amount of legislation was coming in front of the Assembly. Since then, the Assembly Commission has continued to consider the bill, and it is only now, after a year of the Assembly has returned, and before the heavy legislative workload towards the end of this mandate begins, that the Assembly Commission has come back to the House to introduce this bill. So in summary, the House is today debating a largely technical bill dealing with the process of how members' salaries and pensions are determined. If this bill is passed, it will only be the Independent Remuneration Board which decides the level of salaries for members and pensions for former members. The word independent is key. Neither the Assembly Commission nor members of this Assembly will be involved in the decisions on what the levels of members' salaries will be. On behalf of the Commission, I want to thank all of the Assembly Commission officials for the detailed work that they have done to this bill and related issues over the many years. In the context I have set out, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the Assembly Commission can hardly be accused of rushing to bring this bill forward. Neither has some, as implied, has the Commission hidden that they are bringing this bill forward. In June 20, the Assembly Commission resolved to give authority to the Commission to determine allowances. The Assembly Commission made it clear that it intended to bring forward the bill and to change the remit and the scope of the IFRP. Not only was this bill brought before the House in December 2020, but since then, even at the last debate, the Assembly Commission's budget, and the most recent Assembly Commission's questions, the Assembly Commission has been clear that they were considering the introduction of this bill. I will now return to substantive provisions in the bill. Clause 1 of the bill renames the IFRP as the Remuneration Board. The name reflects the focus of the new independent bodies on salaries and pensions. Clause 2 amends the 2011 Act to give legal consistency with the resolutions of the Assembly in June 20 and this month, so that the Board does not have the power to determine the staffing and cost allowance expenditures reclaimed by members and their allowances payable to former members who have resigned or have lost their seats. Since the Assembly voted by resolution in June 20 to give the Assembly Commission the function of determining the allowances for staffing and office cost expenditure that's reclaimed by members, the Assembly Commission has published 2 determinations. This has enabled the Commission to address a range of issues which are either addressed insufficiently or not at all in the determinations made by the IFRP. These include a full range of issues such as salaries and terms and conditions for members' staff, including holiday, sickness and maternity pay, the level of staffing support made available, the ability of members to put their telephone numbers on their office signage, the provision for maternity leave support for members, and just recently the specific provision for members to put security measures in place at their constituency office and homes. The Assembly Commission wants to thank the Assembly Commission officials who have provided advice on these matters and given the benefit of their experience on the difficulties there has been with the previous provisions. Clause 3 inserts a new section 2A into the 2011 Act, requiring that for the Board to have regard to the salaries payable to members of the House of Commons, the Scottish Parliament, the Welsh Parliament, the House of Representatives in Ireland and the Senate in Ireland when making a determination under Section 2(1) of the 2011 Act. It is not unusual in the public and private sector organisations that benchmarking exercises are used as part of an evaluation process to help to ensure that the relevant comparable roles are taken into consideration when examining the appropriate levels of remuneration. The purpose of this bill is to establish an independent board to determine the salaries and pensions who serve as legislators. As there is only one legislator in Northern Ireland, it is therefore obvious that benchmarking comparisons will be made alongside the other legislators in these islands where the members conduct similar roles. The requirement for the Remuneration Board to give due regard to position in other legislators simply provides that benchmarking exercise take place. It does not in any way limit the Remuneration Board from considering other factors it thinks relevant. It is expected that this will just be one element of the new Remuneration Board will take into account. Ultimately, it is the Remuneration Board will be independent. It will be for them to decide the range of factors it wishes to consider, the weight it gives to benchmarking against other places, and the view it takes on appropriate salary levels. Clause 4 inserts a new section 6A into the 2011 Act to permit the appointment of a temporary chair of the board and temporary members of the board pending the usual process of a 5-year fixed-term appointments under Section 4 of the 2011 Act. The temporary appointments lapse after 12 months but may be renewed, and this would ensure the continuity in the functioning of the board. Other provisions of the bill provide for the board to approach the dates for publication of determinations in a structured way, and in the absence of membership of the board would be undesirable. Clause 4 will also provide for the Assembly Commission with an order-making power to allow to make further provision about temporary appointments. Any order would have to be approved in draft by the Assembly before it could take effect. Clause 5 removes the bar on a former Assembly members being members of the Remuneration Board, therefore putting former Assembly members on the same footing as former members of other parliaments and councillors, for example, but ensures that no more than one former Assembly member may serve on the board at any one time. For the avoidance of doubt, this is not the same as saying that a former member will be on the Remuneration Board. There will be an open recruitment process for the board, and this will be independently overseen by the Clerk, Chief Executive of the Assembly, who will form a panel of internal and external people of appropriate experience. The recruitment panel will not involve members of the Assembly Commission or members or former members of this Assembly. Members from across the House will recognise that there was a perception that there was a number of decisions made by the IFRP which did not reflect the realities of the role of the member of this Assembly on the ground. The Assembly Commission considers that allowing for an insight of a former Assembly member's first-hand experience could add value to the Remuneration Board's work, while retaining a balance of perspective on the board by only allowing one former member to serve on the board at a time. Some have called on the Assembly Commission to follow the example of the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority in the arrangements we put in place. I can confirm that it is an example of how the Assembly Commission has done that. The IPSA is legally required to appoint a former MP to its board. Clause 6 of the bill amends Section 11 to the 2011 Act to provide a more clearly structured process around making determinations. First, it provides that the board must, so far as reasonably practical, make a determination at least 6 months before the date of the poll for the next Assembly election, so that those considering standing for election have notice of the remuneration that they would receive if elected. Secondly, it provides for a publication of determinations in draft and a consultation of these drafts before determination is made. Finally, it provides that if the board intends to form an opinion that due to exceptional circumstances it should more than one determination in respect of each Assembly, the board must consult the Assembly Commission. Consultation would also be required if the board was considering making a determination ahead of an election which is occurring within a year at previous to election. This Assembly allows a balance to be achieved between making determinations in response to necessary circumstances and ensuring value for money, on the basis that members of the Remuneration Board will be paid for the number of days of work the work requires. Clause 7 makes a range of minor consequential amendments, including amendments throughout the 2011 Act to reflect the change of the name made from panel to board. Clause 8 provides that the determinations made under sections 47 and 48 of the 1998 or under the 21 Act will continue to have effect until superseded. This ensures continuity of the law. Finally, clauses 9, 10 and 11 respectively define the terms of the bill, provide for its commencement and set out its short title. Principal Deputy Speaker, I have addressed the history and the contents of the bill, and as I move to conclude, I want to briefly address the point which has been made in relation to the report the Assembly Commission presented to the Audit Committee last year. The Assembly Commission laid its document in the Business Office to ensure that members had the information for the debate on the Assembly Commission's Budget 25-26 on the 9th of December 2024. Some have tried to portray that the Assembly Commission took a position in this briefing document on what the level of salaries for members should be, and that is clearly not true. This was a briefing document provided by the Assembly Commission's officials before they appeared in front of an audit committee as part of the normal budget setting process for the Assembly Commission. The purpose of the document was to outline the Assembly Commission's budget requirements for 25-26 and the budgetary pressures it might face in the future. The report makes it clear that the Assembly Commission in 25-26 budget required does not include any budget amount should there be a review of the members' salaries, and does not attempt to predict how a future remuneration board may deal with the issue. The report pointed out that if a future remuneration board was to increase the salary payable to members, this would be notified to the Department of Finance to secure the necessary funding at the appropriate time. In that specific context, the report noted that given salaries elsewhere, there is the potential for the Remuneration Board to recommend an increase in salaries, and the Assembly Commission would therefore have to notify the Department of Finance of that budgetary pressure. The level of salaries elsewhere is only a matter of fact. Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to state for the record that at no point has the Assembly Commission discussed, let alone taken a view on, what the salary of a member should be. Members in this House and those outside will undoubtedly have a range of different views on that question. However, the Assembly Commission is abundantly clear that it is a matter to be determined entirely independently by an independent remuneration board, and that the independent body alone. As I outlined earlier, if this bill is passed, it will be for the Clerk Chief Executive of the Assembly to form the panel of independent individuals to conduct a recruitment competition to appoint the members to that board. Once appointed, it will then be for the members of the board to undertake a process to decide a range of factors it wants to take into account in determining what level of salary and a pension a member should receive. It will then publish a draft determination of its findings and consult on it before publishing a final determination for its implementation. Therefore, if the bill is passed, there will be plenty of opportunity for further engagement in relation to the level of salary and pensions of members, and the Assembly Commission is agreed that that is for the Independent Remuneration Board alone to lead on that and decide on that process. For the avoidance of doubt for those inside or outside the Assembly, let me restate that the passing of this bill does not change the salary levels of members by one penny. What this House needs to be clear about this: if this bill does not pass, the Assembly will not have regularised the legal position following the resolutions that has been already agreed. It will also mean that the Assembly has not put arrangements in place for the salaries and pensions of members to continue to be determined independently, consistent with the decisions that have already been made. Principal Deputy Speaker, I look forward to the contributions of members, and on behalf of the Assembly Commission, I commend this bill to the Assembly.
Thank you, Trevor. I call Paula Bradshaw.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the bill. This is effectively an amending bill which ties in with two motions passed by this Assembly, one in June last year and the other 2 weeks ago. As Trevor Clark has outlined, these made a technical addition to the Assembly Commission's functions in line with decisions previously agreed by this Assembly. As members will recall, this means that the Assembly Commission will determine allowances paid to members, but an independent body named the Remuneration Board, to clarify its purpose, will determine salaries and pensions. This is consistent with decisions previously made by the Assembly, and I will briefly set out some background for the benefit of members. For absolute clarity, we heard a fortnight ago that on the 30th of June 2024, the Assembly passed a resolution to confer power on the Assembly Commission to make determinations on members' allowances. That resolution was passed in accordance with the relevant Section 47 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998. However, still no resolution had conferred functions on the Assembly Commission in relation to Section 48 of the 98 Act, which provides for payments to be made to former members. 2 weeks ago, we provided the authority for the Commission to determine allowances to former members, most notably winding up and resettlement allowances, securing this through a motion which now delivers consistency for the Assembly Commission to make determinations for a full range of allowances payable to members, both current and former. The motion in itself introduces no changes to allowances to members
or former members, nor in fact do allowances paid to former members make up a significant share of the Commission's budget. That motion was intentionally scheduled to coincide with the introduction of this bill. This bill is a formal mechanism under which the power to determine allowances is separated from the power to determine salaries and pensions, even though in practice that is already the case and has been since 2020. It is worth re-emphasising that the bill ensures that the salaries and pensions of members will continue to be determined by an independent body. Therefore, this bill will provide for coherent arrangements for the salaries, pensions and allowances payable to members and former members. There has been some public commentary which seems to derive from the point that this bill will allow former MLAs to sit on the Remuneration Board and requires the board to have regard to salaries payable in other legislatures. On this first point, it seems wise to have people who know the job assessing how those carrying it out should be compensated. Indeed, it was arguably that lack of knowledge which led to the provision made in respect of MLAs' offices which caused such practical difficulties in the past. On the second, this may simply bring us into line with Scotland and Wales, where salaries are determined as a share of an MP's salary. There is no requirement for that share to be the same in any particular jurisdiction, as the precise nature of the role of a legislator varies somewhat in each institution, and this will be something for the Remuneration Board to consider, as Mr Clark has already outlined. It is worth reinforcing just why the 2016 determination led to such difficulties. It reduced maternity and sick pay, it reduced annual leave for employees to the minimum statutory level, it made the terms of employment unattractive, and bizarrely it allowed an office address to be displayed on an office but not an email or telephone number. There were further curiosities, some of which have already been rehearsed, such as the bar on surgeries elsewhere in the constituency other than in the constituency office, although these have largely been resolved by the 2020 amendment to the 2016 determination. I would reinforce that there will be a call for evidence by the ad hoc committee on which we may seek a further extension, and there will be a public consultation on any draft determination. So the public commentary recently that there won't be opportunities for public input is simply wrong. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill's progress to the next stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula, and I call Timothy Gaston.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Members, I want to begin my remarks by commenting on how the bill before us today got to this stage. It is both right and necessary to do that because the process this bill went through before appearing on the order paper of this House was most irregular. Executive Office guidance and consultation is clear. It sets the standard for consultation at 12 weeks. Paragraphs 8 to 10 of the explanatory and financial memorandum deal with what passed for a consultation. This bill simply doesn't meet that. In my reckoning, it's 11 weeks, and 2 of them were the Christmas holidays. The Assembly Commission decided only to consult with parties who have representation on the Commission and never dared to let the public, or indeed parties not on the Commission, see the proposals, much less have their say. When we read the bill, it is quite obvious why that was. And I would ask the House to note that the names carried on the front of the bill represent all the parties on the Commission. It was the intention of Sinn Féin, the DUP, the UUP, Alliance and the SDLP to award themselves a massive pay rise. Members from all those parties have affixed their names to the cover of this bill. Regardless of what some may say or seek to do in terms of amendments, in the aftermath of the spotlight being shone on what they were up to, the intentions were clear. And I see that immediately after this debate, the Assembly will approve an ad hoc committee to consider the bill. Once again, the parties on the Commission are set to carve up the positions between themselves and keep those of us who, by our actions so far on this matter, really are committed to derailing the gravy train its intended destination. There are some provisions of the bill which are sensible. Parties on all sides of the House, I believe, will be able to cite examples of where the Independent Financial Review Panel got it wrong in the past. We had, for example, the ridiculous rule about not having a phone number or email address on the office sign, which has already been referred to. So to remove some of those powers from the Remuneration Board, as proposed in the opening clauses of the bill, is not something I have a great deal of issue with. However, it is when we get to the provisions which stipulate that the Remuneration Board must look at MLA salaries in context of salaries payable to MPs, MSPs in Scotland, members of the Welsh Parliament and members of both houses in the Republic, that I have a real problem with. When the Commission brought a motion before the Assembly paving the way for this bill, both Mr Carroll and myself exposed the plan to award MLAs a massive pay hike. Mr Butler claimed that the allegations about the pay rise were absolutely baseless. The truth was that, as the parties represented on the Commission already knew, the dice had been loaded in favour of MLAs getting a bumper pay deal. If, as Clause 3 of this bill stipulates, the Remuneration Board must have regard to the salaries payable in other legislators where members earn more than MLAs currently, the parties who brought forward this bill did so thinking the money was already in the bank. There is no other guidance in terms of what they must consider in terms of pay. The only thing which may stop it is the embarrassment which this corner of the House will cause you all. But that isn't the only ruse being pulled in this bill. Clause 5 opens the door for a former member of this Assembly to sit on the Remuneration Board. That represents a clear conflict of interest on two fronts. Firstly, one would assume that the former member had maintained some sort of relationship with the members of this House who would stand to benefit financially from the decisions of the Board. Secondly, as a former member, he or she would also benefit from pension determinations. Such a situation can't be allowed to go unchallenged. There was good reason why former MLAs were excluded from the original panel. Those reasons remain valid. It is noteworthy that the last independent financial review panel had just 3 members. If, as this bill anticipates, one of those members is a former MLA, well, that's a sizable chunk of its membership. Finally, I want to directly address a point made by Mr Clark when we last discussed this issue. In fairness, he did not seek to deny the fact that the Commission were on manoeuvres to award themselves a pay rise, so I will give him his honesty there. But when addressing this corner of the House, he asked, "There are many younger members who have young families to keep. Why should their pay not stay in kilter with that of their counterparts in other places?" Mr Clerk, let me answer that question. Firstly, as the motion brought by the member for West Belfast reminded us last week, there are people who are expected to get on by just a little more than their additional members' salaries that you receive on top of the commission that you get. So you have your MLA salary, you get your additional salary you have for being on the commission. I don't think there will be many people on carers allowance who will have much time for sob stories about the MLAs struggling to raise their families on $52,500 before tax that every MLA gets, let alone the $64,500 chairs of committees are paid, the $90,500 ministers get, or the $124,500 paid to the First and Deputy First Ministers. An important additional point needs to be made in response to Mr Clark's point. Members of this Assembly do not deserve a pay rise to put them in line with members of other parliaments and assemblies because, uniquely, this Assembly has decided that there are vast areas of law and policy which it does not want to have any say over. And I do say, and picking up his point from earlier, the only legislative provision on pay in this bill is to consider other legislators' pay, all of which are higher. If this Assembly is so pompous to believe that it is just as important, just as competent as the legislators listed in Clause 3 of this bill before us, why then did the majority of members vote to give away lawmaking powers to Brussels? where no one from Northern Ireland has any say in the laws which govern something like 2/3 of our economy, unless or until members of this House have the self-respect to reclaim those laws, we shouldn't be treated like any other legislator. For those reasons, I will be opposing this bill, shaming those that brought forward, and I'm glad there has been a public outcry to call you out on it.
Thank you, Mr Gosson. I now call Robbie Butler.
Madam Deputy Principal Speaker, legislatively this bill is long overdue, and it has been the settled will of the Assembly since 2020 that salaries and pensions should be determined independently, which is a word I will return to shortly, free from political interference. That the Assembly Commission has delayed its progression, firstly due to the pandemic and then the pressures of the heavy piece of legislative programme that we brought forward in the last session, is actually a credit to the Commission members that I served on the Commission with. Let's be honest, this delay was indeed a deliberate choice. There really is no good reason actually to ensure that independence is not part and parcel of what this place does in determining member salaries as we go forward. But we need to be clear about what this bill does and not the misinformation that has been spread around in this chamber, in the media and on social media. It does not set the salaries for members. It simply ensures that pay and pensions are set independently, and while allowances remain under the Assembly Commission remit. This is a matter of process. It's not an outcome. It's not predetermined. It never was mentioned that it would be predetermined, and anybody that infers that it was ever the intention of me or any other former member of the Commission is absolutely wrong, and I reject it outright. Absolutely outright. Madam Deputy Speaker, every party in this chamber has criticised past decisions of the Independent Financial Review Panel. Every party. But complaints alone solve nothing. This bill will ensure that MLA salaries and pensions are managed independently, while allowances benefit from the practical expertise of Assembly officials, those who understand the day-to-day challenges of running an office and indeed serving their constituents. Since 2020, as has already been said, the Assembly Commission has already improved conditions for members of staff, and that included the introduction of maternity leave support, better employment protections and enhanced security measures. Crucially, every claim is subject to robust scrutiny, with 25% of claims audited externally. And this is about transparency, good governance and public confidence. But in the last couple of debates, it did cause me to reflect on the last discussions that we had in this House. And it's really interesting to note the amendment that the TUV brought forward in the last debate on this, where they actually brought an amendment forward where they wanted and sought the Commission to be given powers to influence the independent panel, which would have removed every essence of independence in that regard. And it'd be interesting to see if this is a new policy position, that the TUV are actually going to employ today. Because these are difficult things to talk about. But rigorous independence of salaries for MLAs is absolutely what this should be about. So I'm hoping that the TUV aren't going to introduce the amendment that they sought to do in 2020, and perhaps the member would like to speak to that if he gets a chance. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, 2 weeks ago I voted against the motion noting a 2020 resolution about an independent body for MLA pay. At the time I said this was the first step towards establishing an independent remuneration board. I also said that this was laying the groundwork for a potential £20,000 pay increase for MLAs. I was told by the proposer, today's proposer, nothing has been decided, and yet here we are just 2 weeks on, the second stage of the remuneration board bill. The bill explicitly states that the board must, and I emphasise must, have regard to the salaries payable to politicians in the Scottish and Welsh Parliaments. Those salaries are a whopping £72,000. The bill also mandates the board to consider salaries payable in the Dáil and the Senedd, as well as Westminster, salaries here even higher, and in Westminster set to go up, I believe, again. It's laughable, Deputy Speaker, it's absolutely laughable that members today continue to feign ignorance about where this is headed. It's clear cut to me especially when it's obvious to the public and those MLAs claim to represent. MLAs have said to talk about a massive pay increase is jumping the gun. They tell us that an extortionate pay rise isn't guaranteed. I hope that they're right. I hope that when this remuneration board is established, it decides no pay increase is warranted. In fact, I hope they take into account the performance of this and previous executives since the last pay body disbanded in 2016, as well as the sorry state of our public services and widespread poverty and destitution, and say that maybe an MLA pay cut is the way to go, maybe go for an average wage of the constituents that they represent, but I don't think this will happen. I think this independent remuneration board, which will have representation, as we said, from former Stormont politicians, will recommend a completely unjustified and out of touch pay increase for MLAs. There's been much talk about the independents, but my guess, happy to be proved wrong again, my guess is that it will be stacked. It will be stacked with a predetermined outcome. And there are plenty of other objectionable things in this bill, aside from the issue of MLA pay. The bill makes provision for former MLAs to join the board that sets MLA salaries and pensions. I agree with the member for North Antrim. This is a clear conflict of interest that completely undermines any semblance of independence. The bill also removes the power for the board to determine allowance to MLAs and former MLAs and transfers this power to the Assembly Commission. A few weeks ago I highlighted this executive's track record, previous members' track record of misusing public money, including on expenses, and I won't repeat that here today. The way this bill has come into existence is completely underhand as well. There's been zero public consultation, none on this bill, which flies in the face of guidance, and it's more than a technical bill, as the mover of the bill seemed to suggest. Think about it, Deputy Speaker. Those of us, myself included, bringing forward private members' bills have to consult, as is right, for 12 weeks on a bill, but there was no 12-week consultation for the public on this bill. It should have been done, and it's only right and fair. I think it's obvious why there's been no consultation or engagement with the public on these particular proposals. Ordinary people think it's abhorrent that MLAs accept to get a 20 grand pay increase or something similar to that, while they struggle to heat their homes, pay their rent or mortgages, or get access to healthcare and put food on the table. And I think they're right to think that's abhorrent. That's, of course, Deputy Speaker, not to mention the costs associated with this bill. The board to set it up, to set up the board, it will cost £20,000. It will cost a further £115,000 over 2 years, the last 2 years of the mandate. This is a massive waste of public money. And the ad hoc committee that will be set up today excludes the small parties, the oppositional voices who oppose this inevitable pay increase, as well as any independent MLAs. I'll leave members with some questions to reflect on before voting. Is an MLA worth 2 teachers? Is an MLA worth 3 retail workers? And would any other worker who had an attendance rate of 60% over the last number of years be rewarded with a 38 pay increase? The obvious answer to all these questions is no. That's why I won't be pocketing any increase. That's why I'll be voting against the bill, and I hope that I can cast my vote today, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I call Sinead Annis to wind on the motion.
Gurmila Pre Las Cancorla. I want to thank all the members that have contributed to the debate today. And just to state, it is now some 9 years since members of the IFRP have left office. Since then, and during a time when the Assembly has faced a range of significant challenges, the Assembly Commission has worked through the detail of this matter. Contrary to what some members have asserted, it is no secret, and it is a matter of public record, that the Assembly Commission was preparing to bring this bill forward, as demonstrated by the fact that the Assembly Commission previously introduced a bill in December 2020. It has been discussed in this House, and indeed only a few months ago, the Assembly Commission received media queries about why it had not yet brought forward plans to replace the IFRP. At the start of this debate, my Assembly Commission colleague Trevor Clark set out the detail of the bill. He made clear that the bill follows on from resolutions already passed by the Assembly when it decided that members' salaries and pensions should be determined by an independent body, while the allowances for staffing and office cost expenditure that can be reclaimed by members and the allowances payable to former members who have resigned or who have lost their seat should be determined by the Assembly Commission. He made the point that it is important to regularise the legal position following these resolutions, which granted functions to the Assembly Commission.
The Assembly Commission understands that the issue of members' salaries and pensions will attract a high level of interest and a wide-ranging debate. That has been the case both before and after this bill was introduced. There will understandably be widely differing views on the role of members and this Assembly. This will be influenced by a range of wider factors, whether from those who recognise the importance of this Assembly functioning, those who have ideological views on the issues of salaries wider in the public and private sectors, or those who oppose the existence of this Assembly at all. However, as it was said at the start of this debate, we are not considering those issues today, but rather a technical bill which deals with the process of salaries and pensions being determined by an independent remuneration board. There will be plenty of opportunities for views on the appropriate salary for members to be expressed once a remuneration board commences its work, publishes a draft determination and consults on it and publishes a final determination. The Assembly Commission, and indeed the Assembly itself, has been clear that only an independent body should make the decisions on the level of salaries and pensions payable to members, and I would hope that all members should at least be able to agree on that. Pre-Laskin Corla, I'm going to pick up on just a few points that were raised by members during the debate. On the issue of consultation undertaken by the Assembly Commission, the consultation with parties represented on the Assembly Commission was undertaken in order to seek an agreed approach between those parties which could be agreed by consensus by the Assembly Commission. The bill provides that if passed, the Remuneration Board would be required to publish a draft determination and consult with all MLAs and others on that. On the question of why the bill only requires the Remuneration Board to give regard to salaries elsewhere, it is not unusual in public and private sector organisations that benchmarking exercises are used as part of the evaluation processes to ensure that relevant and comparable roles are taken into consideration when examining appropriate levels of remuneration. As my colleague stated at the outset, as there is only one legislator in Northern Ireland, it is reasonable for comparisons to be made alongside with other legislators in these islands where members conduct similar roles. A benchmarking exercise is an obvious move which will allow the Remuneration Board to explore comparable rates of pay in other places. However, while the Remuneration Board is required to give regard to the position in other legislators, the Board is not prevented from taking other factors into account. As the Remuneration Board will be independent, it will be for it to ultimately decide the range of factors it wishes to consider, the weight it gives to benchmarking against other places, and ultimately the view it takes on the appropriate salary levels. In terms of former members being appointed to the Remuneration Board and having a conflict of interest, the bill does require that a former member. The bill does not require that a former member has to sit on the Remuneration Board. It simply removes the prohibition on this happening, and there will be a fair and open competition, and the best qualified candidates will be appointed. If a former member was appointed, there will only be one voice on a 3-person board. The pension of a former member who has left the Assembly at a given time is not going to be the subject retrospectively to decisions on pension arrangements going forward. It is also important to say that any pension determination is likely to be largely based on the advice of pension experts, such as actuaries, rather than the view of a single member of the board. There is, of course, precedent for former members being involved in such decisions. IPSA sets pay for MPs, and under the Parliamentary Standards Act 2009, the board must include one member who is a former MP. In terms of public consultation, the Assembly Commission has a very specific remit, and therefore the circumstances in which the Assembly Commission brings forward legislation are very limited. Assembly Commission bills are not subject to the same guidance as executive bills or members' bills. As this is a technical bill which deals with matters of process, the Assembly Commission agreed that a public consultation was not required on this occasion. However, as the bill progresses through the legislative process, it will be scrutinised by an ad hoc committee which will consider what level of consultation it wishes to carry out. If the bill is passed and an independent remuneration board is established, it will be for the remuneration board itself to determine how widely it wishes to consult. The bill deals with the processes around member salaries for pensions and how members' salaries or pensions will be decided. As has been stated previously by other speakers, this bill does not set the level of salaries or pensions. This will be the responsibility of an independent remuneration board. It will be for the Remuneration Board to consider salaries elsewhere and any other factors it might think relevant to make an independent decision on appropriate levels of remuneration for members. Neither the Assembly or Assembly Commission will have the power to direct the new body on salaries or pensions. This will be a decision entirely for an independent body, and at no point has the Assembly Commission discussed or taken a view on what the salary of a member should be. I will.
Has there been any discussion on the Commission about any names proposed, suggested, names who should be on the board?
No, because that is not the role of the Assembly Commission. That will be for the ad hoc committee to decide. So that's something outside the remit of the Assembly Commission, and it's not been discussed by the members. Pre-Laskin and Corla, if I have not dealt with any specific points today, there will be further opportunity for the detail of the bill to be scrutinised during the work of the ad hoc committee and the further stages of the processes in this House. The Assembly Commission looks forward to engaging with members as the bill progresses and is open to considering points that members make throughout the legislative process. All 5 members of the Assembly Commission will attend the ad hoc committee to provide evidence on the bill. However, I want to be clear again that this bill is dealing with process. This bill is not deciding what salaries members should receive. Members do need to be clear that if the bill does not pass, the Assembly will not have regularised the legal position following the resolutions that it has already agreed, and the Assembly will not have put arrangements in place for the salaries and pensions of members to continue to be determined independently. So, Pre-Laskin Corla, on behalf of the Assembly Commission, I want to commend this bill to the Assembly.
Thank you, Sinead. The question is that the second stage of the Assembly Members' Remuneration Board Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? Okay, so there's ayes from all sides of the House with the exception of Jerry Carroll and Timothy Gosson. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay. The next item on the order paper is a motion regarding the establishment of an ad hoc committee to consider the Assembly Members' Remuneration Board Bill. The motion will be treated as a business motion and therefore there will be no debate. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That the motion relating to the establishment of an ad hoc committee to consider the Assembly Members' Remuneration Board Bill as detailed on the order paper be agreed.
I call on David Brooks to move the motion on behalf of the Business Committee.
Moved.
The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? Okay, so there's ayes from all sides of the House with the exception of opposition from Jerry Carroll and Timothy Gosson. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item on the order paper is a motion to suspend standing orders 10(2) to 10(4). Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That standing orders 10(2) to 10(4) be suspended for 17th February 2025.
Call on the Minister for Finance to move the motion. Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. So the question is that the motion stand on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? There seems to be ayes from all sides of the House with the exception of Jerry Carroll, who indicated his opposition. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And I am satisfied that the cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion, therefore, is agreed. The next 3 items of business are motions on the the supply resolutions for the Northern Ireland Spring Supplementary Estimates, vote on account and access votes. There will be a single debate on all 3 motions. I will ask the Clerk to read the first motion, then call on the Minister to move it. The Minister will then commence the debate on the motions as listed on the order paper. When all those who wish to speak have done so, or when the time allocated for the debate has expired, I shall put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record, and I will call the Minister to move it. The question will then be put on the motion, and the same process will be followed for the third motion. If that's clear, hopefully it is. Not finished. I'll bring you in afterwards, Matthew. Is that okay? Thank you. So if that's clear, I shall proceed. Clerk, please read the first motion.
That the motion relating to the supply resolution for the Northern Ireland Spring Supplementary Estimates 2024-2025 as detailed on the order paper be agreed.
Matthew O'Toole for a point of order.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I appreciate you granting the point of order. It's really to raise and ask again for the Speaker's office to look at the anomaly in the situation that I personally and the opposition are in for particularly timed debates, but it also arises tomorrow where I have a capacity as chairman of a statutory committee, the Finance Committee, but I am also obliged to give the first response as the official opposition. I understand this position has arisen, it hasn't perhaps occurred to people, but we do need a resolution in terms of the official opposition. I think going forward, I think it's something for the Speaker's office to look at.
I appreciate your point of order, Matthew, and I'm going to refer to the Speaker's office. I can't make a decision on that today. Okay, so with that, I will call on the Minister for Finance to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has allowed up to 4.5 hours for this debate. The Minister will have 1 hour allocated to him at his discretion between proposing and winding. A representative of the opposition will have 10 minutes to speak, as will the spokesperson of the Finance Committee. All other speakers will have 7 minutes, and I call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
As you have set out, this debate covers the 3 supply resolutions for the Spring Supplementary Estimates 24-25, which covers the current financial year, the vote on account for 25-26, and a statement on accesses for 23-24, all of which are associated with the budget bill which will be introduced later today. As you are aware, budgets which set the executive spending plans do not in themselves give departments the legal authority to draw down cash or use resources. This is done through the Assembly approval of both estimates and the associated budget bills. The main spring estimates for 24-25 financial year were presented to the Assembly and approved on the 1st of July 2024. Supplementary estimates seek approval of funds for changes required since the main estimates were agreed for the same financial year. The supply resolution for 24-25 spring supplementary estimates presented before the House relates to the final plan position, which was agreed by the Executive on the 16th of January 2025. I am therefore seeking the Assembly's approval for departments and other public bodies changes as described in the Spring Supplementary Estimates 24-25 document laid in the Assembly on the 10th of February 2025. Following executive agreement, my predecessor, Dr. Kiva Archibald, provided a written ministerial statement notifying the Assembly of the outcome of the Executive's January monitoring exercise, which is the final monitoring round of this financial year 24-25. Demand for allocations once again significantly outstripped the funding available. Bids for day-to-day resource DEL funding outstripped the funding available almost 6 times over, there were 3 times as many capital bids compared to the funding available. In normal circumstances, the Spring Supplementary Estimates and Associated Budget Act would be written to the outcome of the Executive's in-year monitoring rounds during 24-25. However, in agreeing January monitoring allocations, the Executive agreed that departments could be provided with headroom where required should further underspends emerge in the final months of the financial year. I have asked Ministers if there are any reduced requirements or identified that they are notified to my department as early as possible so their potential reallocation may be considered. In addition, Treasury later advised that following an in-depth analysis of the programme level changes in the Westminster supplementary estimates, the Executive could receive additional resource DEL in 24-25 headroom, was also required to take account of this further late change. Table 5 of the Spring Supplementary Estimates show the remaining headroom beyond the Executive's 24-25 final plan, included in both the estimates and the Associated Budget Act. A total of £183 million headroom has been incorporated into the estimates. This headroom was calculated based on a variety of pressures, including unmet bids following January monitoring and pressures following Storm Éowyn. It should be noted that the headroom in the estimates gives the Executive the ability to spend any funding yet to be allocated on priority areas to ensure that no resources are lost to the block. Departments are, of course, still constrained by their budget allocation until further Executive approval has been obtained. The spring supplementary estimates also incorporates areas of expenditure or income relying on the sole authority of the Budget Act. This is where the authority of statutory powers has not yet been obtained through legislation. Managing public money guidance provides for this as an interim measure, enabling expenditure until such powers are in place. My department currently monitors reliance on sole authority by seeking quarterly updates, and I am pleased to announce that progress is being made with enabling legislation planned for 2025 in many areas. In addition to the spring supplementary estimates for 24-25, a vote on account 25-26 document has also been prepared. The vote on account provides departments with the authority to utilise resources and access the cash necessary to continue to deliver services until work on the 25-26 main estimates and associated budget number 2 bill has been completed. The vote on account for 25-26, led on the 10th of February 2025, is routine and equates to approximately 45% of the 24-25 provision. I have also provided a statement of access for the 23-24 year, also led on the 10th of February 2025, which implements recommendations made by the Public Accounts Committee. The report on access votes for 23-24, which was published by the Public Accounts Committee on the 14th of November 24, provides more details on its findings. The excesses included in the Statement of Accesses document provided have arisen as a result of breaches of budget control limits or cash limits in the 23-24 financial year, and this expenditure now needs to be regularised by the Assembly. Príomh Las Concordia, in conclusion, I am keen to finalise spending plans for 24-25 and put them on a legal footing. I am therefore requesting the support of members for the resolution of the spring supplementary estimates for 24-25, the vote on account for 25-26, and the statement of accesses for 23-24. I am looking forward to the supply resolution debate. Following the supply resolution debate, I will introduce the budget bill later today. The bill, as members will be aware, will be debated tomorrow, the 18th of February, which provides legislative cover for all 3 supply resolutions. Should the bill proceed as planned, it is anticipated it will receive royal assent by late March 25, which will ensure that services continue to be funded for the remainder of the financial year.
Minister, I call Matthew O'Toole for the opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy.
Sorry, you have 10 minutes. Sorry, Matthew, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I have 10 minutes. I may not use it all, but as I said, thank you for taking my point of order in relation to the anomaly of my 2 rules. I think it's an important one to resolve going forward. Today and tomorrow we will have a significant opportunity to debate the budget process in this Assembly. It is important, as always, to point out that the budget bill, the estimates process, are not quite the same thing as the budget statement itself, which sets specific allocations, but they are inextricably linked because this is the legal process by which spending becomes legal, either on a forward-going basis in terms of the vote on account we will do for the beginning of the financial year, and on a backward-looking basis in terms of what we are regularising in terms of spending that has already happened. For a lot of the public out there, a lot of this is fairly incomprehensible. If I was to be honest with you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm fairly convinced that for a lot of MLAs, a lot of what we're debating today is relatively incomprehensible. That, I'm afraid, is a poor indictment on the standard of our debate in this chamber. But I think it is slowly but surely getting better. I want to draw attention to a few things. Today's a time debate. Tomorrow we will have a little bit more time to go through them. Just briefly on the spring supplementary estimates. This has been a year, the 24-25 budgetary year, in which there has been an unprecedented amount of additional resource that has come into the Executive's coffers. Now, it's important to say that that has come after a decade and a half of, yes, austerity from successive UK governments. It's also true to say that political dysfunction and repeated collapse here has made those things worse. But it is important to put that on the record, because if you were listening to certain ministers in this executive, indeed probably most ministers, you wouldn't think that had been the case, that there had been an unprecedented level of funding has gone to the Northern Ireland Executive. Is it enough? Certainly not. I and the official opposition will always support more resources going into local ministries here to support public services. But it's important to say the financial year we are about to leave, 24-25, has seen an unprecedentedly large financial settlement, both at the start of the year but also on an in-year basis in terms of Barnett consequentials from the UK government. Those, by the way, aren't my words. That's not me saying that. That's an official, in the most senior budget official in the Finance Minister's department. The corollary to that should have been a strategic plan for dealing with the crisis in our public services and a multi-year budget matched alongside clear outcomes and targets in a programme for government. We haven't got that. And if anybody from the executive parties or anybody else in this chamber wants to intervene and explain to me where that is or where I should be looking for either of those things that we should have seen by now, I'm happy to give way to the Finance Minister.
I'm sure as Chair of the Finance Committee and as Leader of the Opposition, you're aware that the Executive cannot set a multi-year budget in the absence of a multi-year spending review from Westminster. I'm sure the members are aware of that.
I'm grateful and I'm glad that the Minister is offering interventions, and I look forward to debating him on this stuff in the Chamber in the days, weeks and months ahead. He is right to say that legally he cannot, as Finance Minister, set down a legally binding or place before the Assembly a legally binding multi-year budget for departments in the absence of one from the Treasury. But there is nothing stopping him or his predecessor producing a multi-year indicative budget, which is not legally binding in the same way, a multi-year indicative budget matched alongside programme for government headings. And I'm glad to say, in a written answer to me, he has already indicated that his department and other executive departments are looking at 5-year plans. I would encourage him on that. His written answers may be somewhat ahead of his oral contributions in the debate, but I'm glad that the department is looking at that because that is exactly where we need to be going. I just want to say a couple of things about what we're debating today, the specifics of it. As I said, we've had a record level of in-year additional Barnett and reallocations. I think we should have done much better in terms of matching that to strategic priorities, whether that's on a 4 or 5 year indicative basis or even in the short term. I don't think the public out there are clear in terms of what the priorities are of the executive at all, bluntly. In terms of the sole use of the authority of the expenditure resting on the sole authority of the Budget Act, which the Minister talked about, it gets to £24.5 million at table 6, page in the spring supplementary estimates. As the Minister said, that relates to spending which does not have any legislative basis. It has to happen effectively, not quite on the QT, but through this process. It needs to be regularised via a financial provisions bill. The Minister said that it would be dealt with legislatively largely through a Financial Provisions Act that's due in 2025. Well, it was due in 2024, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, because it was in the legislative programme. We were supposed to have passed into law by now a financial provisions bill. This isn't hugely complex or politically difficult, I would presume, for the executive parties, the financial provisions bill. It's technical stuff. And the officials could have been writing it all through the collapse. It should have been written and prepared for us. We should have debated it and had it on the statute book already, but we still have £24.5 million of black box spending which is not dealt with through the specific provision. Another part of £500,000 is spent per year on the Fiscal Council. The Fiscal Council is a critical bit and a welcome improvement in terms of how we do fiscal monitoring and budget making here, but it still doesn't have a legislative basis. 5 years, going on for 5 years, we've had the Fiscal Council with no statutory underpinnings. The Fiscal Council bill, like the Financial Provisions Bill, should have been a relatively technical piece of legislation that would have given clarity and oversight. They're already giving clarity and oversight, but they would have had a legal basis for their budget and for their legal status. It is frankly ridiculous that we don't have that spending thus far. So those are the specific bits around the spring supplementary estimates. There is significant movement in year, and a significant part of what is moving in year is the fact that there is a record level of additional spending that has come to the executive, a record level of additional spending that has come to the executive. The least the public could have expected was, if not a record level of strategic direction and purpose, then something better than we've had over most of the past decade. They haven't got it yet. They haven't got that level of clarity. We are still muddling through monitoring round by monitoring round. There are a couple of specific other points I would like to raise, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. The Minister mentioned there was a further monitoring round just Thursday a week ago, which came after the January monitoring round. He allocated £17 million, largely to deal with Storm Eowyn. While a lot of that spending will be welcome, I would like to know a couple of bits of information. Were there specific bids put in for that? I know there were some bids put in for Storm Eowyn. There were some specific areas, but could we have a little bit more detail about how that bidding process was run? Because it clearly wasn't via a conventional monitoring round process. Did his department go out and ask for bids? How did that happen? And what specifically gave rise to that Barnett consequential coming from London? Because I presume it didn't all come from part of it, he said, came from the Westminster estimates process. But it would be helpful to know, because there's another outstanding question which his predecessor had not given us clarity on. In fact, it created more confusion about which is the position we are in relation to the unwelcome additional costs in terms of employer national insurance, which is creating burdens for business but also burdens for different parts of the public sector, including local councils. Many councils, in fact I think all councils now across the north, have struck their district rate. In some cases they are punishing ratepayers with above increased rises in the district rate. It would be helpful to know whether the Minister has any plans to offer those councils any support, but it would be also helpful to know when exactly the Executive agreed the regional rate rise for 25-26, because it is clear, it was indicated in the draft budget before Christmas, that an indicative rate rise would be about 5% for householders and about 3% for businesses for the non-domestic rates. That's a significantly above increased rates rise for ordinary families and workers in Northern Ireland. The Executive has thus far not been straight about that. I only found out about it because it was given to me in a written answer last week. There was no clear oral or written statement given to the Assembly that the Executive parties had agreed this rates rise. The public out there are facing extra costs. I think the least they could have expected was some clarity from the Finance Minister and the Executive more broadly about the rates rise that was being foisted on them. And secondly, to go back to my initial point, the trade-off for the public generally when it comes to budget making is what they get out of it. How is their money being spent to improve public services, to deal with the crisis in the NHS, invest in wastewater infrastructure and all of the other priorities that we know exist, even if they're not particularly well articulated in a programme for government. The public out there do not know yet how that rate rise, if they even are aware that their regional rate is going up, they don't know yet how it's going to be spent to deal with those crises, because the Executive hasn't front up and told them, because they haven't produced a coherent plan to go to the public with. So whenever we do have a coherent plan, we'll be able to better judge the budget-making process. I'm afraid what we have thus far, is improvisation and limping from spending from monitoring round to monitoring round. I look forward to debating these matters further tomorrow and in the weeks ahead. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Much appreciated. I call Diane Forsyth in her capacity as Deputy Chair of the Finance Committee. And Diane, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I will speak today on behalf of the Finance Committee, allowing the Chair to focus on his role as Leader of the Opposition. The committee received a briefing from officials on the 24-25 spring supplementary estimates, the 25-26 vote on account and the 23-24 statement of excesses at its meeting on the 12th of March. On behalf of members, I would like to thank officials for that. As members will be aware, the budget process is complex and littered with technical language that is often difficult to understand. The Finance Committee is working hard to support the other statutory committees in their budget scrutiny, and we will continue to seek to break down the information that is available in more digestible chunks, accompanied by a clearer narrative. The committee is also aware that not every committee is receiving the information and engagement from their department that it should. This is not acceptable. Committees must be given the appropriate information and time to do their scrutiny job. With regard to the 24-25 spring supplementary estimates, these are aligned to the latest agreed budget position across departments. The January monitoring position was agreed by the Executive on the 16th of January 2025. The SSE's document sets out the provision included in the spring supplementary estimates beyond the outcome of the Executive's 24-25 final plan. Unlike this time last year, we find ourselves in more normal circumstances with regard to the 24-25 SSEs. As the tables showing the changes between the main and spring supplementary estimates illustrates, this has been an exceptional year for Barnett Consequentials. These have combined with additional funding through the Executive Restoration Package settlement and the fiscal floor of 124% applied through the interim fiscal framework to provide significant additional funding for the Executive. Finance officials have been very clear with the committee that although much of these gains were baselined for 25-26, and we are delighted by that, there will not be the same levels of consequentials bolstering our budgets in the coming financial year, and I would encourage statutory committees to closely monitor overcommitments made by departments in the coming year, as it is unlikely consequentials can be relied on to fill the gaps. Departments need to become better at living within their means, as has been clearly stated to the Finance Committee by the officials. Scrutiny of departments' budgets should be easier going forward with the prospect of multi-annual budgets, linkage between budgets in the programme for government and the production of 5-year budget plans by departments accompanied by a rough baseline budget. These are all aspects of the Budget Sustainability Plan and the Budget Improvement Roadmap that derive from conditions set by the Executive Restoration Package settlement. This is the UK Government's way of encouraging the Executive to live within its means and to budget with much greater transparency and clarity. The Executive has factored a certain amount of headroom into the SSEs in case funds become available late in this current financial year. We have already seen a recent allocation of consequentials dispersed by the Finance Minister, an unexpected occurrence after the January monitoring round. There is a total of 183.289 million headroom incorporated in the estimates, comprising 113.8 million capital DEL and 69.5 million resource DEL. This has been added in relation to a variety of pressures, including unmet bids following January monitoring and pressures following Storm Éowyn, as we have seen in the Minister's recent written statement. Further funds have been allocated for these purposes. Whilst headroom gives departments flexibility to spend additional allocations that they may receive, they are also constrained by their budget allocation. Budgets must, by law, be balanced by the end of the financial year. There are, of course, some flexibilities, such as the Budget Exchange Scheme. However, Treasury is not known for its willingness to tolerate poor budgeting. While the Finance Committee keeps a close eye on the use of sole authority in the Budget Bill, I will not comment on this, as the committee chair will deal with this when he speaks for the committee as tomorrow's budget bill debate. I will also let him deal with the request for accelerated passage for the budget bill made to committee then. I will turn now briefly to the Department of Finance's estimates. The department is not a programme-heavy department, and as a result it does not have a significant budget. However, what it lacks in budget it makes up for in strategic importance, not least its role in overarching budget management across the departments and its ownership of rating policy, the Executive's single key fiscal lever. The committee has monitored the department's budget carefully throughout this financial cycle, with regular briefings following monitoring round. The funding inflows to the department have tended to be for strategically important systems such as Integrate and Nova that will have wide-ranging impacts and benefits. The committee, however, remains concerned by the unquantifiable contingent liabilities highlighted in the estimates memorandum that the department continues to carry, and a briefing on these has been scheduled for early March. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, turning to the vote on account, members will have noticed that at 45% the rate is more than what has been applied in the past. Members recall that the vote on account last year was an unusual 65%, allowing a longer period to have the next financial year's budget in place. It is to be anticipated that the timings for having the 25-26 budget in place through the Budget No. 2 bill will be quicker. Members are aware that the vote of account does not set the 25-26 budget. It is merely an agreement that 45% of the current year's budget can be drawn down in the early part of the 25-26 financial year before the budget has been legislated for. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, as members know, the Statement of Excesses sets out the amount of resources and cash that we are being asked to grant in an excess vote. The vote is required when expenditure exceeds the amount or falls outside the categories of expenditure, the ambit, we approved in the main and supplementary estimates and authorised in the related budget acts. Prior to a vote being sought, the resource accounts for each estimate are prepared by the relevant department or body. These are examined and certified by the Comptroller and Auditor General and laid before the Assembly. A report by the CNAG is made on any such accounts where categories exceed the amounts or fall outside the categories of expenditure authorised by the Assembly. Where sufficient savings or surplus income are available to be used to offset the excess expenditure, the excess votes is only a token sum of £1,000. A statement of excesses is normally presented to the Assembly following a report by the Public Accounts Committee, confirming that it recommends the sums necessary being provided by excess votes. Authorisation of additional resources and issues from the Northern Ireland Consolidated Fund in respect of excess votes are given legislative authority in the corresponding Budget Act. The statement of excess is put forward by the Northern Ireland Assembly Commission, the Department for Communities and the Utility Regulator are clearly documented, and the PAC has indicated it is content with them. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, members are aware that this debate is a largely technical exercise, and the committee has applied an appropriate degree of scrutiny on that basis. And while the timing and timescales are not ideal, the committee will support today's supply resolution motions. And speaking now briefly as DUP Finance spokesperson, I want to say we are in an improved position from this time last year, and the DUP led the charge for the new needs-based funding model for Northern Ireland. The government has been able to accept a new definition of need going forward. And it's welcome that we look into the forthcoming 25-26 financial year to have a budget and programme for government aligning. And this has not been the case for some time. And although we still lack the certainty and stability of a multi-year settlement, creating synergies between expenditure and the Executive's agreed priorities, even in the short term, is constructive and will enable more informed scrutiny of spending by committees. However, it remains unacceptable that the Minister for Finance has not yet published an informed estimate of the additional money required for the next financial year to offset the rise in employers' national insurance contributions. For major public sector employers, contracted providers like GPs, dentists and the voluntary and community sector organisations, who are all integral to the delivery of vital services. Providing this clarity is absolutely critical. Reference to a general figure of over £200 million is not good enough. We need specifics. The outcome of any negotiation with Treasury on this will have a bearing on the viability of some voluntary organisations and on the sustainability of services. The extent to which this deficit is bridged will also determine the scale of ambition shown by individual departments towards reform and transformation agendas. So we urgently need to see evidence that the Minister for Finance is leaving no stone unturned in making the case for this funding in full from Treasury. And it also is a concern that the 45% of last year's approved expenditure being brought forward as part of a voting account may not go as far when taking into account the huge hole left by the national insurance contribution hike. We need to see some commitments to address preventable waste in the system, and we will look at that in detail as we move to the budget debate tomorrow, but we support the supply resolutions today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. I call Colm Gildernew, and Colm, you have 7 minutes.
Meagat, Priolaskian Corlia, rise today as Chair of Committee for Communities to speak on the 3 motions, none of which are just numbers on a ledger, but decisions that will shape the daily lives of people right across the north. The funding we discuss today and tomorrow will determine whether families have a safe home, whether support exists for the unemployed, whether our communities can access the services they depend upon. It is more than budgets, it is about dignity, opportunity and fairness. The Department for Communities is the largest department in the Executive and is responsible for absolutely vital services, including housing, social security, employment support, local government and arts and culture. In recent months and weeks, the Committee for Communities has engaged extensively with senior departmental officials, including the Permanent Secretary and Deputy Secretaries, to examine the financial and operational challenges facing the Department. These briefings have consistently reinforced the immense pressure on services, areas of work the Department is unable to take forward, and it has been made very clear that as demand continues to rise, available resources remain constrained. So turn to the spring supplementary estimates, which adjust the budget for the remainder of the 2024-25 financial year, ensuring that resources are directed to priority areas as new pressures emerge. For the Department for Communities, the spring supplementary estimates enabled redirection of funding to areas of constraint. For the Department, this meant an additional $414.9 million in resource funding and $97.9 million in capital funding, $24.8 million to sustain universal credit and employment support, $9.6 million to ease pressures on social housing and homelessness services, and $6.5 million for arts, culture and sport, which breathe life into our communities. Despite these increases, financial strain remains severe. The funding shortfall in resource spending is $115.8 million, and the capital shortfall is $167.3 million. We must also acknowledge the reliance on headroom funding. $183.3 million has been allocated as a contingency measure. While this has provided flexibility, it also signals an element of instability within the existing model of financial planning. Our communities deserve more than a last-minute approach to critical services. For the Department for Communities, $3.3 million in resource DEL and $1.5 million in capital DEL have been allocated to support councils, housing associations and community services affected by Storm Éowyn, which the committee welcomes. The committee remains concerned that a short-term reactive approach forced upon us by British Treasury policy undermines the ability to develop long-term strategies in key areas such as social housing, employment support programmes, tenant participation strategy, community regeneration and preserving the historic environment. Turning to the vote on account then, which authorises interim funding for the first months of 2025-26, ensuring that services continue while the full budget is developed. For the Department for Communities, this includes $414.2 million in resource DEL, sustaining welfare, employment and community support, and $104.6 million in capital DEL, supporting housing and regeneration. This allocation is based on 45% of last year's budget, which is standard practice. However, as with the current year, there is a real risk that this will not be sufficient to maintain all existing services. Financial pressures continue to mount, particularly in housing and welfare mitigation, and the lack of certainty in future funding makes it difficult for essential community and voluntary service sector service providers to plan effectively. The organisations in these sectors provide additional essential support on the ground to the most vulnerable in our society, and yet they struggle to retain and attract workers. The committee is concerned that there will be even fewer in-year resources available going forward, further tightening the squeeze. So moving on to excess votes then, this seeks retroactive approval for $2.78 million in additional spending, with the majority of that overspend, $2.284 million, coming from the Department for Communities. We understand the DFC overspend was largely due to higher than anticipated universal credit advances, supporting more claimants experiencing hardship due to the 5-week waiting period. The Public Accounts Committee, on which I also sit, has already recommended the Assembly approve the excess vote, while also raising concern about the Department's financial forecasting. The PAC has called for better forecasting models, for stronger contingency planning and for improved financial oversight to reduce the risk of funding gaps in welfare support. The Committee for Communities support these recommendations. So, in conclusion, as Chair, the motion before us provide for essential funding, but we cannot ignore the profound challenges in financial planning and budgetary sustainability. The Department for Communities must continue to play a vital role in tackling poverty, supporting families and providing housing, yet continues to operate under severe financial constraints. To ensure that the communities receive the support they need, we must prioritise a fairer needs-based funding model, greater financial certainty for community organisations and service providers, and a longer-term solution for welfare mitigation funding, reducing reliance on emergency mechanisms. The Committee for Communities will continue to scrutinise spending and advocate for a funding system that is sustainable, strategic and fair. Those who rely on the most vulnerable cannot afford another year of instability. I now make some remarks, Lascian Corlia, as Sinn Féin spokesperson. The spring supplementary estimates and voting account, which we are debating today, despite all the challenges already outlined, is a welcome step and will at least bring some certainty in the time ahead. While the last year has been a challenging year for our public finances, it's important to recognise significant progress that has been made in a range of areas. The interim fiscal framework negotiated by former Finance Minister Caoimhe Archibald has been a significant step forward, bringing in an additional $430 million in funding to the Executive. However, there should be no doubt that we remain in a very difficult financial situation, and difficult decisions will have to be made if we want to live within budgets going forward. We need to see a step change from the British Government in terms of the level of funding they are providing here in the North. Years of underfunding have left our public services in a much weakened state, and only a significant investment from the British Government can bring our public services back to an acceptable level. Time and again we see successive British Government enact policies which inflict pain on the most vulnerable in our society, for example the 2-child limit or removing the winter fuel allowance.
Great timing, Colin. Thank you very much. Question time begins at 2 o'clock. I suggest the Assembly takes its ease until then, and this debate will continue after the urgent oral question when our next speaker will be Owen Tennyson. So members take their ease.
We now move to questions to First Deputy First Minister. I call Danny Donnelly.
Question 1, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Executive Office is committed to ensuring that the information and services it provides are fully accessible to all parts of the community, and this includes its communication on social media. The Executive Information Service has provided accessibility training for communication staff to enable them to understand the specific challenges of some users, as well as the communication formats that are best suited to their needs. In addition, EIS has established a social media working group with one of its key objectives being to share expertise, best practice and learning on accessibility. Some of the practical steps taken to support the accessibility of social media content across all platforms, including alt text and descriptive captions used in all images. Subtitles are added to every video published on the Department's social media platforms, ensuring that low contrast images are not used, using clear language on posts and only including links that make clear where the user is being directed to.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Deputy First Minister for that. Would the Deputy First Minister agree with me that it is important to make social media content accessible to people with visual impairments, and that functions such as alt text image description help to aid understanding and make social media more inclusive for all?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, that's why the Department has led the way in doing so, and we have done so for some considerable time. We do try to focus on that accessibility aspect in terms of all of our posts, and that includes, as indicated, that where we use videos, for example, we try to subtitle those, but also to make things as clear as possible and use the plainest language possible.
Orley Flynn.
Thank the Deputy First Minister for our answers. Could the Deputy First Minister also detail a bit further how the Executive Office ensures equality of opportunity for all, please?
Minister.
Thank the member for her question. The member will be aware that the Department is under that equality duty as set out in Section 75, as are all departments and public bodies. That is a duty that we take seriously. It is important to us that we are able to communicate our strategies, our information, including things that we are doing day in and day out to the maximum number of people in the clearest possible way. So that's why, as indicated, the training has taken place in terms of our comms people to ensure that they are fully aware of the range of tools that they have to make that communication clear and to fulfil our equality obligations.
Dan Forsyth.
And I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers so far. I asked the Deputy First Minister how important she thinks the role of social media was in recent communications in the response to Storm Éowyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for her question. I think we're all very aware that the way we communicate now has changed. It's not just through radio, the TV programmes and news channels. A huge number of people now do get their information from social media. They are choosing more and more to get their news and their information from those sources. So I think it's incredibly important that we do maximise all of those. That's certainly what I endeavoured to do during the storm. And even though, and I know that everyone around the room will be very conscious of this, as MLAs in a personal capacity, we don't have social media managers, and we do an awful lot of that ourselves, just on top of all of the other activities that we participate in. And I have no doubt that all of us individually could get better at that, and I think we do try to improve upon that. But I do think it is an important part of our job to communicate that on a very regular basis, and that's exactly what I endeavoured to do during the storm, to get that communication out.
Declan Kearney. Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The appointment of the Language Commissioners and the Director and members of the Office of Identity and Cultural Expression is essential to implement the provisions of the Identity and Language Act for which TEO is responsible. We are committed to establishing the 3 bodies and preparations are now at an advanced stage. We hope to be in a position to formally launch the competition shortly.
Mr Kearney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for that answer.
Specifically outline what has the Executive Office been doing to progress establishment of the bodies and the appointment of the Commissioners, and within what specific time frame?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. He will be aware that these are new appointments processes and there's a number of them. There's not just the 2 Commissioners, but of course the Office of Identity as well, which will go out to public appointments. So there's been a significant amount of work carried out by the officials within the department. That has included the business case process for all 3 offices, the paper that went up to the First Minister and myself in terms of the establishment and the broad direction of that in line with the statutory responsibilities and set out in the legislation. But in addition to that then is the whole process around public appointments. These appointments will be in line with the public appointments guidance. That means that there is a process to be followed. There has been a number of preparatory works that have taken place, and that has included looking at the criteria, the spec, the advertisements, and etc. So we are currently considering that very, very detailed submission, and we hope to go out very shortly.
Stuart Dixon.
The Deputy First Minister for answer so far. Deputy First Minister, can you tell the House when you would expect all of those processes to be completed and that there will be an opportunity for your department to bring that information to your Executive Office Committee?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank the member for his question. I understand that, of course, these appointments are based in the legislation that has already been consulted on by the committee, and indeed that legislation is in place. So these appointments will be fully in line with the statutory responsibilities as set out in that legislation and would not require consultation again with the committee or others. These would be public appointments that would go out to public advertisement for people to come forward and to show an interest in those. There will then be a public appointments process carried out in line with the public appointments guidance in relation to that. So yes, we're satisfied that a lot of that work has already been completed. It was a significant amount of work, and that the First Minister and myself are currently looking at sort of the final steps in that and hope to go out very shortly.
Cara Hunter.
Thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers so far. Deputy First Minister, do you agree that there has been a total failure from this executive regarding funding for Fórnas Gaeilge? And can you please update the House the last time that you and the First Minister spoke about the Language Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for a question. I don't agree at all that there's been a total failure. In fact, there's been a significant investment in Irish language and indeed Ulster Scots over the course of not just the last number of years, but the last 17 years from restoration back in 2007. That has led to a significant growth in the number of funded groups, of funded schools and different mechanisms, and indeed to this legislation that was passed at Westminster. I speak to the First Minister on a regular basis about all of these issues and trying to ensure that the member will be aware that it is a very difficult fiscal environment right across government. People are sitting on waiting lists crying out for that additional investment which we are striving to try to find. Our core public services need that investment and transformation. But of course we want to ensure that we can invest in the maximum number of things possible while moving forward to improve our public services as well. So I don't agree with the premise of the member's questions, but of course we will continue to discuss these important issues.
Carl.
So you'll be aware of Irish language groups' concern about losing funding over the last week or so, and news breaking about that. My understanding is that a new framework was discussed at the NSMC last year to discuss a new framework for funding bodies like Fórnas Gaeilge and others. Would the Deputy First Minister commit to publishing that new framework?
I thank the member for his question. I'm not aware that it was discussed. If I am incorrect about that, I certainly will write to the member. I understand that the financial issues pertaining to this body is to do with some pension contributions or other aspects that are separate entirely from what our fund. We have not reduced our funding contribution, as far as I'm aware, from a Northern Ireland 25% contribution that we have given to this. So I do understand that there are some issues, but those issues, as I understand it, pertain to the Irish Government and not to the Northern Ireland Executive. The funding model put forward, as referenced in this House previously, was much broader indeed, and I want to put this on record, that the paper that came up from the Finance Minister did not reference that body whatsoever, or the issue of Irish language, or any funding streams within the Irish language body. It was about changing the way North-South bodies are funded, away from what had been previously agreed and has been in place since the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. And that is in the context in which that paper and that proposal had been looked at.
Brooks.
Question 3, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The St Patrick's Day period offers an opportunity to deepen our connections with the US. This year there are around a dozen events being organised. However, currently no invitations have been issued to ministers from the White House. Once we have confirmation of the full range of events in DC, the First Minister and I will consider our engagement. It is important Northern Ireland is represented, but we need to balance this with the value for money and commitment to leadership, of course, here at home.
Mr Brooks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I know the Deputy First Minister has been involved for many years in engagement on Northern Ireland's behalf in the US. Just at this time where we have a changed administration, would you agree that that engagement in DC in particular is crucial to building those relations? The Finance Minister outlined just last week £1 billion worth of exports and lobbying even for the Special Economic Envoy. Is she hoping to undertake that engagement?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for a supplementary question. Of course, we should always endeavour to build those positive relationships, and I think that there is indeed an opportunity because, as outlined, there's those links both to the Scots-Irish connection, the Ulster-Scots connection, particularly with the Vice President. He's spoken about that before. So there is that opportunity to have those soft diplomatic links, not just in terms of investment and trade, and those have always been a key focus, but also in terms of that culture, identity and shared history. Of course, it is important to remember that the opportunities that we get to engage with the US President and the administration is something that we should cherish. It is something that many other places do not get, either the access or indeed the level of access that we get. And when we engage with the President of the United States administration, we are engaging with the Office of President. Indeed, I went to the US last year and there were many things that I would not agree with President Biden on. I went because I was engaging with the Office of President. And likewise, this is not about engaging with the person but the office to the benefit of the people of Northern Ireland. We have had a significant amount of success with foreign direct investment and on growing those links with the US, and we must continue to do that.
John Corley, thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers thus far. Does the Minister share my concern about the potential loss of funding to the International Fund for Ireland, which is in doubt as part of a review of overseas funding directed by the new US administration?
Thank you. I think with every administration there is a change of tone, of direction, of particular views, and I think there's no doubt we're going to see that with this new presidential term. But of course we will always do everything that we can to fight and push for the best deal for Northern Ireland. We have had many contributions to Northern Ireland, including by way of these types of funds over many decades, and that has always been appreciated. So certainly it is an issue that we have been raising. We want to see that continue, and we will be doing everything that we can to continue that engagement to ensure that it does.
Paula Bradshaw.
First Minister, for your answer so far. Could you please outline when the international relations strategy will be updated to take account, as you say, of the change of administration in the US, who have been quite aggressive in recent weeks towards their neighbours and others? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In terms of the international relations strategy, many of the key areas, of course, are non-devolved, but there are engagements that we have, both in terms of trying to attract inward investment to some success, and indeed in terms of building those relationships and networks in the US and beyond. And as indicated, that is something that we should continue to endeavour to do. I think it was right and proper that the revised international relations strategy waited to see the outcome of the presidential election. And of course we're working through what some of the implications of that will be. It is very clear that President Trump will take a strong America First policy. That may well have some impacts in terms of, for example, the levels of foreign direct investment from the US, in terms of the tariff regimes that may be entered into. But we will be considering all of these things in due course and making sure that our international relations strategy is fit for purpose to make sure that we are influenced as much as possible where it is practical to do so.
Deputy First Minister, on the 12th of September last year, I tabled a priority written question asking how much your department spent on your last trip to Washington. You still haven't answered. When were you provided with a draft answer by your officials to that question? And more importantly, why does your department so often flout its obligations under the standing orders of this House to answer straightforward questions?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for his question. Of course, the Office of First and Deputy First Minister, the Executive Office, is a different type of office than other offices in that we do have to agree an answer to go out, and sometimes that is easier than at other times, but we do endeavour to try to turn that around as quickly as possible. It's not simply as simple as a minister taking a look at a question, signing that off and out it goes. We do have a process where we try to get both sides of the office to agree what that response may be. There's also some issues in terms of course, the detail of questions and making sure that those are accurate. So in terms of the specific question he is asking, I will certainly write to the member with the details of that.
Colin Crawford.
Please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As an executive, we are making progress in relation to climate change adaptation measures. The Department for Agriculture, the Environment and Rural Affairs recently published a report on our most recent adaptation programme, which showed that over 130 individual actions contained within the programme, significant progress had been made in around 120 of them. Furthermore, the Climate Change Committee has highlighted that while adaptation planning here is at a relatively early stage, our programmes to date have been focused on the key elements needed for positive adaptation. So while positive progress has been made, we know that we can and will do more. Indeed, our draft programme for government has also recognised this by including the need to undertake a series of further adaptation measures, such as improved flood protection schemes in certain areas. Work on the next climate change adaptation programme is ongoing and is due to be brought before the Assembly in the coming months.
Mr Crawford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers thus far. Deputy First Minister, do you believe that currently there is adequate collaboration amongst departments to tackle climate change effectively? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank the member for his question. I think collaboration is always to the benefit of anything that we are trying to do. It's not just, I think, that collaboration across departments and agencies here, but indeed that collaboration right across the UK and indeed these Isles. I'm pleased to say that these issues have been discussed at a number of those bodies, including the British Irish Council and others that are designed to help that collaboration and cooperation. The challenges that we face are the same right throughout, and therefore the solutions that we find and the interventions that we want to carry out, we can certainly learn from our neighbours on, and if that accelerates and supports better policy making and better interventions, I think that is certainly to the good of Northern Ireland.
Hi, Harvey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm sure the Deputy First Minister will agree with me that the measures to address climate change must be balanced and affordable, particularly in regards to our agri sector. How is this balance and affordability being ensured?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for his question. Of course, as outlined before in this place, our farmers do an incredible job. They are such an essential part of our economy here in Northern Ireland. They are essential in terms of the supply of nutritious, good quality, locally produced food. They need our support. They do not need additional burdens to be placed on them that is not proportionate. And I think that is key. At the last British Irish Council meeting, the theme of that was a just transition, and very often we bandy about these words, but it is important that actually that's what it is in reality, that any transition from one type of economy towards a greener economy is done in a just and fair way, and that must mean that it is not disproportionate and unfair on our farmers or on our businesses. We must move forward with the maximum of consensus in a just way.
Patsy Midlone.
I can call you, and thank the Minister as well. Minister, in regard to the climate change, and we just had a sample of it recently with Storm Owen, could you give us some indication as to how or in what way the Executive Office, or indeed the Executive, is collaborating with utilities such as NIE, NI Water and indeed others out there, especially the likes of Fibre Network, because we saw just at one fell swoop how virtually the entire region was just left, especially in those rural areas, without any means of communication, any means of heating, any means of power.
Okay, I think we'll get to
so that'll be, if you could give an indication, please, as to what has been done at executive level.
Deputy First Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his very important question. I spoke to many families that were very much in that situation. It wasn't just a single issue of having no electricity, it was a double, a triple or more in terms of multiple key aspects being down, should that be from a mobile phone signal to their internet and broadband to water. And that is simply something that we must take into account in terms of our civil contingencies planning. I've already spoken to our civil contingencies team and indeed to the First Minister a number of times about these issues. I think that there are mitigations that we can put in, there are contingencies that we need to put in. That is the whole purpose of civil contingencies planning. So very simple things like, for example, the access to generators to get down to support NI Water to make sure that the water is not off for the length of time it was off this time. In terms of looking at battery pack or backup for those phone masts, it's just simply unacceptable that there could be people, if this were to occur again, in homes without electricity, without water, but not being able to phone emergency services or others for that help and support that is needed. So yes, absolutely, we've asked civil contingencies to take into account those very specific points and to make sure that the contingencies arrangements, the emergency arrangements are such that we can move quickly to stop that from happening again.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Speaker. Question 5.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since our statement last May on the initial legislative programme of the Assembly Session 24-25, 7 bills have been introduced, with the introduction of a schools uniform bill expected shortly. We recognise there has been some slippage, however this reflects the complexities involved in turning policy into legislation rather than any lack of effort or ambition by the Executive. We have recently consulted Executive Ministers on the progress of their bills and on their legislative intentions for the remainder of the session, and intend to make a statement to the Assembly on the full 2024-25 legislative programme in the near future. Without preempting that statement, we expect that the majority of those bills will have been introduced by the summer recess. Information is also being gathered in preparation for the 25-26 Assembly.
Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy First Minister, I think an ordinary reasonable person out there looking at a target which is just about half met in 2025 for 2024 would think that that is pathetic. The Executive promised a modest list of bills which are not even halfway through. When will the 2024 legislative programme be complete? And furthermore, when will we have a final programme for government?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if I can choose which question there I want to answer, but I thank him for his supplementary questions. First of all, I would outline the legislative programme from a standing start position. We were keen that it had ambition. We came in just a year ago. That required ministers coming into their departments and assessing what is likely to go forward, but also it is important that those pieces of legislation reflect the ministers and reflect the views of committees, etc. as well. Some of those have come forward. I would say to the member, when you look at, for example, Wales brought forward 6 pieces of legislation in 2024. We have brought forward 7 pieces of legislation in 2024. So there is, in terms of comparable statistics out there. But I would also say to the member that we should not always look to legislation first. There are many, many different ways to bring about change. That includes reform, it includes transformation of the way we are doing things. It is about bringing forward policy and policy statements. It's about tackling the big issues within departments at the moment. It's not always about new legislation. That said, we are taking measures to work with departments to ensure that the ambition set out by members to bring forward legislation can be realised, and that legislation can hit this House for proper scrutiny in a timely way.
Alongside progress on the legislative programme, can the Deputy First Minister outline the top-line achievements by the Executive over the last year?
Deputy First Minister.
I thank the member for his question. Yes, it has been a busy first 12 months, and of course we would make clear that this is not the totality of our ambition. We are finalising the programme for government. We hope to come forward with that very, very shortly. That will set the high-level prioritisation. Of course, the challenge for any new administration is not how many priorities and trying to get everything in, but actually cutting those back to a small number to focus on to make a real difference about. But I am pleased that right throughout all of the departments we have made significant progress. Should that be from bringing forward initial actions on affordable childcare, the work ongoing for an affordable childcare strategy, tackling infrastructure issues such as the announcements around the A5 and the Enniskillen bypass. In terms of our Communities Minister bringing forward the football funding scheme and getting that open, but indeed important issues like the housing supply strategy. And that is in the context where we have discussed all of the issues around our budgets, draft programme for government going out to consultation and other key moves forward. We are in the process of an ambitious drive within departments towards transformation and delivery, and we hope to be able to, within the next 12 months, be standing in this chamber demonstrating that actual delivery in a meaningful way.
Brian Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, and would the Deputy First Minister agree with me that, in fairness, ministers across departments, all departments have been getting on with making decisions and have made several significant key decisions during the course of her last year in office?
I thank the member for his question. And indeed, look, it's important that we're in a four-party coalition. There will be many different aspirations within all four of those parties, but we are determined to make a real and tangible difference to people's lives on the issues that matter to them. We listened, and we have listened to people in the draft programme for government process. We have heard people need to see those reductions in health waiting lists. People need to see an affordable childcare strategy that is being rolled out and really making that positive impact in terms of families' lives. We need to see that ambitious infrastructure investment, investment in our water, in our schools, on our roads, and we're determined to drive forward, working with colleagues across that executive, so that we can prove and demonstrate the tangible difference and value that the executive is making by the end of this term.
Michelle Guy.
Can I ask the Deputy First Minister what role she will play along with the First Minister to ensure prompt scrutiny of legislation through committees to enable the programme to be completed within this mandate?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her question. It's important to remember that when we ask ministers for the bills to be included in the legislative programme, we don't see the substance of that legislation, and of course, as that comes up for consideration to the executive, there may well be parts of that, if not large parts of that, that everyone is not in agreement with. We're always very conscious of that as a risk, but I think it's also important that that legislation does get to the committee, because the committees play such an important role on the scrutiny of that legislation, the ability to call witnesses, stakeholders, to examine those provisions, and of course that important role of committees to bring forward potentially further amendments to that legislation as well. Of course, ministers can do that by supporting that process where the legislation gets to the committee, but the committees of course have those statutory powers in relation to that. And I think importantly to take the time that is needed by committees to do their job of scrutiny in the way that it needs to be done.
Mark Durgan.
Question 6.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Interdepartmental Working Group was established in 2021 to bring forward advice on the options for an infrastructure commission. A draft paper was produced in early 2022, which set out an initial assessment of options for consideration and as a precursor to a more detailed analysis and development of a business case. Officials are reviewing the draft paper to take into account the developments, including the NIAO follow-up report on major capital programmes and subsequently PAC hearing the SIB report on root causes of delay in progress with the investment strategy. So we are currently considering the report from the recent SIB review. The recommendations from the SIB review will also inform the revision of the draft paper. Decisions on the way forward will be a matter for the executive in due course.
Mr. Durkan.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer. Given the lamentable track record of the Executive in the delivery of major projects that are taking far too much time and costing far too much money, and this isn't just a recent phenomenon, does the Deputy First Minister agree that doing nothing is not an option, and if we don't change how we do things, we won't change how things are done?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. Absolutely. Doing nothing is not an option. We want to improve the processes that we have to make sure that more and more of our capital projects are coming in on time and on budget. Unfortunately, public sector do not do large-scale infrastructure projects well. There's all kinds of reasons for that, not least at the business case stage. It is very much about the projection of costs. You don't actually know those costs until you go out to the private sector and you get the bids in on that. So, of course, there's always a lot of movement around this. But we have tasked SIB and particularly in the context of the development of the investment strategy for Northern Ireland, ISNI. We have tasked them to take a look at those issues that are causing that delay. Everything from the length of time in a business case process, the length of time to go out to procurement, what goes wrong in terms of the rollout of capital projects. I think that the concept of an infrastructure commission is an interesting one, but importantly in all of this, no matter what we decide to do as the way forward, it must improve the way we do capital infrastructure rollout, and that's the absolute test that we'll be applying to any steps forward.
Collier, I could ask the Deputy First Minister whether she agrees with me that investing in infrastructure is key to growing a thriving and prosperous economy, and that any investment must be fair and balanced.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for his question. Absolutely. I want all parts of Northern Ireland to be able to thrive and to succeed. And indeed, I've always said it's very simple. If we can bring those infrastructure projects in on time and on budget, that means we can do more with the capital allocation that we have. If those projects are taking longer and costing more, we can do less with the capital allocation that we have. It's that simple, and that is why there is that huge incentive right across government for us to do better when it comes to big infrastructure rollout and to actually deliver for the people of Northern Ireland on those important projects.
Clark.
Didn't indulge us on the lack of progress that the former minister made when he was in office. However, that said, Minister, could you give us an indication of when the investment strategy will be published?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. The draft ISNI is under active consideration. Part of the challenge around the investment strategy will be the capital budget that we have available. We are currently in a one-year budget. That is frustrating. However, that should not hold back progress on that. But I think it's important to say that that document will be scalable. We will be endeavouring to do everything that we can to maximise the amount of capital funding going into our budget to enable us to do more and to do so strategically.
Moving to topicals, Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy First Minister, you said earlier that you and the First Minister are driving delivery. I'd hate to see the instructor who passed you both in the test. I'd suggest that you need to revisit some of that. But in relation to St Patrick's Day, we're now 1 month from St Patrick's Day. Have you and the First Minister had any conversation, and please be specific, about whether you will attend Washington, specifically the White House, that week?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. Unfortunately, unlike the SDLP, we are not in the spirit of turning down invitations we have not yet received and may never receive, but we will wait to see what comes through in terms of that week. We are planning around, I noticed that the Irish Government have just released their information about their attendance around DC on St Patrick's Week and their activities to promote their issues. I am strongly of the view that we should take every opportunity to stand up for this place and to promote this place, and that includes, if the opportunity is given to us, to engage at the highest possible levels in the US to make our case and to promote Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. My party has always believed in engaging in the US. That doesn't just mean the administration. She and I were both interns many years ago in Washington. I believe in engaging there. But can I say, people in Northern Ireland and elsewhere who have seen in recent weeks the new president suggest ethnic cleansing in Gaza, suspend aid to the world's poorest, and now appear to sacrifice the Ukrainian people to the depredations of Vladimir Putin. Is there nothing that the Trump administration could do that would make you think twice about a photo op in the Oval Office?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be absolutely clear. We will engage with the US administration and with the President of the United States of America for the benefit of the people of Northern Ireland. That includes in relation to trade, that trading relationship which is hugely important. I would gently remind the member that there are many political leaders that one has to engage with that you do not agree with. Last year when I went to DC, I engaged with President Biden, even though on a wide range of issues I fundamentally disagreed with him politically. That is the case in many other areas as well. But what I am not prepared to do is to step away from my own small politics, but rather to step up for the people of Northern Ireland and to engage for the benefit of the people of Northern Ireland with the office of President of the United States and with the administration in the United States.
Philip Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy First Minister, do you agree with me that the outworkings of the current recruitment exercise by the Police Service of Northern Ireland should result in appointments being made on the basis of merit, and that as you continue to lead this executive, you will not endorse the return to discriminatory practices when it comes to employment in the PSNI?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his important question. It is absolutely key that we move forward in this place with that sense of fairness and of equity, and that must be based on the best person for the job and not on discriminatory practices. That is fundamental if this place is going to move forward. I want to encourage as many people as possible from across all backgrounds here in Northern Ireland to step up and to join the PSNI and to play a role in the PSNI. I think it is a very positive thing for people to come forward from all sides of the community. We want to see that, but discrimination is always wrong. These appointments should always be on the basis of merit and merit alone.
Mr. Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Deputy First Minister further agree with me that rather than the nonsense written on the pages of the Belfast Telegraph, that one of the greatest barriers to some people applying to join the police is when they see their political leaders continue to celebrate terrorists who murdered police officers, and that there should be leadership and stop celebrating terrorism? Perhaps then we would see more people apply to join the PSNI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely agree with the member. The people within the PSNI do an incredible job, at times a very difficult job, and I think that we should take the opportunity to say thank you and to pay tribute to all that they do. But likewise, we should pay tribute to the legacy of those who served also in the RUC and did so in defence of so many across this place in the most difficult and darkest of days. We've always said clearly that we will never allow the memory of what they did and the service that they give for the people of Northern Ireland to be besmirched and to be twisted into something that it was not. And indeed, I think the best thing that we can do as political leaders is to stand shoulder to shoulder to encourage all from across all communities to apply and to make it clear to all from across all communities that if you do so, you will not be discriminated against, you will be considered in a fair and open way, and that you will be appointed on merit.
Aoife Finnegan.
Mr. Speaker. And thank you for your answer so far. Does the Deputy First Minister agree with me that the British Government's farmers' inheritance tax will be detrimental to family farms in the north?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to welcome the member to her place as well, and thank you for the supplementary topical question. Indeed, absolutely, there's serious concerns out there within the farming community. I think all of us around this place have listened to the concerns articulated by our hard-working farmers and farming families. We have a strong and honourable tradition in this place of family farming right throughout and right across. We want to protect that. We want to recognise the hard work that they do. You cannot farm if you do not have a farm, and that farm is part and parcel of what you need in order to produce the agri-food, the goods, the necessary products that we so want our farmers to continue to be able to do. Having a farm is not a luxury to be taxed to such an extent that unfortunately those farms could leave families. So this is a key issue. We've raised this with the Chancellor, we've raised this directly with the Prime Minister. This UK Government needs to change tack on this issue and stand up for and protect our farmers, and we will not be silent in continuing to stand up for them.
Ms Finnegan.
Thank you. Will the Deputy First Minister commit again today to working alongside the First Minister and the entire Executive to press for these proposals to be scrapped?
Look, absolutely. As indicated, the UK Government needs to scrap this tax. It is a farm tax on farming families. Instead of taxing our farmers even further, this Government needs to stand up for our farmers and make sure that our farmers can continue doing the hard and great job that they do to support every one of us across Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Deputy First Minister. I'm just wondering if you can give us an update on the timeline for the appointment of Commissioner of Public Appointments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her question. Indeed, we are considering the proposals at the moment, and we hope to go out for advertisement for that role very, very shortly.
Ms Mahold.
Thank you. Would you be able to give us an assessment of how you think the extended vacancy in that position has impacted public opinion of politics and of public appointments?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think it's incredibly important that our public appointments are not only independent and based on merit, but of course that there is that strong perception that they are as well. And indeed, in terms of the public appointments process, I do think that we have to have those discussions around whether or not the process around some of these things is fit for purpose, because it takes a hugely long time for these public appointments to be put in place to the point of readiness to go out for advertisement, and sometimes I think that doesn't match up with what the expectations or the desire of ministers or others may be. It's fine perhaps if you have that lead-in time and that goes out maybe 18 months to 12 months before the end of a particular term, but if that doesn't happen, then you can end up in the situation that we're in at the moment where there isn't a commissioner in place. So I do think that indeed I would endeavour to promise this House that we will take a look at all of those processes to make sure that any prospect of no minister being or no appointment being in place for a period of time is eliminated or reduced significantly.
Can the Minister provide an update on the work of the Truth Recovery Independent Panel?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank the member for his important question. He will be aware that work is ongoing in terms of this area. A huge tribute to all of those who have worked so hard to get it to this point. I know for some that it is a point of frustration, but of course there are many different elements of this that have been recommended by the original proposals and that we're going forward with. We are very shortly to go out, hopefully, with the legislation. We are currently considering some of those policy issues. It just finished the consultation, so there's some big policy areas to be agreed with that as well, but I think that will be a positive move forward as well in terms of this particular area.
Mr de Largy.
Thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer. Does she agree that it's an important step to ensure that experiences are heard and for lessons to be learned?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Look, absolutely, you will be aware that we have gone out with that call, supporting that call of evidence for people to come forward to tell their personal stories. It is an opportunity for people to tell of their lived experience. And while it may be, I have no doubt, very, very difficult for those people to come forward and to go through that process, it is such an important part of what we're trying to do to get to the truth of what happened. So I do want to take the opportunity to encourage as many people as possible to come forward to this part of the work, to share their experiences and to tell their stories and their lived experience to contribute to this.
Ciara Ferguson.
Mr Speaker, my constituency of Foyle has concerningly witnessed an increase in attacks on violence against women and girls, and it's important that we are doing everything we can to stop this stain on society. Can the Deputy First Minister update me on the rollout of the strategic framework to end violence against women and girls? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for her question, and indeed, as indicated previously, the First Minister and I, when we came into these posts just over a year ago, this was a key area of importance for us. We wanted to push forward with this, and not just to deliver the strategy, but of course to deliver the framework as well, because that is where the action is in all of this. And I'm really pleased that the change funds have come out, not just in terms of region-wide, but of course through local councils as well. So those are now, I think, open in most councils, a call for applications from local groups that will be working in these areas, particularly around the area of prevention. This work is incredibly important, but we also know that the groups on the ground do such valuable work. They see the challenges, they know the issues, and they're able best, I think, they are in the best position to be able to step forward with these projects and initiatives as well. So we expect that the first of those will be able to roll out from about the 1st of April.
Ms Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for your answer thus far. Does the Deputy First Minister agree with me that although this strategy is most definitely a first positive step, we must continue making ending violence against women and girls a top priority?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for her questions. I am pleased that this has been prioritised within the programme for government. We want to make clear that this is a priority for us. Every single act of violence towards a woman or girl, every death of a woman or girl through that violence is wrong. It needs to stop. We want to do everything that we can, not just to reduce but to eliminate that. I think that will be a combination of factors, but including that political leadership, which I think we've all shown right throughout this House thus far. But of course, those actions around prevention are key. It will not be done tomorrow or next week or next month. We know that this is something that needs to be invested in now in order to see those results further down the line. That can be working within schools, primary schools, post-primary, community groups within communities, and importantly within families, all around calling out and challenging those issues that give rise to violence against women and girls.
Alan Chambers.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Deputy First Minister for her assessment of the recent criticism aimed at the Billboard campaign of anti-paramilitarism posters by a former Finance Minister and Lord Mayor of Belfast, Mr. Máisín Ó Muilleoir, in that he feels they stigmatise the community in West Belfast?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. As we've said clearly in this place before, we must all stand united against the scourge of paramilitarism. There was never any justification for terrorism or paramilitarism. There's no role for that today in 2025, just as there was no role for that at any time during the last number of decades in this place. Certainly in terms of this Billboard campaign, that is designed to push forward with the agenda of the removal of any last traces of paramilitarism within communities. But I think it's also important that we don't stigmatise communities. There's some incredibly good work that is happening. I've always said this, when you look to those areas very often where there have been some problems by a small minority of people, that within those communities are great organisations doing fantastic work. There are people and families and communities doing so much in terms of volunteering, really changing their communities from within. So I think the key message today is that we are here to support those who are doing good, those who want to move on. We will not leave anybody behind. We will work with people in terms of moving them on. But when it comes to those who are engaged in criminal or paramilitary activity, it needs to stop, it needs to be stamped out, and it needs a criminal justice response.
We now move to questions to the Minister of Finance, and I call Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
The last time the Executive was in the position to set a multi-year budget was 2011 to 2015. The Executive can only set a budget to reflect the period covered by the spending review announced by the Treasury. This is why there are single-year budgets for 24-25 and 25-26. The next phase of the Treasury spending review is expected to be announced in June 2025. It will set the Executive's funding envelope for day-to-day expenditure known as Resource Dale from 2026 to 2028-2029. There will be an additional year for Capital Dale, which funds investment in assets, bringing it up to 2029-2030. Given that the Treasury spending review will provide the Executive with funding for a 3-year period, 2026 to 2027, and resource for a further year, I intend to set multi-year budgets to reflect this timeframe.
Mr. Chambers.
Speaker, would the Minister agree that the task of producing a multi-year budget is made more difficult by the absence of a costed programme for government, and that such a cycle of multi-year budgets would assist delivery of long-term strategies, particularly in health?
Mr. Minister.
The member will be aware that the programme for government will be set by the Executive, and I look forward to that publication of that important document. But that process doesn't prevent, and has never prevented, the Executive of publishing a multi-year budget. We have to align to the Treasury spend, and if the Treasury set a spending review for 1 year, then I'm legally obliged to bring forward a budget to this House for 1 year. Thankfully, all indications are that the spending review is now going to be multi-year, and I think that will be a game changer for the Executive and all our departments in the delivery of public services. So the quicker that announcement is made, and I hopefully that we don't see, as a result of the spending review, further cuts to public spending, but increased spending, then I think it allows us to set a very positive pathway forward for our public services.
I call John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, and in addition to the previous question, could I ask if the Minister would agree that repeated cycles of collapse of government has also prevented Northern Ireland from having multi-year budgets?
Sir.
Well, instability within politics certainly doesn't help any cause in the sense of delivering our public services. I think we should all be focused on honouring and delivering the agreements we've all signed up to and which created this place. That will give us the best course for stability.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. And I would like to ask just how much additional funding the interim fiscal framework has secured for public services here.
Minister.
Members will be aware that as a result of the work of my predecessor and others, the Executive now has spending at 124% needs-based factor, which is applied to the Barnett consequentials. The application of the 124% needs-based factor in the interim fiscal framework has resulted in an additional $431.4 million of additional funding through the Barnett formula for the Executive. This alone has provided an additional $184 million to the Executive funds this year. So it has been significant. For next year's spend, it has provided at this stage $247.6 million for the 25-26 budget.
I call Jerry Carroll. Minister.
Public consultation is one of the fundamental steps in terms of ensuring any proposed measures are fair and equitable. In terms of my own department, we are currently engaging in a process of consultation on domestic policy proposals, building upon last year's work. This launched on the 29th of January, accompanied by associated impact screening work. The proposals aim to make the domestic system fair and more progressive. My department is now working on a strategic roadmap for rating, and in 25-26 that work will focus on non-domestic side of the tax and how that system can also be made further. Other revenue-raising measures in government outside the remit of the Department of Finance are responsibility of individual departments. It is, however, my expectation that departments take appropriate impact assessments as part of their scoping analysis.
Mr. Carroll.
For the answer, Minister, corporate profits are record levels. What discussion have taken place either in your new department or on the Executive to move ahead with devolving corporation tax in order to raise it to make account of those record corporate profits?
Minister.
Well, the member will be aware of the work of the Fiscal Commission, and it's currently continuing its work in relation to evidence gathering in relation to Barnett consequentials and how this place should be funded. I would like to see one of the next phases of that body is to look at how we devolve further taxation powers to the Executive, and in doing so we would also have to examine the implications of those taxation powers and how we use them. But as with most of the limited taxation powers we have in terms of the rates, all these matters come through the Assembly eventually for a vote.
Pat Shane.
Could the Minister tell us what support is available for domestic ratepayers?
There's wide-ranging support for domestic ratepayers, such as housing benefit for non-working age citizens, low-income rate relief for non-working age citizens, lone pensioner allowance for those over the age of 70, farmhouse allowance, clergy persons exemption, early payment discount, landlord's allowance and empty property rates, just to name a few, but I will be happy to supply the member with a complete list of all support that is available for domestic ratepayers.
Jonathan Buckley.
Perhaps when considering revenue raising, the Minister could perhaps look at wasteful spend in his own department, where it has been revealed that they are still funding the radical, discredited Stonewall charity through the Department of Finance. A charity that has been associated with radical gender policies upon underage children, a charity that has also got its funding removed from all Whitehall departments. So can I ask the Minister, will he be the man to step up to remove this funding and adopt a policy of spend less and tax less?
Minister.
Well, I'm not sure. I think it's around £2,500 currently. We supply the correct figure. It's in around that, somewhere in the region, which is given to Stonewall each year for services to the department and advice to the department as well. As with all advice, the department doesn't have to take that advice on board, but we are a fair employer department. We are an inclusive department. We want to see a workforce which has all its rights and entitlements in place, and we will take that advice from a number of sources as well. And as I say, we don't always have to take that advice on board, but I do think it is important that we are reaching out to a wide range of organisations for that advice.
John Stewart.
Minister, as councils start to strike their rates, local businesses, particularly independent retailers in city and town centres, are seeing their rates go up and up again. If we're truly serious about town centre, village and city regeneration, can we look at a package for domestic or commercial rates that actually rebalances that and takes the focus away from our independent and small retailers?
Minister.
My predecessor, Dr. Archibald, has commissioned a piece of work to look at the cost of doing business with Ulster University. I look forward to receiving that report and examining the evidence base within that report. I think it's important, as my predecessor had done, that we move forward on the basis of evidence, and we gather the evidence, move forward on the basis of the evidence, and we collect data, and we're data-driven. So evidence-based, data-driven decisions will be continued within this department.
Durgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far.
Often and correctly championed public transport and spoke of the need to incentivise the use of public transport by reducing fares, etc. Given that a key component in his predecessor's budget sustainability plan includes the increase of TransLink fares, has the Minister had a chance to reconsider this?
I think I went back in time. Now the Minister for Finance, not the Minister for DFI. But those are decisions for the Department for Infrastructure. And while we, as an executive, we want to see revenue raising form part of each of our departments where they can in a fair and equitable manner, which helps drive forward the economy. Individual decisions for ministers are individual decisions for ministers.
Philip McGuigan.
Question 3.
Apologies. The Executive agreed to allocate $17.4 million to help departments deal with the impact of Storm Éowyn. The Department of Communities will receive $1.4 million towards a range of pressures, including the Emergency Financial Assistance Scheme. The Department of Education will receive $3 million for school building repairs. The Department of Health will receive $4 million towards repairs to physical damage to the health and social care estates and public safety estate. The Department of Infrastructure will receive $8 million towards a range of pressures, including repairs, remedial action, lost income and alternative water supply. The Department of Justice will receive $1 million for additional policing costs due to assisting other emergency service partners in the repair of damage to infrastructure across the region. Although the assessments of the true costs of the storm are yet to be fully quantified, given the unprecedented scale of Storm Éowyn, the available funding was allocated quickly to departments to help them to respond to its impact.
I call Mr. McGuigan.
Good. Thank the Minister for his answer and the detail contained in it. And given the unprecedented scale of the damage caused by Storm Éowyn, can I further ask the Minister if he intends asking the Treasury for further support for costs involved due to the storm?
In the immediate aftermath of the storm, my predecessor had discussions with the Secretary of State. I will have continued discussions with both the Treasury and the Secretary of State, and as the true costs of the storm come forward, I will assess as to whether it is appropriate to make a reserve claim of the Treasury in regards to those costs. At this stage, I don't have all the figures available to me, as the departments are still involved in the clean-up, but once those figures have become available to me, I will assess whether it is the right thing to do, or if we can cover those costs from within any underspend within the department or within departments as we head towards the end of the financial year.
Sir Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, can you tell the House, in respect of the money which you have allocated to the Department of Communities, what discussions you've had with that Minister to determine whether or not he can enter into a compensation scheme for those who lost electricity for a long period of time, particularly with regards to the loss of food from freezers, etc.?
Minister.
I've had no discussions with the Department of Communities Minister at this stage in regards to that matter. The funding was allocated on the basis of a call-out to departments, and while there was, in fairness to all departments, it had to be a very quick turnaround because the money came on us at a very late notice from the Treasury, but it will be for departments to allocate that money where they feel the most need is.
Patsy Midlothian.
Thank you. Minister, just specifically on that point, as you know, the rural areas suffered very, very badly as a result of Storm Éowyn. Can you advise just how or what direction has been given to those various departments as to how they might in fact prioritise those rural areas, and indeed what assistance, practical assistance, will they be giving to services and other issues in those rural areas?
Minister.
Again, these are matters for individual ministers. My predecessor, just before I came into post, received notification from the Treasury that some funding was available. It was moved on very, very quickly. A letter was issued to executive departments to respond. Executive departments did respond, and funding was allocated on that basis. So it's up to each individual department as to how they allocate that funding and what services they support as a result of that funding.
Dan Armstrong.
And thank you to the Minister for his answers to this point. Minister, in Fermanagh, South Tyrone, I'm aware of some householders still without telecommunications at this point. So my question is similar to Mr McGuigan's supplementary. It's to ask if any extra monies will be made available in subsequent rounds for further damage that becomes apparent with the slow restoration of services by utility companies.
Minister.
There's two aspects at least to this issue. There is support for public bodies and government agencies, which I am directly responsible for along with my executive colleagues. And in our initial response to Storm Éowyn, we were able to allocate £17 million or thereabouts. The responsibility there for other matters, such as utilities, setting aside NI Water as a publicly owned company, rests with those companies. So whether it is electricity, whether it is broadband or internet connections, etc., I think there's a huge onus on those individual companies to ensure that they look after their customers in the wake of this storm and ensure that customers are properly compensated for loss.
Kieran Nigel.
Please.
Minister.
The pace of technology change is rapid, and it's crucial that we understand the transformative power of AI and how it can be harnessed to benefit our society, but in a responsible and controlled manner. AI presents many opportunities for the public sector to automate routine tasks, streamline processes and improve the management of public resources. My department has been taking forward a number of small-scale proof-of-value projects to examine the use of AI in a measured way, to understand how this technology can deliver value in the public sector. I am aware that other departments are utilising AI to assist with the delivery of their services, as well as others beginning to pilot and test the value of AI adoption. My department has established an AI working group made up of digital leaders from across departments to share emerging findings and take on board learnings, including from other jurisdictions.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister. World-leading work in artificial intelligence is happening in my constituency of South Belfast with Kainos, Queen's, business sector ready to go. Does the Minister agree with me that given its potential to boost economic growth and productivity, the opportunities that lie there, the Assembly needs to be really intentional and urgent in its action? And are you satisfied that a working group is sufficient to drive forward the work that needs to be taken forward?
Sir.
I can imagine the headlines in some of the newspapers tomorrow as they say the Assembly discusses artificial intelligence and what their suggestions may be. But in terms of a working group at this stage, I think is sufficient or an effective response to where we are at this stage. As has been said, it's rapidly changing, and developments in it can and will help deliver public services moving forward, but we have to do it in an ethical way. We have to ensure that, for instance, matters such as data protection are protected, that human dignity is protected, and that all service users are comfortable interacting with the AI, if it's a front-facing service, or the services we use behind the scenes, even in terms of document reading or document interrogation, etc. So I have already had discussions with officials around this matter. I'm satisfied at this stage we're on the right path, but I do believe it is something that deserves and will have careful monitoring from myself.
Ciara Ferguson.
Can I ask the Minister what measures have been implemented to ensure the ethical use of artificial intelligence? Thank you.
Sure.
As I say, we have started a number of pilots within my own department, and I know other departments and government agencies are using them, and we've set up our working group to have an initial view of this and learn from other state providers and other states who are at a much advanced stage than we are. As I said to the previous questioner, I think one of the most important things is that we protect people's personal data, that those who are interfacing with the system, if they are public side facing, that everyone feels comfortable in doing it, and that we aren't simply replacing staff with AI because it is a cost efficient manner of doing things. You cannot simply measure the contribution of staff on the basis of pounds, shillings and pence. There's greater measures that have to be taken into account before you simply have this as a mathematical equation. It can't be a mathematical equation. There's too many elements to it to understand before decisions are made.
Mr McNulty.
Reassuring to hear your position, Minister, on that. Given the concerns in the civil service, what safeguards and what guarantees will you put in place to ensure that any AA adopted in the civil service is to support employees and not to replace them?
Well, I've given my commitment to this House today that I will be taking careful and personal consideration of this matter and oversight of this matter as this area of technological advancement increases rapidly. We have all witnessed significant technological advancement in our own lifetimes, which has in many ways provided and made public services much better, more efficient, and ensured that we're able to deliver services to as many people as possible in constrained budgetary times. But as I said previously, it's not simply a case of pounds, shillings and pence. You cannot carry out this equation on the basis of cost alone, or in simple costs alone. There's many elements that have to be taken on board, and I can assure the member that the fullest examination of this will be taken forward before any radical decisions are made.
Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That'll be question 5, Minister. Thank you.
I raised this issue on my introductory call with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury on the 5th of February. I will also use the Finance Interministerial Standing Committee meeting due to take place later this month to highlight the issue with the Chief Secretary again in person. In advance of this meeting, I have attended a trilateral meeting with my counterparts in the Welsh and Scottish governments. Both have expressed similar concerns around the financial effect of this change in policy within their jurisdictions. This follows my predecessor writing to the Chief Secretary of the Treasury 3 times, raising concerns in relation to the potential cost impact of the planned changes to the employer, national insurance contributions on central and local government here, and asking the Treasury to meet the full costs of the impact. This is a fluid and evolving issue, but what is clear is that a policy change introduced by Westminster, which is going to have a financial impact on the public sector here, on the voluntary and community sectors and others who deliver public services. In my view, therefore, it is only right and proper that the British Government meets the full cost of this change. Otherwise, it is going to have a negative effect on the delivery of public services and on those who depend on them.
Mr Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. You have somewhat answered my supplementary, but as part of ongoing engagement, will the Department be working with counterparts in other devolved regions to lobby the Treasury on this issue? Thank you.
There's a meeting of the FIS Committee in Cardiff, I think it's the 27th of February. And as I say, we've already had a pre-meeting with my Scottish and Welsh counterparts in regards to that matter. And I will, and I'm sure they will be raising this meeting directly with the Treasury officials at that meeting.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. Minister, you have a well-earned reputation for plain speaking, but I'm afraid you're not living up to that reputation today, because I am still absolutely none the wiser of how much this is going to cost the Executive. You must know, and if you don't know, then you're not doing, and welcome to your job, Minister. I'm sure you've had a baptism of fire, but your officials should be able to tell you like that at the click of a button in a spreadsheet how much this is going to cost the Executive and the wider public sector. Your predecessor had various different accounts of it. Please, can you tell us now, how much is this going to cost the Northern Ireland Executive and the wider public sector?
Minister, your level of wisdom or lack of it does not fall within my remit. But I can assure the member that my predecessor and I have pressed this issue home. We need to, first of all, understand exactly how the British Government is going to respond to their commitment to support the public sector with borne consequentials as a result of their decision to increase national insurance contributions. When I have that information confirmed to me, I will inform my executive colleagues, I will inform the committee, and I will inform this House. I suspect, as my predecessor rightly did, we are going to face a significant financial challenge as a result of that decision. So whatever we end up here, it's not going to be good news. But I accept that certainty is better than uncertainty, and I will continue to press for that certainty.
Dan Forsyth.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. But to follow on from the previous question, whenever the announcement was made by the government back in October, charities and businesses in my constituency were able to tell me it's costing them £11,400, £42,150. People knew exactly within days how much it was going to cost them. We're still looking at responses in a ballpark of over £200 million. And I just want to ask you, how much is it going to cost Northern Ireland Public Services for this increase?
Minister.
The figure is in around £200 million increased costs for the public sector, for councils and for the community and voluntary sector. The missing part of the equation is this. I don't know how much the Treasury are going to give to the Executive as a result of the Barnett consequences they plan to make in Whitehall. That's the missing part of the equation. And some of the estimates we have received, even from within our own departments, or from the community and voluntary sector, or from councils, are fluid in the sense of changing workforce numbers, etc., etc., etc. But around £200 million. How much has come from the Treasury? Nothing has been confirmed to us yet.
Over.
Please.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 6 and 15 together. My department has repeatedly highlighted the challenges facing our hospitality industry to the Treasury, particularly in relation to the high VAT rates faced by business here relative to the South. Unfortunately, the British Government, which is responsible for setting VAT rates, has been so far unwilling to address this. My department continues to support the local hospitality sector through, for example, significant rate support, with 65% of the hospitality sector in receipt of support via the Small Business Relief Scheme. My department has also commissioned an independent study into the cost of doing business here, which will consider the impact of North-South VAT differentials. I will continue to make the case for a reduction in VAT to enable our hospitality sector to compete on a level playing field in the all-island economy. This is an issue which I will raise with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury at the next Finance Interministerial Standing Committee meeting, which is to be held later this month.
Colin Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers. Minister, can I ask, what plans do you have as Minister specifically to support businesses in Northern Ireland, especially the hospitality industry?
Minister.
Well, as I said in the original answer, there is significant support to small and medium enterprise businesses through the Rates Relief Scheme, which we operate, which I think gives welcome support to local businesses here. On the question of VAT, the member will be aware that neither I, the Executive, or this House has any powers in relation to the reduction or increase on VAT for that matter, so therefore it is outside my and our remit to offer support in that regard. But I do think the cost of doing business reports commissioned by my predecessor will be invaluable in us approaching Treasury and others in our support of those businesses, because it's quite evident that we need an evidence base to approach Treasury with. Look at the fiscal report, that proved very, very beneficial and persuasive in our argument, and we also need the data to back up our argument. So evidence-based, data-driven is the way forward.
Guy Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers. Minister, I'm confident of the offering that our hospitality sector has in Northern Ireland and what they provide, but they need your support and the support of the Executive. Minister, will you commit to meeting with those representative bodies, such as Hospitality Ulster, to listen to their ideas that they have in terms of how they can be supported to improve the hospitality industry here in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
I'm always willing to meet key stakeholders in our society and discuss these matters out and listen to their ideas and proposals around that. I've already met with a number of different sectors within society, and I will continue to do so. I'm offering a round table to the broader business community, and I've no doubt this subject will arise there going forward, but always happy to meet the sector.
Colin McGrath.
In the towns such as Warrenpoint and Rostrevor in my constituency will be impacted by this as consumers choose where to eat, drink and stay. And further, given that your own colleagues voted for a motion in this House last week, can I ask that you will continue to do everything that you can to impress upon those British ministers the need for change here, given the fact that the other regions don't share a land border with somewhere that has a different VAT rate?
I can assure the member that's my intention. And going equipped with evidence and the data is the best way to bring forward that argument.
McMurray.
Sorry, question number 7, please, Speaker.
Minister.
I will firstly provide an update on the proposed changes to domestic rating policy. On the 29th of January, the Department launched a 12-week consultation on 2 domestic rating measures. The consultation builds on work undertaken by my department last year. I will encourage people to respond. In terms of specifics, the first proposal to elevate the maximum capital value used for rates bills from $400,000 to $485,000. The second proposal is to reduce the early payment discount from its current 4% discount to 2%. The consultation closes off year 1 of a planned 10-year strategic review cycle of rate supports being progressed by my department. The work for year 2, 25-26, will move on to non-domestic side of rating. It will start by reviewing the Small Business Rates Relief Scheme and non-domestic vacant rating exclusion. The 2 key policy areas highlighted by key stakeholders since the restoration of the Executive last year. That work will also build upon research work being undertaken by the Ulster University into the cost of doing business. A piece of work which was commissioned, as I've said previously, by my predecessor, but will also allow us to approach Treasury and others with an informed, evidence-based argument.
Mr. McMurray.
Minister, but given the current economic climate for small and medium-sized businesses in the hospitality and retail sectors, why is the Minister consulting on small business relief in year 2 of the strategic review rather than year 1, given the urgency in some of our town centres?
Well, the work programme has been set out in a way to be able to respond to issues. But however, if a decision is made in Whitehall which doesn't particularly fit into the programme of work we have set, it's sometimes difficult for us to reprioritise our work streams. And we are working with limited resources within the department as well. We don't have an infinite supply of staff and resources to carry out these matters. So the domestic rating policy is important. And I think it's important that we continue that work, and we will move as quickly as possible into the Small Business Rate Relief Scheme and the other scheme as well. I can assure the member of that.
Time to move on to topical questions, and I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, your party's Assembly election manifesto in 2022 committed to, quote, seek greater devolution of fiscal powers to better equip the Assembly to target resources and develop progressive taxation policies. The Executive has been back a year and we have seen limited progress in that. So can I ask specifically, how do you intend to fulfil that manifesto pledge on fiscal devolution?
Minister.
The member will be aware that all parties stand on their manifesto, and if elected to the Executive, they then have to work in a power-sharing executive with executive colleagues and agree a work programme. And that's what we have done since we have come back. But in specifics to the issue, I said in an earlier question to one of the members that the Fiscal Council has done great work in terms of the 124. They're doing further work in terms of a needs-based assessment moving forward. And when they complete that work, one of the programmes of work I would like them to take up is in terms of how we look at greater devolution of fiscal authority and powers to the Assembly. So it is a programme of work I have planned out and want to see complete as soon as possible.
Mr. O'Toole.
In fact, earlier on you mentioned the Fiscal Commission. The Fiscal Commission doesn't exist anymore. It reported 3 years ago. So far there has been virtually no progress on delivering any of its findings. You mentioned earlier on the rating review cycle. Your predecessor said that would take 10 years. A Fiscal Commission that reported and nothing happens on it for 3 years. A rating review that takes 10 years to deliver any outcomes in a cycle. Isn't it the case that you, and I'm afraid your party, because you have now had the two previous finance ministers, talk a great game on fiscal devolution, but you do absolutely nothing to deliver it?
Minister.
Well, the member's proven himself wiser than I thought he was in terms of commissions and councils, so thank you very much for that. I'm not here to respond to the Sinn Féin manifesto in relation to any matters. I'm here as a member of a power-sharing executive which has to work collaboratively to deliver the public services to people that people want and need. So I'm more than happy at any time to have a debate with the member about the Sinn Féin manifesto. But as I've said out to him, I have a work programme in plan to carry out the very work that he is keen for me to carry out. And I hope, and no doubt, he will be supportive of that work when it commences.
Gerald Brownlee.
Speaker, Minister, a recent ANI Audit Office report published that the Northern Ireland public sector's current portfolio of major capital projects will cost £2.45 billion more to complete than was originally estimated. As part of the report, skills shortages were recognised as a major concern to the successful delivery of these projects. So, Minister, what steps is the Department taking to identify and fill the critical skills gap within the Northern Ireland Civil Service that is clearly impacting on the delivery of major capital projects?
Well, can I say I've heard some of the public discourse about this issue, and I think it's a huge mistake and also wrong to blame the civil service on this. We're all responsible for the delivery of public projects and capital projects, and it's worth noting, and I say this advisedly, every time, and the PAC do excellent work, but every time the PAC publish a report and ask for more layers of bureaucracy to be placed on top of the already layers of bureaucracy we have in place to deliver projects, that will cause further delays because you have to deliver on the layers of bureaucracy to get over the layers of bureaucracy to get to build the thing you want to build. So even from a ministerial point of view and committee's point of view, I would urge caution on this matter and say that sometimes you don't need new governance. You have to ensure that the governance that is in place is properly implemented and delivered. So the priority is to get the project delivered as much in budget as you possibly can, as quickly as you can. And the other factors in relation to increased budgetary costs are this. Over this last number of years, we've had COVID, we've had the Ukraine war, we've had a significantly increase in construction inflation, which has caused projects to rapidly increase. And we also face a number of our projects with significant legal challenges as well. So, yes, there's a role for the civil service, there's a role for politicians, there's a role for us all. But I do think I would caution members at pointing the sole finger of blame at our civil service.
Ms. Brownlee.
I don't think anybody is placing the sole blame on the civil service, but you know, it has been acknowledged this is £2.45 billion. This isn't small change here, and it was recognised within the report that your department did establish a commercial delivery group. Are you aware of this and what actually has been done?
I'm aware of the report and I'm aware of the comments within the report, and the usual way of responding to these reports is when the PAC will forward the report to the sponsor department and also to my department for a formal response, and that's how this will be dealt with through the formal processes. I'm not in any way underestimating or undervaluing the over-commitment of £2.49 billion. It is huge, but let's understand all the aspects of how we got there. And when you understand all the aspects of how you got there, then you will find the answer and the solution more readily available, rather than a headline blaming civil servants.
Phil Guy.
Minister, I'm sure that you are acutely aware of the experiences of many families out there in relation to paying for childcare costs at the moment, and that the increase in national insurance is actually prompting an increase in fees now that's putting pressure and negating the impact of existing government support schemes. What more can your department do to help families with the cost of childcare?
It has to be said that the executive, since coming back in February of last year, has made significant strides in relation to childcare. Working collectively and together has seen significant investment towards childcare. For instance, the 25-26 draft budget increases the allocation for short-term supportive measures to 50 million. the biggest spend ever by any executive in relation to childcare costs. But I accept the member's point that costs are continuing to rise in the sector, and therefore costs are continuing to rise for parents. This falls into the discussion and conversation we were having in the earlier section of question time in relation to knowing fully the consequences of the decision made by the Chancellor around national insurance costs. Once I know those, I am in a better position to inform the Executive, the Assembly and this body, and then decisions will have to be made in a collective way by the Executive as to where the limited amount of support we'll be able to deliver, where it goes.
Mrs. Guy.
Thank you for the answer, Minister. Will you make representations to the UK Government to see about getting an increase in tax-free childcare allowance, please?
Minister.
Yes, I'm more than happy to do so. I think any measures we can take to support parents with childcare and the childcare sector are important, not only for the individual families involved, but also for the broader economy as well.
Honeyford.
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister give us an update on the work his department is doing around the regulation of property management companies?
Minister.
I'm not aware of the work at this stage, but I'm more than happy to respond to the member in writing.
Mr. Honeyford.
No problem. Thank you. Appreciate the Minister is not long in the office. I have met officials in his department recently to feedback some of the information that comes from my own in Lagan Valley, where we've got constituents that have no voice at all within this, and some can't sell houses. So if the Minister could give us a commitment to look at this from himself, and then hopefully there's work happening within the department that can be brought forward and implemented within this mandate.
More than happy to do so, and we will have common cause in terms of supporting those who are facing challenges in the housing market, and where my department can help and where we can assist, we will do so.
Jay Kelly.
Can I ask the Minister to outline the work within the department in response to the storm, Ewan, and the recovery efforts, please?
Sure.
As I outlined in the earlier session to colleague, we have made significant investments on behalf of the Executive to all the majority of departments who made bids for funding and support through that. The member will also be aware, just in terms of the Department of Finance, there's been significant damage in around the Stormont estate. Probably around 200 trees have been felled. Some of them date back many, many years and have seen much history through this building and through the land around the building. So significant damage done there, investment in clearing up. There's still an assessment of the scale of that damage and how much it's going to cost in total to repair that. But from a point of view of supporting other executive departments, I've outlined the funding we've provided and the damage caused in particular to the Stormont estate.
Mr. Kelly.
And I appreciate you gave this detail out, but given the concerns around climate change and the possibility, probably the probability that extreme weather events such as the storm we've witnessed will be more frequent, could the Minister outline any forward-looking work which is being undertaken, appreciating that you're still dealing with
Minister.
the work?
I'm actively working in collaboration, particularly with the DAERA Minister, in relation to such issues as the Green Growth Strategy, climate change activities, etc. It is going to continue to be a challenge, I think, over the next number of years, and given the budgetary constraints the Executive faces, it is very, very difficult to set aside a financial pot for emergencies. We have been relatively lucky in many ways over this last number of storms where we have been able to respond, teams of dedicated staff out on the ground. We've been able to respond financially to those. We still await the full costings of that, but I would like to be in a position moving forward to set aside an emergency pot of funding to ensure that we can respond to these emergencies as they arise, but given the constrained nature of our budget this time, it's very, very difficult to do so.
Declan McAleer.
Provide an update on the social value in procurement policy, Lady Hall.
The revised public procurement note on scoring social value is effective from the 24th of February 2025. One of the main revisions of the policy note is in connection in terms of the previous question in relation to climate change. The revised policy expands on delivering climate action, includes more indicators, more focus on climate adaptation, etc., and a greater understanding of actually in terms of the benefit of delivering social value through public procurement exercises and the benefit that brings to local communities and the economy.
Mr. McAleer.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, you referenced climate change in this question and indeed in response to the previous question. And how, in your assessment, can social value help in tackling climate change?
Well, in terms of the significant expenditure our departments carry out, we have to ensure that that investment is not creating further adverse impacts on the climate, and that we're taking measures which actually support the objectives of the Climate Change Act and the other strategies that have been brought forward by various government or executive departments, in particular the Department of the Environment and Rural Affairs. So we have a huge opportunity here through our procurement to act in the public good, and particularly in relation to carrying out measures which support our climate change objectives and create opportunities for change.
Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, can you provide the House with your assessment of the effectiveness of the Northern Ireland Civil Service Dignity at Work scheme?
Sorry, Chair, I missed the last of that question.
Minister, can you give the House an assessment of the effectiveness of the Northern Ireland Civil Service Dignity at Work scheme?
Well, I think, I'm far from an expert on this matter, but it's one of those policies that when it works, it works. But if you're an individual who believes that you haven't been receiving dignity at work, then it hasn't worked for you. So I think that there's always lessons to be learned in any policy, and that the real life experiences of staff are the most important barometer to which measure any of these things.
Okay, we move on then to the urgent oral question. Jonathan Buckley has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. I ask the clerk to read the question.
To ask the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to outline what steps he is taking to support farm businesses as well as the wider poultry industry following the suspected case of avian influenza in County Tyrone.
Minister.
An investigation was instigated on Friday, the 14th of February of this year at premises near Dungannon, County Tyrone, after a number of mortalities in a commercial poultry flock. Preliminary results have indicated the presence of highly pathogenic avian influenza H5N1. The unit is a family-run farm, so my thoughts are with the family concerned at this time. Temporary disease control zones have been imposed around the premises to limit the spread of disease. The movement of poultry and captive birds, carcasses, eggs, used poultry litter and manure are restricted and require licences to be moved into or out of the zones. My department has taken swift action to prevent further incursions by progressing the necessary measures following the establishment of control zones, including licensing requirements and surveillance activities. Humane culling of the birds is also underway at the premises. I would like to thank all officials involved in the response to date. I took the decision to introduce an avian influenza prevention zone across Northern Ireland from Saturday, the 18th of January of this year. The avian influenza prevention zone includes mandatory stringent biosecurity measures. The avian influenza prevention zone will remain in place until this risk reduces. I also introduced a housing order as part of the current avian influenza prevention zone. This came into force today. The decision aligned with the introduction of a housing order in the Republic of Ireland. The President of the Ulster Farmers Union commented earlier that the housing order now in place is the right choice. In addition, a ban on gatherings of poultry has been introduced in conjunction with this housing order. Their officials have met with key industry stakeholders over the weekend and will continue to liaise closely with them and colleagues in Great Britain and the Republic of Ireland as the situation develops. The need for continuous, excellent biosecurity to prevent further incursions will continue to be highlighted by my department as a crucial way to protect the national flock.
Jonathan Buckley.
Speaker, and it's fair to say that this issue has caused significant concern and distress
to many poultry farmers across Northern Ireland, an industry that is worth hundreds of millions to the Northern Ireland economy. I could say it is regrettable, Minister, that you are here answering this question today via urgent oral. I think given the seriousness of the issue that the House and indeed the wider agri-sector would have expected a ministerial statement at the very least. So can I ask the Minister, at a recent committee meeting, your officials suggested that there had been no budget set aside for avian flu. Can the Minister provide clarity on the financial situation facing farmers in relation to this particular issue? And can he also respond to the direct criticism of the Ulster Farmers Union, who said that the closure order came too late?
Minister.
First of all, I want to put on record my thanks to the officials within my department. Officials were working all weekend until late last night on site dealing with the issue. I spoke to Chief Veterinary Officer late last night and he outlined to me the efforts that are being undertaken in dealing with this. And what I did is I prioritised them being on site and dealing with this, and I'm happy to come to this chamber in terms of answering the questions, and I've also been engaging with the media on this. So it's something I'm very much want to put on record my thanks to the officials for the work they're doing, and I'm happy to come here and engage with members on this issue. I also want to put on record my thanks to the farmers across Northern Ireland, and particularly the poultry industry, who are working in close partnership with us in relation to this issue, and I'm very much grateful for that. I spoke to the President of the Ulster Farmers Union last night, and we all agreed the most important thing that needs to come from all of this is to emphasise the message about biosecurity and how key that is. Lastly, in relation to compensation, my department will pay the compensation for the birds killed as a result of this outbreak. There is a really important issue here about supporting the poultry industry, and I will work within the budget that I have within my department to cover the compensation around these issues, because it's important we give that assistance to the farming community in Northern Ireland. That's what I'm committed to doing.
Minister for his response and indeed for liaising with myself and the chair of the committee last night about this. Minister, I understand that this was a closed flock of birds. Have you any assessment at this stage as to how that contamination came in the first place, where it came from?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr McAleer, for your question. What this does is this highlights the highly pathogenic nature of avian influenza. The poultry farm in question is a really excellent operation, and the flock, as I understand, as a result of initial investigations, was housed. And what it highlights is the importance of biosecurity here in Northern Ireland, doing all what we can to protect the national flock. And biosecurity can have a 44-fold impact in terms of dealing with this. And that's why I moved very quickly to put a zone across the whole of Northern Ireland mandating those biosecurity measures. And in addition to that, I've moved in relation to housing. There's many stories across England and Scotland where farms have been really badly affected as a result of avian influenza, and we've worked really hard in conjunction with the poultry industry to keep it out of Northern Ireland, and sadly that it has arrived and we're working to address it. There's one example of late in England where avian influenza came on board a farm, and over 1 million birds unfortunately had to be killed. It just gives us a highlight of the importance of us all working together around this issue and about giving that biosecurity message to everyone.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for the answers thus far. Also, can the Minister give us some more information on what poultry farmers can do to protect their farms from an outbreak of avian influenza?
So the most important thing is about biosecurity on the farm. That's absolutely critical, and those measures are mandatory as a result of the order I made last month. And there's many aspects within that. They are available on the DAERA website, and it outlines the requirements around this. And it's about ensuring that you're following good practice, and we're ensuring disinfection, and we're managing, for example, effective vermin control, and ensuring keeping correct records, and also ensuring that there's no direct contact with poultry and other captive birds in neighbouring premises. There's many actions we can take in that. The details are on the DAERA website.
Robbie Butler.
Mr Speaker, thank the Minister, and thank the Minister for indeed engaging late yesterday evening in regard to this. But looking at the dates in regard to this, so housing order was issued on Wednesday the 12th, I believe, with this farm being measures being put in place on the 14th. For farmers out there with poultry farms, what confidence can they have that the Department is responding in time when they do get the information?
Minister.
So the Department is responding very swiftly in relation to this issue. In terms of avian influenza in this winter, it arrived in England on the 5th of November of last year. Then we had an issue with regards to 3 wild birds which were found in Northern Ireland on the 16th and 17th of January. Immediately upon that occurring, I declared an avian influenza prevention zone across the whole of Northern Ireland on Saturday the 18th of January. Note this is the whole of Northern Ireland where I implemented that. Then there was an outbreak in terms of avian influenza at a nature reserve near Mackerfelt on the 7th of February. Immediately, a zone was introduced as a result of that. Then, moving very quickly thereafter, I engaged with my counterpart in the south, and we announced that a housing order would be introduced. We announced that on the 12th of February. May I note, when I announced the housing order, there was people criticising me for that. And I proceeded with that because I thought it was important to introduce the housing order. I know this is inconvenient for people, but I proceeded with that, and that's in place from today. I again emphasise that in terms of biosecurity, this is where it's the most effective measure that we can in terms of managing avian influenza, and it reduces the risk 44-fold. As Mr McAleer has outlined, this flock was housed. And it's really, really important we come together on this issue, and we give that very strong message about biosecurity in Northern Ireland, and it's important we all emphasise the importance of that on all the farms. And I want to commend the farms across Northern Ireland and the President of the Ulster Farmers Union for his leadership on this issue, and collectively we can emphasise the point around biosecurity.
I call Patsy Midlone.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, could you advise what potential sources of funding have you been seeking or sourcing around loss of income, particularly for some of these, because it's a devastating blow for any farm of any type to have this inflicted upon it. So could you advise us that? And secondly, please, if you could, Minister, with the Speaker's forbearance, could you give us some more details as to what collaboration there has been with the Minister in the rest of the island?
Thank you, Mr McGlone. Just in terms of compensation, we will cover the compensation for the birds culled. I am in a difficult budgetary position, but I will prioritise this because it's important we prioritise the farmers in Northern Ireland, and that's what I am doing around this. I am working within the legislative framework that I have, also in terms of the position that was adopted during previous incursions and by previous ministers, and the approach I'm taking in terms of compensation is the same in terms of GB and Ireland. But it's important I give that reassurance that we cover compensation for the birds that have been culled. In terms of my engagement at North-South, Ireland is one single epidemiological area, and it's important we have that cooperation. So I've been in constant engagement with the relevant minister down south, the predecessor, Charlie McConalogue, and also Martin Hayden. I spoke to Martin last Tuesday. We had a meeting on this. I also was engaged with him yesterday on this, and we work in close cooperation around this, and that's why there's a housing order in place across the island of Ireland. I've also engaged with the Secretary of State today as well.
Colin Gilroy.
And I thank the Minister, and thank the Minister for your acknowledgement of a family at the centre of this in my constituency. In terms of wider human impact, Minister, can you give us assurances that this will be managed in a way which will not be detrimental to human health?
Thank you very much, and I think it's really important I really emphasise that my thoughts are with the farmers that have been affected as a result of this. These are a great example of good practice here, and my heart goes out to them in terms of what's happened here in terms of avian influenza, and that's why we collectively need to come together as politicians and as a farming community around this. In terms of the areas around public health, the current advice from the Public Health Agency states that avian influenza primarily is a disease of birds, and the risk to the general public's health is very low. The Food Standards Agency advice notes that avian influenza poses a very low food safety risk for UK consumers, and that properly cooked poultry and poultry products, including eggs, are safe to eat.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Minister, thanks so far for your answers. Just want to come back onto my colleagues in Matt Ulster's point on compensation. Obviously, you've touched on lost birds. What about litter removal? Obviously, the house needs to be disinfected, which is going to be a massive cost. That litter is obviously technically contaminated. So how far more does the compensation go than just the birds? Because there's a big clean-up cost just to leave the houses ready in the future for restocking, plus the egg production. If you do 64,000 birds, we all can calculate at 1 egg a day approximately. That's a massive amount of income lost to that farming sector and that farm business.
Thank you, Mr Buchanan, for your question, and I totally get the concerns around this because it's important that we support our farming industry in Northern Ireland, and the poultry industry is worth a significant amount to our economy in Northern Ireland. As I said, we're covering the compensation for the birds culled. I do work within the legislative framework. It's the legislative framework that previous ministers have used in terms of previous incursions, and also the same approach adopted by GB in Ireland. I know officials are on site again at the farm and supporting the operation in relation to that. And obviously, we'll continue to engage in this. I work within the varies that I have as Minister, and will continue to support the farming industry in the time ahead.
Andrew McMurray.
The Minister for the answers thus far. Just to ask the Minister what conversations he has had with the Ulster Farmers Union on avian influenza at this point.
Minister.
So I'm in regular engagement with the Ulster Farmers Union. I was speaking to the President of the Ulster Farmers Union last night about this issue. We were collectively of a stronger opinion that this is a highly pathogenic disease, and it unfortunately can affect farms across Northern Ireland. It doesn't discriminate. The real thought here is for the farmer affected as a result of this, and it's really, really important that collectively within this chamber and within the agriculture industry and also from the Ulster Farmers Union we come together, as we are doing, in terms of emphasising that importance of biosecurity and taking those measures that we can to manage the risk of this highly pathogenic outbreak.
Colin Crawford.
Minister, can I ask what steps is your department taking to inform domestic flock keepers on how to comply with the advice and guidance issued by your department?
Minister.
We continue to encourage flock keepers to register with the department, because if they register with the department we can give out those communications. We have an extensive information on our website, and I encourage people to visit that. So communication is key, and I encourage anyone who hasn't registered to register with ourselves.
Justin McDonough.
In relation to the arrival of this highly pathogenic avian disease in County Tyrone and the devastating impact it has had, Minister, you have said that your heart goes out to the farmers involved. Can you outline, Minister, the extent of your interactions with the farmers involved and the extent of your interactions with the Chief Veterinary Officer, Brian Dooher, please?
Minister.
So I've already addressed a number of those questions, and I'm happy to go over them. In terms of my engagement with the Chief Veterinary Officer, I've been in regular engagement with that. I was speaking to the Chief Veterinary Officer a number of times today, and also yesterday and late last night, and throughout this outbreak, and in constant contact with him. And I think it's really important I put on record my thanks to the veterinary service staff within my department. They've been working night and day in relation to this issue. They've been on site till late last night dealing with this issue, and I'm really, really thankful for the services that they're given. The primary contact with the farmer is through the veterinary service staff who have been engaging with the individual around that, and I think it's really, really important that I state that. In terms of the Ulster Farmers Union, as I said, I spoke to the President of the Ulster Farmers Union last night around this, and I will continue to engage with people on this issue. But let's collectively, and I'm sorry to keep emphasising this, but this is important, the biosecurity measures that can be implemented in farms, it's really important that we communicate those and share those so that people are aware of the actions they can take to keep this out.
Timothy Gosson.
Speaker, Minister, can you outline if any financial support will be made available to proactively increase biosecurity measures at entrances to poultry farms and related businesses to prevent it spreading and reduce the likelihood of future cross-contamination?
So the biosecurity measures that need to apply to farms are mandatory, and they've been mandatory since Saturday the 18th of January. So to be honest, we shouldn't be in a situation where we're discussing putting them in place now. They should already be in place, and those minimum biosecurity measures apply to all keepers. And let me say that the poultry industry has been excellent in this, in stepping forward and implementing these measures. So that's not where my concern is. That is not where my concern is. It's just about ensuring that we are very, very aware of the precautions that we can take. They're outlined in terms of my departmental website, in terms of what actions that people can take. And these are precautions to avoid the transfer of virus contamination between premises, including the cleansing and disinfection of equipment. It's also ensuring that feed, water and bedding are stored to minimise the risk of virus contamination. It's about effective vermin control. It's about ensuring that only essential movements are taking place. It's ensuring that records are kept. It's ensuring that records of poultry, captive birds and egg movements are also kept. It's ensuring buildings that house birds are maintained. It's also ensuring there's no direct contact with poultry or other captive birds on other neighbouring premises. It's also stating that ducks and geese should not be kept in the same pen or building as other poultry species. There's other further enhanced measures for premises over 500 poultry. These are mandatory measures that have been in place since Saturday the 18th of January, and they reduce the risk 44-fold, and it's really, really important that we implement those. Housing, in terms of reducing the risk, is twofold. It was really important I moved on that, and it's in place from today, but the biosecurity measures are absolutely key.
That brings to conclusion questions to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Thank you, members. Point of order, Ms Ennis.
On a point of order, I just want to correct the record in relation to the debate on the Assembly Members' Remuneration Board, which was held earlier this afternoon. Mr Carroll made an intervention to ask me whether the Assembly Commission had discussed the names of who might serve on the Remuneration Board. I correctly said that it had not had such a discussion, as that would not be a matter for the Assembly Commission. However, I then misspoke when I said it would be a matter for the ad hoc committee. In fact, what I meant to say is that the appointment of members to the Remuneration Board is a matter, in fact, for the Clerk, Chief Executive, and not to the ad hoc committee. So the Clerk, Chief Executive will oversee the process for appointing the Remuneration Board, and I'm happy to again confirm that Assembly Commission members will have no role in that.
Thank you for that, Ms Ennis. I now move on to the next item of business, which is the supply resolution for Northern Ireland's main estimates 2024-25, and I call on Denison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To support the supply resolutions for the spring supplementary estimates, the vote on account and the excess votes before us. And I intend to speak relatively briefly, as we will have an opportunity to rehearse many of these issues and themes again during the course of the passage of the budget bill. I want to say at the outset that I welcome the return today to the semblance of some normality when it comes to budget process in this Assembly. Last year we were debating a budget bill in advance of the spring supplementary estimates, and this year we're able to return to the usual 45% figure in relation to the vote on account. It goes without saying that the 24-25 financial year has been yet another incredibly challenging one, with demands from departments far outweighing the resources available at every stage throughout the process. Prolonged austerity, the damage of Brexit, and an increasing cost of living, with cumulative inflation pushing close to 19% in the past 3 years, has placed enormous pressure on household budgets and on the Executive's finances. In the face of these challenges, most parties, and I emphasise most parties in this chamber, have been working together constructively in a genuine attempt to support people and services where it matters most. These pressures have been felt right across the UK. In September, the Scottish Government announced £500 million in emergency saving measures in order to balance their budget mid-year. Of course, in Northern Ireland, that pain has been compounded further by a funding formula which has not kept pace with need, and a cycle of stop-start government which has come at a cost, depriving us of key opportunities in the past to transform our broken public services. Since the Executive returned, however, an additional £1.3 billion has been allocated to health and social care when compared to the previous budget set out by the Secretary of State in 23-24. £45 million has been allocated to offset the worst of welfare reform, including the bedroom tax, and £17 million has been allocated to assist in mitigating Labour's decision to end winter fuel payments. Meanwhile, the interim fiscal framework has generated an additional £431 million in additional investment for public services. It is no secret that the UK Government holds the bulk of the fiscal levers, and so the greatest influence in the budget is ultimately available to the Executive. When the new UK Government came to office, they laid bare the failures of the previous administration, rightly highlighting a £22 billion funding gap which it inherited, departmental spending plans which never fully reflected the impact of inflation, and, as a consequence, were at least £15 billion lower in real terms when compared to 2021 spend and review levels, all of which has had a direct implication for our ability to spend and invest here. When we debated the main estimates last year, there were calls from some in this chamber for additional spend in a number of areas. However, it was notable that members were less forthcoming in identifying where that additional investment would come from. No one argues that the allocations throughout 24-25 have been sufficient. The question before the Executive and this Assembly at every stage throughout the budget cycle and every monitoring round has not been whether the allocations are sufficient, but whether they represent a fair attempt at distributing what are clearly insufficient resources. Alliance has consistently and will consistently continue to make the case to the UK Government for a fair funding settlement which properly reflects Northern Ireland's unique circumstances and relative need. Any permanent fiscal framework must reflect the impact of political dysfunction and historic underfunding on our public services. But in making that case to the UK Government, we cannot simply ignore our own responsibilities as an executive and an assembly to drive transformation. I am pleased that this year significant areas of work have been taken forward by the Department of Justice in particular in relation to speeding up justice and access to justice reform. However, it must be said that that same desire to deliver public service transformation has not been evident in some of our other large spending departments. In health, the hospital reconfiguration plan lacked any concrete proposals for transformation. Similarly, the Department for Health has not demonstrated any desire to confront the cost of division. If we are to make the case for increased investment, we also have to provide assurance that the public money that we are spending is being spent wisely. And there are a whole myriad of examples as we look back on 24-25 as to where that hasn't been the case. Be it £600 million spent on social care without any proper procurement process or value for money checks, be it £250,000 spent on magnetic wallets, or be it allocations of capital funding with insufficient openness and transparency. That is where, and I agree with Mr O'Toole when he made this point, the role of the Fiscal Council is absolutely critical in bringing additional scrutiny to the budget processes before us, and so it is absolutely essential that as we look towards next year's budget cycle, that those provisions are placed on a statutory footing. I want to recognise a number of points that have been made previously by other members. It's been highlighted by a number of members in the debate that record levels of Barna consequentials have flown through the process this year. Some have argued that we need to be more strategic in how we're spending that money. I would argue that Barna consequentials are the exact antithesis of strategic spending. Far better that we have a clear indication from a multi-year spending review from Westminster as to the money that will be available for investment. And indeed, many of those Barna consequentials have arisen after 14 years of austerity and underinvestment. And so those consequentials have simply been swallowed up in year by departmental pressures, far from allowing any ability for us to make meaningful long-term investment or indeed to prioritise transformation. So if we are to see the changes in our public services and public finances that we aspire to, we must reform how we approach these issues. This is the 10th single-year budget in a row. Next year will be the 11th, and after that we have an opportunity finally to return to multi-year budgeting. It is essential that that happens, that future budgets are underpinned by a programme for government, which this one was not, and also that that stable budget process is underpinned by stable political institutions. So never again can these processes be upended by political chaos and dysfunction. And I will have much more to say in that respect, Deputy Speaker, in the debates on the budget bill that lie ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Robbie Butler, Chair of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. And by way of introduction, it is good to see that, at least for the 24-25 spring supplementary estimates, we find ourselves in somewhat of a more normal budgetary circumstance. The SSE supply resolution offers us all the opportunity to debate the changes that have been made to the departments and the ALB's budgets over the course of the year 2024-2025. Following the June, October and January monitoring rounds and any other exceptional transfers. In the case of DAERA, without those monitoring rounds, there was the potential for many farmers and those involved in agri and indeed the environmental sector to be desperately wondering where the vital funds would come from. And in relation to farmers in particular, I think of the bovine TB compensation pieces that the Minister often has to speak to, and we know that even with the in-year funding that those funds haven't wholly been secured. And today, with the onset of the avian flu, there are further fiscal pressures on the Minister's department because there are limitations, as he has said today, as to what he can do from the limited funds that he has available. It's good to note that the Department of Finance is continuing to work to set an improved fiscal floor through a more permanent fiscal framework for Northern Ireland. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee have considered DAERA's allocations through the monetary rounds over the year, with briefings from officials in June and December 24 and then February 2025. We have also been pleased to consider the revised outturn and forecast outturns document forwarded to us from the Department of Finance, the Finance Committee, allowing us to monitor any budget overcommitments and how dependent DAERA has been on monitoring rounds. The committee heard back in June that DAERA started the budget year, like many other departments, in a difficult opening position, with no additional funding to take forward new work and with statutory obligations and contractual pressures not actually covered. In financial terms, bids for £95.8 million resource DEL and £155.2 million capital DEL led to allocations of only £15.2 million resource DEL and £95 million capital DEL. The committee then heard from the Minister of his priorities for 24-25, which included tackling climate change together, protecting our natural environment, supporting sustainable, resilient and productive agri-food and fishing sectors, and building strong, sustainable and diverse rural communities, which is an absolute priority for my committee. So it came as no surprise when he had to agree difficult reductions in some divisions in order to fund additional work in other areas, such as the Lough Neagh project. It immediately became clear to the committee that the monitoring rounds were going to be needed for essential and not for development purposes beyond the statutory functions. The committee have had consistent concerns over cuts to discretionary spend, yet those areas are often where a big impact is lost on public wellbeing, such as public angling, access to nature and rural support initiatives. When it came to the June monitoring, the bids were clearly based on the unmet elements of the budget bids. In addition, there were specific bids for the statutory obligation of bovine TB compensation, as was insufficient to cover what was projected to cost by Brian Dooher, the Chief Veterinary Officer, and his team. And DAERA, however, is not unique in having to rely on in-year allocations to meet even statutory aspects of its work, of which bovine TB is one. At our meeting on the 6th of February, we had a briefing from officials to discuss the main drivers of spending changes since the 24-25 main estimates and also on the 25-26 budget. I will save the committee's comments on the 25-26 budget for the appropriate debate in the near future. Regarding the SSEs, we heard that during the 24-25 budget year, an additional £15.7 million resource DEL was allocated, including £4 million for bovine TV programme delivery, £1.5 million for the environmental improvement plan, including Lough Neagh, £3.6 million for departmental overcommitments and £6.6 million for depreciation. HMT funding of £46.6 million was also allocated in year in relation to administering the Windsor framework. With regards to capital DEL during the year, an additional £1.6 million was allocated to take forward work on Lough Neagh and £2 million for the Tackling Rural Poverty and Social Isolation programme, otherwise known as TRIPSI in this room. HMT funding of £2.8 million was also allocated in year in relation to the cost of administering the Windsor framework. In addition, the department reclassified £1.6 million resource DEL to capital DEL for the Environmental Farming Scheme, Common Market Organisation and the Farm Carbon Footprint Project. The committee was pleased to hear that DAERA continues to provide capital support to farm businesses with significant capital expenditure in the Farm Business Improvement Scheme and Environmental Farming Scheme. In 2024-25, a total of £5.7 million capital DEL was allocated to the TRIPSI to fund the Rural Business Development Grant Scheme and Rural Micro Capital Grant Scheme. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee has devoted considerable time to rural affairs and took its committee meeting on the 21st of November to Loughry College in Cookstown to take evidence from the rural partnership groups and rural support groups. We heard of the historical underinvestment in rural women, and when budgets are tightened, rural transport is often lost and networks and women's projects sadly do come under threat. There is a request to put TRIPSI on a statutory footing to ensure funding, and the general point that these groups just do not have enough money to deliver their services. And across the board, I think it would be agreed that all the rural support networks have to look for funding elsewhere to enable them to carry out the vital work in our rural community development. The organisations have branched out into different things, such as Healthy Living Networks, supported by lottery funds. They have had to avail of the different iterations of peace funds and various funding pots, as departmental funding is uncertain and inconsistent. Chasing those funds takes vital energy and time away from their on-the-ground delivery. Mr Deputy Speaker, the budgetary challenges of the past year that have come to the committee's attention are indeed fairly similar to the year before. Bovine TB remains, and I have said it more than once, one of the most challenging issues facing cattle farmers, with high herd incidence remaining and the spend on the programme and compensation increasing year on year. However, the overall compensation still does not cover the full income lost, as it takes time to rebuild the herd, never mind the emotional distress. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee are aware from its evidence sessions that rural support is under significant pressure, and the committee requests that it remains a focus for the Minister of Agriculture. The Minister highlighted to us that investing in addressing climate change is an opportunity to pursue the green growth agenda, so the committee will be expecting to see funding continued to be prioritised in that regard. We know that the Minister shares our interest in supporting the agricultural sector to play its part in climate actions, for example, delivering finance to ensure research to improve technologies.
Colleague, your time is up.
To invest in a truly just transition. And I will conclude my remarks there. Thank you, Mr. Matilda.
Thank you. I now call the Chair of the Health Committee, Philip McGuigan.
Glasgow Collier. And I welcome this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Health Committee on these motions, and specifically to outline the Committee's consideration of the Department of Health's budget and allocations over the 2024-2025 budget period. I should say at the start that the Committee does recognise the significant budgetary constraints and pressures the Department of Health is under. Indeed, this goes across the wider executive, with all departments under significant pressure. However, the repercussions of these financial constraints within health are stark. Waiting lists over 500,000, that's over a quarter of our population, are in lists to have their first consultation with a specialist. This figure is alarmingly higher than in other parts of these islands, where comparable waiting times are significantly shorter. Emergency departments, more than a fifth of patients now face 12-hour waits to be treated, admitted, discharged or transferred from emergency departments. At the start of January, we saw reports of patients having to be treated in unused tea rooms and corridors, care becoming normalised, and staff morale and retention. So the inability to offer competitive pay has led to low staff morale and challenges in retaining healthcare professionals. Many are considering opportunities elsewhere, exacerbating the existing workforce shortages. In the last year, the Committee has heard from many organisations and representative bodies, including GPs, surgeons and nurses, that the current system is close to collapse, and if there's not significant transformation in our services and structures, then the consequences are not something we will want to dwell on. And that's why it's important that we as a committee undertake detailed scrutiny of the departmental spending plans and priorities. When the budget allocations were announced last April, the department was provided with a resource allocation of £7.759 billion and a capital allocation of £416 million. At that point, the committee was advised that the department's estimate of the shortfall in allocation was approximately £500 million. The committee received a letter from the previous minister outlining his disappointment at the allocation that his department had received. In that letter, he advised of the possible consequences of this budget, including a halt to waiting list initiatives, no pay settlements, restrictions on the use of new drugs, suspending some vaccination programmes, a reduction of 1.1 million hours of domiciliary care, reduction of 500 independent sector care home beds, and a reduction of 140 acute hospital beds. Thankfully, I'm glad to say the Minister did not have to resort to these consequences that were outlined due to in-year allocations received from the Executive. Throughout the monitoring rounds, the Department was provided with the bulk of additional funding available, getting £122 million in June, £350 million in the October monitoring round, and an additional £7 million in January monitoring. In addition to these allocations, the Trust also made significant savings over the period. It is concerning that we are in a position that the Department is having to rely on in-year allocations just to maintain service delivery. The Committee has been frustrated that we have not seen any money invested in waiting lists and other much-needed services. The Fiscal Council has highlighted that the level of in-year transfers to departments underscores the underfunding that the North faces from Westminster, reinforcing the need for the fiscal floor to be further adjusted. The Committee remains committed to working with the Minister and the Department to ensure that additional funding is provided to the Department of Health. As Chairperson, I am happy to support the Minister and the Executive in discussions with the British Government in relation to additional funding for our health service. We must understand that there is little scope for transfer of funding from other executive departments, and we must make the case to the British Government to support our health service and our health service workers before it is too late. Lascon Collier, just a few brief comments in my capacity as an MLA and as the Sinn Féin health spokesperson. Nowhere is the decimation of our public services by successive British governments more stark and more visible than within our health service. In my remarks just made as Chair of the Health Committee, I referenced a number of pressure points within the Department of Health: waiting lists, emergency department, staff morale and retention. But of course there are many others, including access to GP services, impact on our community pharmacies, dentists, cancer screening and treatment, mental health services, domiciliary care services and much, much more, all having a detrimental impact on the quality of life and health impact of our citizens. And I will talk in more detail with regard to that in tomorrow's budget debate. In terms of today's debate, I do recognise the importance of the three motions before us this afternoon, which seek to provide legal certainty to the funding of services up to this point and for the remainder of the financial year. We have all heard and spoken about the challenges presented by the constrained short-term budgets that are a feature here and also of limited fiscal levers that we have. And we are all aware of the pressure that this brings to the day-to-day functioning of departments and the impact on our ability as a collective to transform public services and improve the lives of people we are here to represent in a real and meaningful way. As I said previously, nowhere is this felt more than within the health service. But that said, I do want to recognise the significant achievement of the previous Finance Minister, Keith Archibald, in securing the interim fiscal framework, which not only recognises that the North is funded below need, but also includes the commitment to address this going forward. And I also know that within the very constrained budget available, funding for the Department of Health was a priority for the previous Finance Minister, and I'm sure and certain it will be for the current Finance Minister, as I am certain it is for all Executive Ministers. Despite the fact that we have 9 departments, the Finance Minister has allocated over 50% of the available 2024-2025 budget to health. What we must see moving forward is this substantial investment being used to transform our health services, ensuring better care and outcomes for all citizens.
Thank you. And I call the Chair of the Economy Committee, Philip Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My initial remarks will be made as Chair of the Economy Committee, and then I'll make some remarks as DUP spokesperson on the issue. But first, this is my first opportunity to engage with the Minister since taking up post, so can I wish him well in his new post. I can advise that the House that officials from the Department have recently provided both written and oral evidence to the Committee for the Economy on the anticipated 24-25 spending outturn. This included a spring supplementary estimate memorandum which explained the changes between the opening and closing positions for the different kinds of spending, and also included 3-year spending trend lines. It is hoped that in future, following the publication of 5-year business plans, that all departments that this memorandum will also include a forward look for key budget lines for at least 3 years. In respect of the 24-25 budget, the Department for the Economy's opening balance for non-ring-fenced DEL was $766.5 million, including earmarked funds. The closing position, including the last-minute allocations which were made a few weeks ago, has brought that figure to £825 million, which represents a significant increase on the opening position. The committee is waiting some responses from the department, but it appears that the increased demand for skilled places and apprenticeships looks like it has largely been met, and despite the loss of external funding, if correct, this is an extremely welcome outcome and indicative of the Barnett consequentials that other members have alluded to. The Department's capital DEL opening balance position for 24-25 was given as $222 million, and the outturn may be around £244 million, based on £188 million of core and £56 million of earmarked funding, much of which is for City Deal projects. A further £10 million of capital headroom was available and may still be used by the Department. I can't leave the subject of City and growth deals, Mr. Deputy Speaker, without recording the committee's thanks to the Assembly, to the Minister and to all executive colleagues for the collective efforts of having the City deals unpaused in all parts of Northern Ireland. These will be vital to the economic future of our constituents, to which we are all privileged to represent, and an example of when all parties work together, that positive outcomes can take place. On financial transaction capitals, the opening balance was around 3.8 million. However, the outturn appears to only be around £1 million. The department appears to have struggled, like most departments across the executive, to get FTC money spent. And perhaps when the Minister is winding up, he could give some comments on initiatives that his department is currently engaging in to try and ensure that all departments make full use of FTC capital. Mr Deputy Speaker, could I also ask the Minister to provide further clarity on the shared prosperity funding and engagement that he has had with the UK Government, and also on the promised enhanced economic zone arrangements which the committee has continuously raised? This House has seen some very welcome public sector pay settlements, not least for further education lecturers. The committee noted that other settlements for the civil service, potential for teachers, as well as the new national insurance contributions will add more pressure to the departmental budget. Earlier this year, the committee also noted that the Department for the Economy's transformation proposals in respect of post-19 SEN and 2 business cases relating to support for the City of Derry Airport and the PSO route. At this stage, Mr Deputy Speaker, I just want to turn to some comments as economic spokesperson for the DUP. Firstly, in relation to city deals, this party is extremely proud of the role that we played during our confidence and supply agreement with securing the first 2 city deals here in Northern Ireland, both for Belfast and for the North West. The decision in September by the Labour government to pause those 2 city deals, and indeed the subsequent 2 city deals of Causeway Coast and Glades and Mid-South West city deal, was a disgraceful decision. As I noted earlier in my remarks, the combined efforts of all in this House resulted in the right decision being taken, but this party will continue to champion the vital role that growth deals and city deals can play. And on that remark, Mr Deputy Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to mention the announcement today by the Deputy Prime Minister of reinstating £2.2 million into my constituency of North Belfast for the Shore Road Skills Centre. This was a project that should never have been paused, aims to tackle economic disadvantage and educational underachievement in one of the most deprived wards in the entirety of Northern Ireland, and I'm delighted that as a result of work that I and the club undertook, that funding has been released today. In relation to FTC, it's something that I and the Leader of the Opposition agree on wholeheartedly, Mr Deputy Speaker. There needs to be a more coordinated approach led by the Department for Finance, by all executive ministers, to be much more proactive in drawing down that funding and ensuring that we have viable private sector partners. We often hear in this House ministers rightly make the case for the need for more financial support and ability to spend. But if each year, Mr Deputy Speaker, we are returning tens of millions of pounds in unspent FTC funding, it does make our argument with Treasury slightly more difficult. In relation to unspent funding within the Department for the Economy, I do also want to highlight the £2 million that was allocated for the Department for the Economy to take forward in the childcare support package scheme. This was to develop a support scheme for our providers across Northern Ireland, with research being provided by InvestNI. To date, Mr Speaker, that funding has not been drawn down, and right across Northern Ireland as childcare bills continue to increase as a result of the pressure placed upon our providers, it's difficult for us to justify the unspending of that £2 million. The enhanced economic zone for Northern Ireland is again another £150 million funding stream. And last week I did outline to the Minister for the Economy my disappointment at the lack of progress, in my view, that has been made in getting a terms of reference and being able to draw down that vital funding. There is no doubt that the financial picture next year is more difficult and will continue to be placed under more pressure by the national insurance increases. And I hope the Minister in this debate, either today or tomorrow, can provide us with the figures of what that means, because to date we have no idea. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Chair of the Education Committee, Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise, first of all, in my capacity as Chairperson of the Education Committee to address the spring supplementary estimates and the vote on account in relation to the Department of Education. I'm advised that the Department has had no excess votes in the relevant period, so I won't be addressing that. The Committee is, of course, aware that this is a largely retrospective debate today, and that aside from securing the authority for spending to the end of the financial year and the early part of the next, that significant changes to departmental budgets are now highly unlikely. That said, the Committee would have liked to have had an up-to-date budget briefing from the Department and is still awaiting a long-anticipated capital budget briefing from the Department, which we have been seeking since around November of last year, and those have yet to be brought forward. However, the Committee did receive a written January monitoring briefing highlighting the in-year fluctuations since the October monitoring round. So back in October, the Education Department's inescapable pressures were assessed as coming in at £189.4 million, against which it received £170 million in Resource Del via October monitoring. Those pressures were largely covering the EA block grant, both special educational needs and non-SEN, the aggregated schools budget, departmental staffing costs and monies for the 2024 Teacher Pay Award. A January monitoring round, pressures then of around 20 million were still in place, but a resource allocation at that time of 1.5 million was all that was secured, and this means that pressures largely in the space of SEND services and education remain acute. In the October monitoring round, the Department bid for 88.78 million of capital DEL to cover capital DEL pressures, but by the conclusion of the January monitoring round, only 12.5 million in capital funding had been reallocated to the Department. So it is clear, therefore, that significant resource and capital pressures remain, and I would emphasise that officials were at pains to emphasise to the Committee that those figures of 189 million of pressures were really only those that could be described as inescapable, and that there were many, many more that were putting the regular delivery of education services under severe pressure. So the Committee is keen to know more, particularly in the capital space, around the resourcing of major and minor capital works and how those are identified and prioritised, and also the resourcing of vital SEND transformation work. The Committee has expressed concern that as a key executive priority, that SEND seems to SEND transformation, that there is a reliance on transformation funding and a reliance on monitoring rounds to deliver what should be core spend, but it is indicative of the level of pressure that is being felt to deliver even statutory functions. And the Committee will continue, therefore, to explore in detail how SEND transformation can be more effectively resourced and delivered. The Committee is clear and agrees with the independent review of education that education here is not funded on a sustainable basis, and that undoubtedly has an impact on the day-to-day education of our children and young people and places huge strains on the educational workforce. And the Committee is committed across the parties to work to tackle that underfunding of education and to make that case in education and across all our public services that we do need that additional investment from Westminster. Mr Speaker, that concludes my remarks as the Chair of the Committee, and I will just now move to make some remarks in my capacity as Alliance MLA and Education spokesperson. Members will be aware that the budget of the Education Department and the decisions of the Education Minister have been in sharp focus in recent days. Particularly concerns have been highlighted around the level of scrutiny applied to minor capital works funding over the last financial year, and those have been aired in this chamber, and rightly so. In the context of a hugely pressured budgetary position and with unavoidable pressures in the region of 200 million having been highlighted and other pressures taking that figure much higher, it is vital in my view and in my party's view that openness, transparency and accountability in public finances are absolutely essential. It therefore has been concerning that when concerns around minor capital works funding in particular have been raised, that the Minister has not joined other members and agreed that a call into how those allocations are made should be reviewed. He has not supported that, but instead seems content to delegate that to the EA. So I would want to reiterate that call. I think if we're going to have confidence in how the budget is being spent in this year, that there should be full openness and transparency in that regard. Yes, I would give one.
For giving way, could the member just give clarity? Is it just one project he's looking clarity on, or could he provide a list to the House here today of all the projects and all the skills that he wants to go through in terms of money spent in the last financial year?
To be very clear, the committee has asked for a review of the system for allocating minor works capital funding, so that's clearly more than one school. So I do not underestimate the scale of the challenge facing the Education Minister, and he has set out many times the financial pressures that his department faces. And we all agree in this chamber that our public services, as has been referenced by many contributors, are underfunded, and all will continue to make that case. But given the pressures arising from underfunding, the Education Minister must be rigorous in his approach to his budget. And I think there have been some decisions where questions do need to be asked, and it's been highlighted by my colleague Owen Tennyson when he spoke earlier, the £250,000 spend on mobile phone pouches when school buildings are crumbling, a blanket capital spend announcement on outdoor play equipment and IT, when we have schools saying that that may not necessarily reflect their individual needs. Accepting clearly in public statements that the funding of our schools may not be fair and equitable, but not as yet, as far as I am aware, taking forward any review of the funding formula that delivers that. So we do need to see a commitment from the Minister to delivering genuine transformation in education. And there are not quick fixes or easy answers in this space, and I will always commend the Minister if he makes steps in the right direction, as he has done with childcare investment, although it has only been the initial start. But we will be here in another year's time, I have no doubt, debating these pressures in education if we don't start the difficult and long-term work of delivering meaningful education system level transformation. And I hope that the committee are certainly up for that work. I know certainly in my role as Alliance Education spokesperson I am, and I hope the Minister is as well. Thank you.
Call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise as the DUP Health spokesperson to make a few remarks on the budget of 24-25. The health budget of 24-25 saw huge pressures in health, but also significant in-year allocations. And that did allow the Minister to meet the pay requirements for HSE staff. And I think that we should say and congratulate a Minister when he has done a good job in relation to that. That is a very important outcome. The staff that we have working in health and social care, as I've often said, are the glue that holds together a very broken system. However, it has to be said that the announcement of the pay award was on the same day that the Minister announced the appointment of a new permanent secretary with an eye-watering salary. Only time will tell whether or not he is worth that particular salary, and the Finance Minister, I presume, had to okay such a breach of salary rules, but only time will tell. But we will need to see significant reform and transformation of health if we are to avoid the continuation of what we now have. We here in Northern Ireland still have the most expensive health service per head of population in the United Kingdom, with the worst outcomes. Almost 500,000 people are waiting for a first-time consultant appointment. And the last figures for breast cancer referrals show that those women who were waiting, who had discovered a lump in their breast and were waiting for that first consultation, which has a 14-day target, only 1 in 10 women in the Southern Trust actually achieved that target, and actually much, much less in the Northern and Southern and South Eastern Trusts. Those are not acceptable places for our health service to be, and we need to get on with that reform that will drive better outcomes for people. The Minister achieved a balanced budget despite the very dire predictions of his predecessor. And the last Minister in the department engaged in a kind of strange calculation on the figures proposed for the 24-25 budget. And the Minister, guess what, is doing it all over again, because the draft budget equality impact assessment published by the department indicates that it is only in line to receive a 2.6 increase on the 24-25 end-of-year position. But this is not comparing like with like. Compared with the starting position of 7.76 billion in 24-25, the 8.4 billion proposed allocation to health actually represents over an 8% increase on those two similar positions. And if the sums no, I do want to try and make some progress because there's quite a lot to go through. If the sums anticipated for the health immigration surcharge and national insurance contributions of employed staff were included, that would rise to 11% increase. Now, we all want to see as much as we possibly can in terms of the health budget, but we do have to be realistic that in a time of constrained budgets, that we are able to deliver the best outcomes possible. Minister, some of my colleagues spoke about looking after the money that we have within the system. And there is a lot of money within the health system, and we do have some very poor outcomes. And in September of last year, actually, I did ask about the amount of PPE that was actually being held by BSO on behalf of the Department of Health. And the answer that came back to me was quite startling, that it seems that about £97 million worth of PPE stock will expire over the next 4 years up to 2027. Yet the department was seeking more money for additional PPE, and it would be interesting to know the reasons for this. Again, in terms of finance and transparency within the system, I do think that we need to be really, really clear and transparent with the money that we have. Last Thursday in the Health Committee, I quizzed the Minister and the Permanent Secretary about the current estimated cost of the new Children's Hospital. Now, we actually as a committee visited the new maternity hospital, an absolutely amazing building. But we were told at that visit that the new contract value for the Children's Hospital had now risen to £670 million. However, and again, Minister, I'd be interested in your view on this, the investment strategy tracking report which is given to the committee every month indicates that the value of the Children's Hospital contract will be greater than £1 billion. So we would like to know the discrepancy between the 670 million, which is the cost of the contract signed, and what's in the investment strategy. It is clear that we need clarity and transparency on capital investment in health. The maternity hospital issues have still not been resolved. It is an amazing building. It will make a huge difference to mothers and babies and families who have the most vulnerable children in our society, but we still don't know the cost of making it safe for those babies. And I think that that is something that we need to know as well. Can I draw the Minister's attention also to the energy scheme for the Belfast Trust? 9.5 million spent in an energy project, which the Department of Health in a recent letter tell me cannot be delivered. It is red flagged and cannot be delivered. So what I would, the challenge is to get better outcomes for people, but it's also about managing money better. And I think that that is really, really important. And I hope that the Minister will look at some of these figures as we go forward and try and ensure that we are more efficient in what we do and more realistic in how we spend money within the department. Thank you.
Thank you. I call John Stewart, Deputy Chair of the Infrastructure Committee.
Welcome the Minister to his place and thank him for his service as Infrastructure Minister previously and for his engagement, and wish him all the best. Deputy Speaker, I want to speak first of all as in my role as Deputy Chair of the Committee, and if time allows me then to make some remarks of my own. I welcome this opportunity to set out on the Committee for Infrastructure's approach in seeking to understand and consider the Department's financial position over the 2024-25 year and its future requirements, which has involved ongoing engagement with DFI's business areas and, of course, through the in-year monitoring process. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is quite fitting that the newly appointed Minister of Finance is acutely aware of the financial position of the Department for Infrastructure and how fundamental it is as a backbone to supporting our daily lives. We all take for granted many aspects of the department's functions that it has responsibility over: water for our morning tea or a hot shower, or the infrastructure for our daily commute, to name but a few. More widely, the reach of the department goes much further by supporting our economy, the delivery of new homes, hospitals and schools, and by making our roads a safer place to be. Ensuring that there is sufficient resources to maintain our existing infrastructure or to initiate projects to develop it is essential. We all know that the financial position faced by our executive is a point where demand far outstrips the available resources. Upon the resumption of business last year, the committee extensively engaged with the department to identify the specific pressures being faced, and noted that due to lower opening baseline position, it intended to submit bids through the in-year monitoring round process to secure additional funding. The committee received oral evidence from the departmental officials at each juncture of the in-year monitoring process to assess the department's pressures and how it will prioritise any remaining resources in the event of bids submitted not being enough. Given the scalability of the bids for road maintenance, the department can prioritise its programme of works based on the allocations for monitoring rounds. However, by delaying lower priority maintenance or repairs, these can quickly degrade road services, particularly during cold spells. Whilst the committee welcomes the additional funding allocations received in this financial year, the required funding for 2024-25 was, like other departments, still well below the resource and capital requirements needed. In-year allocations have enabled the delivery of road maintenance schemes, structural works, and allowed for the provision of a winter service of our roads. In addition, the allocations have enabled the department to provide further resources to TransLink and to Northern Ireland Water. However, given the scale of resources required, these allocations are not sufficient to fully address the significant shortfalls in funding that all departments faced. At its meeting on the 5th of February, the committee received oral evidence from DFI officials on the spring supplementary estimates, which, as already outlined, will reconcile all of the changes arising from the course of this financial year 24-25, including those from the in-year monitoring rounds. In the course of the evidence, Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee noted that the department received additional in-year allocations of £38.9 million in resource, plus £20.2 million in ring-fenced resource for depreciation impairments, and £69.8 million in capital. Having questioned officials on whether the department was anticipating that its forecast resource and capital would be fully utilised, it was confirmed that it was not anticipated to be subject to any underspends. However, subsequent to the Minister of Finance's written statement on the 6th of February in response to Storm Ewan and the pressures, the committee noted that for the recent storm, the department had identified further pressures amounting to £9.2 million and £8.8 million on the capital side. Mr Deputy Speaker, the statement confirms that DFI received a resource-only allocation of £8 million, which, whilst welcome, leaves what appears to be an unfunded pressure of £1.2 million resource and £8 million capital. Therefore, at its meeting last week, the committee wrote to the department to seek further detail of how this allocation will be used and how the department will manage these unfunded pressures from within existing limits. Mr Deputy Speaker, turning to the vote on account, the committee has actively been engaging with the department and TransLink on their assessment of their needs for the incoming financial year, and will be receiving further evidence from Northern Ireland Water on its meeting this Wednesday. Whilst recognising that the motions and introduction of the budget bill later today are to reconcile this year's expenditure and provide resource to allow departments to continue to incur expenditure in the first few months of the next financial year, from the evidence received thus far, it is clear that the department's allocation in the draft budget for next year is currently being consulted upon is far below what it assesses to be needed. The committee will work collaboratively with the department to advocate on its funding requirements, whilst through its scrutiny seek to maximise the scarce resources available by ensuring efficiency within the system. On behalf of the Committee on Infrastructure, I am content with the motion, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Call Connie Egan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I wish to congratulate the Minister on his new role and wish him well in that. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to make a few short remarks on the supply resolutions brought before the Assembly today in my capacity as the Alliance Party spokesperson on matters relating to justice. From the beginning of this financial year, it was marked as challenging, a time for tough decisions, stringent, sustainable spending and leadership to attempt the impossible task of balancing our books. When these institutions came back a little over a year ago last February, executive parties stood together and pledged that we would show the public that we can be responsible, sustainable and responsive with our monies to both facilitate and deliver successful public services for the constituents we serve. After a stop-start government, a tumultuous austerity agenda based in Westminster and costs that fell victim to inflation, leadership needed to be shown. Leadership that isn't about the most popular decisions, but doing what we can, thinking ahead and delivering the core needs for our people. I stand here today proud that Alliance have not shied away from this task within our departments. Speaking today, I will confine my remarks to the Justice portfolio, as I know my colleague Owen Tennyson has picked up on issues relating to DAERA. In preparation for these votes, the Committee of Justice received a timely update via the 2024-25 Spring Supplementary Estimate Memorandum, detailing the mission of the Department of Justice and the main components of spending throughout the financial year, alongside comparisons of the 24-25 main estimates and the final outturn from 23-24. Additionally, Department officials came before the Committee to speak to this and the draft budget for 25-26. The Department has a mission to work in partnership to create a fair, just and safe community where we respect the law and each other. A key aspect I wanted to focus on in the debate today is the word partnership, as so much of what the Department of Justice does is part of multi-agency and cross-departmental response within public service to create sustainable operations. Justice picks up the pieces and fills in the gaps where other departments fall behind. It's one of the largest spending departments in resource terms for a reason, the responsibilities it holds. Justice's Spring Supplementary Memorandum underlined the key drivers of spending changes since the 24-25 main estimate. Something I would like to draw out for attention is the still outstanding exceptional pressures facing the Department in the region of £227 million, mainly relating to the PSNI data breach, MacLeod pensions remedy and to settle holiday pay claims. It is unclear when these will crystallise, but what is clear is that this cannot be absorbed into the Department's general budget allocation, and a solution must be found in collaboration with the Finance Minister. During a year where the Executive looked to renegotiate our financial package with Westminster, Alliance Justice Minister Naomi Long leaned into the mission at hand and ensured sustainable and responsible spending with a department that has been historically underfunded. The Department of Justice funds access to justice, building safer communities, our prison service, reducing offending rates, support for our courts and tribunal services and the PSNI. It deals with prevention, protection and the aftermath of much of what we deal with as a society, all vital and essential work. Much within the Department of Justice is demand-led, whether that is the growing prison population or legal aid allocations. We accept that and the justice funding must reflect that. As a chamber, we warn often against duplication and advocate for cross-departmental working and multi-agency approaches that are victim-centred and trauma-informed. Justice is central to the solutions, actively acting where others won't, coming into contact with the most vulnerable in our society and working to protect them. I hope everyone here today will recognise two things: the essential work of the Department, but that these services are stretched. All you need to do is look at the backlog within the court system or the ongoing policing pressures. My party and I will be voting in favour of this today and look forward to engaging in the budget debates in the future, a future where justice must be prioritised, so we can continue protecting and supporting the people that we are here to serve. Thank you.
Stephen Dunn.
To welcome the opportunity to speak today here on this important issue as a DUP member of the Infrastructure Committee as we consider the spring supplementary estimates. And there's no doubt that infrastructure is a vital economic driver and social enabler right across our country. It's a foundation underpinning our economic and social fabric of our communities and is the key to unlocking a more prosperous, productive and healthier society. We in the DUP are firmly committed to building a world-class infrastructure that ensures our place is an attractive place to do business, maximising the opportunities flowing from our place in the Union and the ending regional disparities. And I do also welcome the new Minister to his place. And it is ironic that our new Finance Minister is now poacher turned gamekeeper. And I would like to think that he does recognise the scale of the challenges and pressures within the Infrastructure Department. Over the last year, within the committee, we have listened and engaged extensively within the department, TransLink, and from wider stakeholders right across the remit of the department, and all of them have spelled out very clearly the fiscal challenges that they face. Indeed, investment in our public services is crucial, but so too is ensuring projects are delivered on time and within budget. So when we hear some of our other parties relentlessly calling for the devolution of further fiscal powers, perhaps there should also be a focus on tackling some of the preventable waste right across the system. At this point, the Department for Infrastructure forecasts that it will spend their resource and capital budgets in full, and it's vital to ensure that this remains on track to ensure monies are not returned needlessly. The SSEs reflect capital earmarked allocations for the A5, A6 and the Belfast Transport project, and it is very important that these projects continue to advance. Throughout the year, there has been very welcome additional funding allocations in both resource and capital, including to both NI Water and TransLink, all having funding delivered, but as is the case right across all the various departments, it does not meet the requirements. The in-year allocations have allowed the Transport and Road Asset Management Group, for example, to be agile to deliver much-needed schemes, resurfacing schemes and maintenance schemes which have been shovel-ready, subject to funds becoming available. And I think that agility is key within our departments. If and when money comes available, that they're ready to capitalise on that. There continues to be huge challenges within our wastewater infrastructure, and the current untenable situation is curtailing economic investment and access to fair and affordable housing, with housing waiting lists growing weekly in every corner of Northern Ireland. And everyone in this House should certainly recognise that challenge, and I know the Minister has done work on that over the past year, and I trust that that will continue. I think the new Infrastructure Minister has an opportunity to demonstrate that she is serious about delivering the positive change for all in the delivery of water and wastewater infrastructure, which she stated last week following a meeting with industry stakeholders. We do acknowledge the Water, Flooding and Sustainable Drainage Bill coming forward to look at the feasibility of developers making additional funding contributions, and I think these solutions and some creativity is certainly welcome coming forward. NI Water also have a key role to play in tackling this problem, as they know best what needs to be done. They need to look at best practice right across the globe and all measures to try and turn the tide on such a major issue, which is crippling our economy and impacting on our daily lives. We need to balance extra investment with new, innovative and sustainable technological solutions. The Department for Infrastructure have said that budgetary pressures have led to routine road maintenance activities being reduced to a limited service, and I know this has been in place now for a number of years. However, the startling statistics that over 30 million has been spent on vehicle and personal injury claims on our roads between 2018 and 2023 does indicate the Department does seem to have adopted a penny-wise, pound-foolish approach to maintaining our roads network. There also needs to be a focus on promoting a more efficient planning process centrally and right across our 11 councils, where we have 11 different models with 11 different stages of local development plans impacting upon our councils. And I think there is a need for variation right across the country, but also I think there does need to be uniformity as well in many key aspects. We need to see action on delivering more efficient statutory consultee response times and promote good practice to make our planning system more efficient and effective and fit for purpose to deliver for our communities and to ensure that we are attractive for investment to grow our economy. We in the DUP will continue to focus on an infrastructure that supports active travel, improve structured working between local and central government to improve our active travel infrastructure and address the regional imbalance which does exist, particularly within our public transport network and infrastructure. Road safety is again another startling issue that needs to be addressed, as is many more, with 68 fatalities last year, 71 in 2023, is a stark and tragic reminder of the devastating consequences of the dangers of our roads. And I think in recent weeks and months we have seen the impact of winter weather with Storm Owen, that has been previously mentioned, and the value of the Department for Infrastructure staff must be recognised alongside that of NIE working together with NI Water, getting our country reconnected and kept safe in such difficult circumstances. The national insurance issue as well, as has been mentioned throughout, from right across the House, is another key challenge which the Department for Infrastructure does not escape from. And that does lead to, and I know the Minister is aware of this, around the recruitment, the retention challenges within the Department. And I think the national insurance issue does only add even more complications to that. Those changes from the Labour government will obviously create a further significant challenge in the upcoming financial year and beyond. And we do need to see more clarity from the Minister. He's been in place now for a number of weeks and he's a very experienced Minister, and I know he does know these issues, and we do hope to see more clarity coming forward from the Minister on the impact. There are many more issues, and I know these will be covered in more detail in the House tomorrow, and I'm sure we are all looking forward to that. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Colin McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, and I want to begin by wishing the Minister well in his new role in the Department of Finance and the challenges that he will undoubtedly have in the period of time ahead. And of course, the issues of finances has long been a subject of scrutiny for those who debate the ability or the long-term viability of this place and how we actually spend our money. And if we want this place to be effective and to make a tangible and positive impact upon people's lives, then it must do so with responsibility and accountability at its core. And we do that not just with simple budget management, but also with a budget that is underpinned by a strategic and forward-looking programme for government. And regrettably, we are once again in the position where, while the votes on finance are progressing, the Executive has yet to publish an agreed programme for government. And this only leads to confusion over whether the Executive's financial priorities are and what they actually align towards the programme for government. And that is something that only members of the Executive can answer. And I only mention that because it does have a bearing on the perception of how we actually handle money. Are the Executive making allocations based on priority, on strategic vision, or is it simply the news headline of the day? And as to the first supply resolution for the year ending, there has been a record number of in-year reallocations with little sign of prioritisation or multi-year spending. And I fear that lessons from this have not been learned, and that is not a good indication for the upcoming year. But as the SDLP Opposition Health spokesperson, I'd like to focus a little bit on the health side of the House. And when we consider the year that has just passed, the health budget at the beginning of the year was deficient, though it has never actually been higher in terms of how much was given to the department. It simply wasn't enough for the department to be able to do the work that it had to do to simply stand still. And then through the in-year monitoring, finance was found to make an allocation for pay increases, for some for waiting lists and for other pressures, but yet the Minister still needed more money to simply be able to do the work that had been done before. Trusts were expected to make hundreds of millions of pounds of saving, and you can call them efficiencies or cuts, whatever the Minister would like to, but a cut is a cut, whatever way that you slice it. But did we hear our health trusts in the media crying that it was unreasonable? No, they got on with the job, regardless of how difficult and upsetting it must have been. Yet the Health Minister has given us at committee a health warning that for the year ahead, things are going to look even worse. The department faces a huge gap of some £400 million, with the trusts being asked again to find new savings of £200 million. Yes, of course.
The member agreed with me that when it comes to what are often called difficult decisions, or cuts if you prefer, the trade-off is supposed to be for the public and indeed for people working in those services, that the Minister and the Executive produce a plan for how this is going to lead to, for example, as Diane Dodd said, shorter waiting times in terms of referral to consultants, and the Executive just hasn't provided that. They've done what they call the difficult decisions, the cuts, but not the trade-off.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And if there's one thing that the Executive absolutely can plan for, it's the fact that it won't have a coherent plan to be able to deal with all of the issues that are addressed. And of course, it's an Executive that doesn't want to take any difficult decisions. It simply wants to try and just trundle through and see if it can't upset anybody by having to make a decision that will actually strategically enable services to be delivered better for the future, with an example being in health. And as a reference for those trusts, I just can't countenance how they're going to find another £200 million worth of cuts in the year ahead. It's an unenviable position, but it is the position that this Executive has put our trusts in. The Department of Health is, as other speakers have referenced, it's missing most of its targets in terms of addressing the health needs of our population. And our budgets and supplementary estimates are not helping to address that gap. Where else in the world would you have a Department of Health that has to come with a health warning? The unassailable fact is that this Executive is expecting our public services to once again to do more with less, with no vision as to when things will get better, and that is not normal government. If we want to see improvements in our broken health system, if we want to avoid pay disputes and strike action, if we want to avoid devastating and cruel cuts to the service, then we need the Executive to work smarter. If we want to see transformation across our health service and other public services, then we need to see the Executive working smarter. And again, I would remind anybody that may not have heard of it, transformation of health services does not have to mean centralisation of health services. Transformation means simply working smarter. So it's time to knuckle down, it's time to do the hard work of government, address the finance needs of our public sector, delivering transformation, including a 3-year finance cycle, and help us to improve the lives of people here. Thank you.
Brian Kingston.
Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak as a DUP member of the Committee for Communities and also as a member of the Committee for the Executive Office, and I take this opportunity to welcome the Finance Minister to his new post. The 3 supply resolution motions before us today relate to the finances of last financial year, this financial year and next financial year. Regarding last year, 2023-24, of the £2.78 million, we are asked to retroactively approve £2.284 million of this is overspent by the Department for Communities due to the higher than expected demand for universal credit advances. As the Chair of the Committee has said, this is due to the 5-week waiting period for first payments. And the Public Accounts Committee has recommended better forecasting models, stronger contingency planning and improved financial oversight to prevent such a shortfall in the future. Regarding the current financial year, 2024-25, the supply resolution motion combines all financial allocations this year, being the initial allocation and all subsequent allocations through monitoring rounds. This makes the point that departmental allocations have increased during the year. When comparing year-to-year budget, it is disingenuous to directly compare the end-of-year figure from one year with the start-of-year figure from the next year, as some have tried to do. So when comparing budgets, we must make sure that we are comparing like with like. That said, it should be our goal to have greater certainty of budgets and spending plans at the start of each year and reduce dependency on monitoring rounds. This year, the Communities Minister was able to increase the funding for new social homes in Northern Ireland as the year progressed, from a low initial figure of just 400 homes up to a final figure of over 1,500 new social homes. I would also acknowledge that the Communities Minister increased funding for the Supporting People programme, supporting vulnerable and homeless people through both statutory and voluntary support services. As an example of the need to respond to unplanned events, the Communities Minister provided £4.8 million of resource and capital in response to Storm Éowyn, allocated to councils, housing associations and community services affected by the storm. Regarding next financial year, 2025-26, through that supply resolution, we are allocating 45% of the budget from last year, as has become the practice at this stage each year. Obviously, this restricts long-term financial planning. Many community and voluntary sector groups face great uncertainty at this time of year, with staff on protective notice and awaiting letters of offer of funding, which are likely to be for just 1 year or even only for part of the year. We should set ourselves the challenge of increasing financial certainty for departments and for reliant groups to enable proper planning and effectiveness of delivery. Whilst we continue to campaign for funding from Westminster which matches our level of need in Northern Ireland, we must also focus on efficiency within our public services. Where are the efficiency savings been made by each department from year to year? Are we measuring, quantifying and reporting these? What are the transformation changes that we are making now and are preparing for when we receive the necessary additional investment? Where and how are we tackling error and fraud in our public finances, as the Community Minister set out last week regarding welfare? As guardians of the public purse, our guiding light should be efficiency and effectiveness in our public services, and ensuring that every budget is properly scrutinised so that it is delivering the best value for money and positive outcomes for the people of Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Minister for Finance for bringing the supply resolutions for the spring supplementary estimates, the vote on account and the 23-24 excesses forward, and to congratulate the Minister on his new ministerial post and for sitting through what will be one of many very boring budget debates. But I would like to start off by thanking the Department for Finance and all the departments for the provision of the estimates memoranda. This is the first time, and I know there's some in this House may not have come across this before, but this is the first time we have received such a document. It's extremely useful as it explains in simpler terms what the key issues and the expenditure trends are for each department. Now, what I will say is the same as the Deputy Chair of Finance, Dan Forsyth, has said earlier. It would have been much better if this document had been provided to committees much earlier. For example, in the June monitoring round, communities received a general allocation of 10 million and in October a general allocation of over 11 million. It's only in this memorandum that I have the detail of how this has been spent. This type of information should be provided to the committees at a much earlier stage to enable us to complete our scrutiny role. So I would ask you, Minister, if you can do something to help in this process to encourage the departments to bring this forward much earlier in the future. Minister, as I am on the Communities Committee, my comments are focused on the Communities Estimate. I see that once again the Assembly is being asked to authorise the expenditure on welfare mitigation for people on universal credit on the sole authority of the Budget Act. Can I ask what assurance you have received from the Communities Minister that he will have new legislation in place by the 1st of April 2025, that's only 6 weeks away, to put welfare mitigations on a statutory footing and stop relying on sole authority of the Budget Act? My understanding is that the sole authority is used for smaller amounts and for a short period of time, but the Minister for Communities, Gordon Lyons, has been in post for over a year and this still isn't sorted out, and we're coming very close to the end of this financial year. Also, Minister, Communities has headroom included in this year's figures of 3.3 million revenue and 1.5 million capital. Could you confirm if this includes the money that was allocated for Storm Eowyn, or is this a separate headroom account? That would be appreciated. And finally, net capital DEL spending trends. Capital seems to be finally turning a corner after a period of falling investment. The draft budget, which the Executive is consulting on, suggests an increase in DFC's capital that I very much hope will be used to help to achieve the housing strategy objectives and to deliver new social homes. But Minister, can I ask if you are confident that increased investment in social housing can be delivered given the ongoing issues associated with wastewater and planning delays? I would rather this money is used to provide the housing that so many people desperately need than for it to end up being handed back as a reduced requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I call Steve Aiken.
Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise as the UUP spokesperson on finance to speak on the estimates and the vote on accounts. I also say that despite many continuing reservations that I and other members of our party will speak to, that the Ulster Unionist Party will be supporting the motions before us today on both stages of the budget bill. There is no doubt that the 24-25 closing position as stipulated in the spring supplementary estimates is much more favourable than the opening statements as led out in this Assembly by the previous Finance Minister. The commentary then about what was available in the budget before what was known to be on the table from the Chancellor of the Exchequer, coupled with what additional monies that could be expected and the impact of the various monitoring rounds demonstrated why we, as a party, could not support the budget then proposed. Quite frankly, the discussions that I and other members of our party had at Hillsborough Castle, when all parties, including the now opposition, agreed that the priority was health. Now, Mr. Principal Deputy, I shall say that again. Miss Principal Deputy Speaker, we all know that some political promises have limited validity. But the speed with which Sinn Féin, DUP and Alliance ministers resiled themselves from that priority is done with more than undue haste. And I'm sorry that Mrs Dodds isn't here at the moment to hear that. It is perhaps fortunate that the financial settlement laid out in the autumn budget statement by the Chancellor of the Exchequer was, in some respects, generous to us. Otherwise, our fragile health service would be in an even more perilous state, especially as we face into the very real challenges in the upcoming years as we endeavour to transform health, as well as hopefully the much-needed reform of the other departments, which, of course, we wait to have some detail on. Unlike health, where we have provided the detail that changes what we wish to do, we haven't had any from the other departments. We haven't had any from Justice. We haven't had any from Agriculture. We haven't had any of them. However, as we look at the closing position of the 24-25 budget, the vote of account, we can say that our principal stand gained health resources that other parties sought to deny the citizens of Northern Ireland. Hopefully, we can now move forward collectively as an executive. No, not just at the moment. But I will in a minute. Sorry, I'll just get into an interesting bit here. And it's all interesting, of course. Steady. Quite frankly, while we continue to fight over prioritisation of our allocated budget finance, it was Westminster that we must continue to add pressure on. Far from sponging, as the Secretary of State implied in his remarks from the Ulster University, it is his own government that has managed to, in lettuce style, drain our public services while emasculating any growth prospects by the rise in the national insurance contribution and the general demoralisation of our economy that has put a large dent in our growth prospects. Over to you, yes, please, Matthew.
To go back to his earlier remarks, thank you for giving way. In relation to the health prioritisation, I think the state of the health service, we as the opposition have always said that the priority for the executive needs to be not just health in terms of giving a budget, but a budget next to a clear plan to get waiting lists down. Those two things, that's what the public care about. They don't so much care about the volume of money that goes to health, they care about the outcome. When will the Health Minister produce a clearly communicable plan to the public for when waiting lists will come down? Because I think that would be really helpful.
The member has an extra minute.
Thank you very much indeed. And I will refer to my learned friend across the table or across the Assembly to look at what the Minister has been saying and compare that to other ministers, and also compare that to the programme for government, or when the programme for government, if it ever appears. So, if I return to my remarks, Add in the very real and growing costs of the Irish Sea border, the radical damage being done to our agribusiness sector by the discriminatory anti-farmers inheritance tax, and you have a perfect self-induced, labour-inspired economic storm. There is definitely something about removing the plank from one's own eyes before criticising the moat in somebody else's. I'd also like to commend the Minister and the Department to reverting to common custom and practice of budgeting. Members will recall about this time last year, the then Finance Minister tried to unconvincingly state that some departments, including Health, had received a substantial rise in funding by using the rather bizarre and quite frankly unconvincing argument of comparing health budget with the opening rather than the closing position in the previous year's budget. It's good to see the new Minister and the Permanent Sec have learned that lesson. It wasn't just the Fiscal Council that raised a quizzical eye at the DFF's reasoning, and we as a party are glad to see we have reverted to normal conventions. If we now move to some of the detail laid out in the Minister's statements complemented by the Northern Ireland Spring Supplementary Estimates 24-25, the budget for Northern Ireland is significant. The table at page 16 lays out the revised figure of 26.536 billion, with 18 billion plus in DEL, 12 billion plus in AMI, with the additional monies coming from non-budgetary expenditure. This equates to around £14,000 per citizen in Northern Ireland. It does reflect the increased statement of need of slightly above 1.24 that the Northern Ireland Executive has been arguing successfully for since Hillsborough, and we as a party were very much a part of that. Much of the specifics will be covered later, as has already been done by others, but there are a few high-level comments that I hope are worthy of note. Firstly, it's unfortunate all members have not been furnished with the hard copies of the spring supplementary estimates, and I will follow the guidance of the Speaker and not hold up the copy that I have, but it's good to see at least some of us, at least the Finance Committee, have received them at long last. It took long enough. It took far too long. But we should be at least thankful that the Department of Finance was able to furnish 5 copies to the Finance Committee last week when we were having our meeting. And I wonder if the new Finance Minister will take the need for effective scrutiny by all MLAs seriously and strongly encourage his department to sort out the printing and provision of copies of the estimate to all elected members. And I'm looking at you across there, John. I know you're just as frustrated about this as we are, but thank you for that. Within this document there's some real nuggets of information. My previous learned friend from the Finance Committee, Mr Jim Alistair Casey, always paid particular attention to the sole authority parts of the Budget Act. Particularly at one stage, it was in excess of £1 billion, when the guidance on public finances given to accounting officers, who hopefully have now all completed the accounting officers course, was that it should not exceed £1 million. Members will be glad to see that the total has now been brought down to 24 million, and while still 24 times the level it should be, it's a lot better than £1 billion. Well done, Department of Finance, and for that. While some of this £24 million can be identified as dealing with welfare reform mitigation and £500,000 for the Fiscal Council, maybe the Minister can update us on the very delayed legislation and bring this body to a statutory business. And could he also comment on the TEO's black box? It seems to be out of proportion to the rest of the issues, and I'm sure the Minister will be delighted to hold the TEO to account on this particular issue, because it seems to be that over half of it is very disproportionate for the black box. Now, I notice that now brings up to 8 minutes, and I will gladly sit down. Thank you.
Much appreciated. I call Alan Chambers.
Very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Members, I begin by drawing the attention of the House to Table 1 on the page marked with Roman numeral 7 on my book, Steve, that I've got here. You will notice that the heading on the table tells us that the money we are debating today is not in thousands but in millions. So, therefore, this leads one to the conclusion that we are remarkably today voting on spending 31 trillion of resource and capital and 26 trillion in cash, going by the book, which must have been rushed out the door. If only it were so, Principal Deputy Speaker. Mind you, given the bill which was debated earlier in this House, The MLA one, indeed, one would be forgiven for thinking that some in this building do not regard that as a typo. My goodness, if His Majesty's Treasury is going to be that generous to Northern Ireland, perhaps then we, even at a stretch, could manage to pay for that once coveted bridge over to Scotland. But moving on to a more serious issue. I want to note tables 5 and 6 in section 1. Table 5 is headroom the Executive has decided to build in. The resource headroom across departments is almost 69.5 million, while the capital is almost 114 million. In fact, every department, with the exception of agriculture, has headroom built in. I take the point that the Treasury allocated monies late, as noted below table 5, but nowhere can I find the amount of that allocation, nor which of the headroom figures allocated to departments in the table 5 as a result from that funding. I would also make the point that while departments are very keen on getting headroom, as it obviously reduces their likelihood of an overspend at the end of the year, it does not encourage prudence when it comes to public finances. Allowing for such significant sums positively encourages bad financial management. Perhaps the truth is that the Executive don't care about good financial management. I then turn to table 6 on pages marked with Roman numerals 20 and 21. This table is interesting because, as the heading states, it relates to expenditure resting on the sole authority of the Budget Act. That means that everything listed here has been set up by the Executive and is being delivered without any specific legislation or authority from this Assembly. Today, for example, could be the only occasion when we vote on the Homes for Ukraine scheme and the Strategic Migration Partnership Ukraine, something allocated over 2 million. It is the same story with the full dispersal asylum seekers scheme, the Refuge Integration Proposal, and the Afghan Citizens Resettlement Scheme and Afghan Relocation and Assistance Policy. But more significantly, we are today approving estimates of 12 million in welfare reform mitigations. The estimates promise that legislation will be in place by the 1st of April 2025. As we sit here today, there is no sign of a bill. I would draw members' attention to a document. This one, I think, is Mr. Reckon referred to, on the Department of Finance's website, entitled Managing Public Money Northern Ireland. Section 2.5 of that document deals with securing adequate legal authority, and it goes on to state, the Assembly usually authorises spending on a specific policy or service by allowing bespoke legislation, setting out in some detail how it would and should work. Departments should ensure that both they and their arm's-length bodies have adequate legal cover for any specific actions they undertake. But here we are today, voting over 24 million to departments without any bespoke legislation in place. The document produced by the Minister's own department says that the authority of the Budget Act should only be relied upon in certain limited circumstances. Normally, expenditure of no more than 1.5 million. We are here today voting on throwing this guidance out the window and approving expenditure through the Budget Act in one instance of 8 times that amount. I want to make a few comments on specific departments. On page 29, I find the spend for the Department of Communities. In there is a 2,416,000 resource and 375,000 capital spend for support for other languages, in addition to the North-South language body. I would like the Minister to explain to the House what all that is going towards. On page 54, we have details of the allocations to the Department of the Economy. I discover that the resource spend allocated to Intertrade Ireland is 6,429,000. I challenge any member of this House to find a single penny earmarked for a body which the DUP told us would help address the issues associated with the protocol, namely Intertrade UK. nothing coming from this House. You won't find it anywhere in the estimates. On page 200, we found that the estimates provide for over £1 million in capital spend on the maze. I can't imagine victims are going to be too happy about that. Just across the page from that figure, I see that 816,000 in resource and 700,000 in capital is going to the North-South Ministerial Council. I recently wrote to the North-South Ministerial Council. My questions revolved around a mysterious group called the EU Senior Officials Group. I requested information relating to the formation of the group, details of any changes to its remit since its formation, the current and past membership of the group, copies of the agenda for the meetings and copies of the minutes. I cited the Freedom of Information Act. What was their response to an MLA? Well, I got a nice one-page letter answering none of those questions and telling me the North-South Ministerial Council is not subject to FOI. This House has no business allocating well over £1 million to a body which is not answerable to us in straightforward questions that I have outlined.
Much appreciated. I call Jerry Carroll.
It's concerning that most committees haven't had the time to do proper scrutiny on SSEs, and as I understand it, only finance and infrastructure have actually heard evidence from departmental officials on SSEs themselves, which is pretty telling. Data, it obviously states that there's 1.5 million for the environmental improvement plan, including Loch Ness. It's worth mentioning, Deputy Speaker, this was 14 months late and provides no clear pathway to tackling our existing climate, biodiversity and pollution crisis, and 1.6 million to take forward for work on Loch Ness is a paltry sum given the issues that exist there. In terms of DFC, there's 17 million for payment for the pension age fuel supplement support payment, which obviously has come at the same time. There's been a reduced requirement of 30 million with a cut to the winter fuel payment. There's 50 million additional for social housing development programme, which obviously raises the question about how many social homes will be built and have been built in the year just coming to an end. 6.7 million for homelessness and NIHE internal running costs, whilst 34.4 million spent on temporary accommodation in 23-24. That money, that tens of millions, would be obviously better spent on homelessness prevention rather than firefighting and fueling profiteering landlords and private companies. In terms of DFC DEL, Capital DEL, Deputy Speaker, the spring supplementary estimates note a decrease in spending by the Department for Communities on disabled adoptions, and I quote, a decrease in expenditure across the department, including disabled adoptions, decent homes and NIHE urban renewal, whilst new build social housing spend has seen a slight reduction. Construction industry inflation has meant that fewer SHDP units can be delivered. So again, how many social new starts last year, and how can there be reductions in the adoptions when there's so many people in my constituency and across the north who are in much need of these adoptions. It goes on in terms of DFC, Deputy Speaker, to mention high levels of attrition and delays in recruitment of both substantive and agency staff in 24-25, and currently the department has around 1,300 vacant posts, which obviously is really pressing, and I would press the Minister here, and in particular DFC Minister, to fill those posts. In regards to DFE, there's been an 8.9 million allocation of UK Shared Prosperity funding, including to Invest NI. It's been raised in recent days, but Invest NI has given some £20 million to 3 companies who are allegedly producing F-35 planes and investing in warplanes. So not only public money not spent well, but the connection to the war and the war machine in Israel is really concerning, and I urge the ministers to address this urgently. In terms of DE, there's been an increase in resource DEL for the NGAC Pay Award, EA Pay and Grading Review, and the Early Learning and Childcare Strategy, but obviously SCN pressures haven't been fully tackled and remain, as well as the Asian School Estate as well. In terms of the Department of Education,
a DEL increase, including for the pay award, reduced capital DEL requirement for maternity and children's hospital, and resource AME decreased by 175 million, mainly due to the recent update on potential legal case, which could have had significant impact on HSE bodies. Just to go on, Deputy Speaker, there's been an increase in requirements for NI Water subsidy, which I broadly welcome. I think we need to maintain NI Water as a public body, and I hope the Minister in his previous role commits to maintaining that in his current role as well. DOJ, I note there was 2.75 million allocated for police and summer disorder, I quote. The question is for what was that spent on, because there's serious questions about the policing response and how they responded to racial riots in South Belfast and other areas in the summer. 5.2 million for legal aid is clearly too little too late. The criminal barristers are obviously engaged in legally aided Crown Court cases, voted to extend their strike action, so 5.2 million doesn't seem to address that adequately. In terms of TEO, Deputy Speaker, 6.3 million for net refugee and asylum support and integration scheme. I also note that in a meeting last week, members from various parties met to discuss supporting Palestinian members across the city, across the north, and I think there should be a Palestinian support scheme to fast-track Palestinians who have family members living in Ireland. 2 million for ending violence against women and girls, the strategic framework as well. In terms of the budget and broader points, Deputy Speaker, with no programme for government, I'd ask the question, how can this executive make decisions on how to invest money when there's no programme for government setting out its strategic priorities? Last year, the Tory government told Stormont they needed to raise £113 million to invest in public services in a colonial-type debt attack. But rather than revenue raising through raising corporation tax and scrapping rates relief for hugely wealthy corporations, the executive is increasing the regional domestic rate by 5%. This is yet another financial burden placed on working class communities, and it seems that the executive parties are hell-bent on continuing to punish the public and unwilling to challenge the UK government on the terms of this rotten restoration deal. Treasury economics is a disaster for communities right across the north. Other indicative budget allocations are simply too little, too late. 50 million for the childcare strategy represents just 12.5% of the 400 million needed to fully fund commitments. 20 million to prevent further deterioration in the school estate pales in comparison to the £450 million that's needed to address the maintenance backlog. 100 million for social housing doesn't even scratch the surface. 105 million for investment in NI Water falls far short of what's needed to fix the crumbling wastewater infrastructure and protect our waterways from devastating pollution. So ultimately, Deputy Speaker, this budget does little to heal the extensive damage done to public services over 15 years of austerity cuts, and ordinary people shouldn't be punished for political and economic failures of the ruling elites.
Thank you, Jerry. Our next speaker is the Minister for Finance, John O'Dowd, to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. And just to advise you, Minister, you have up to 53 minutes.
I'll leave you in anticipation as to whether I use the 53 minutes or not. It has been an interesting debate. As members, I'm thanking members for their kind wishes in terms of my new role. And I've sat through many of these debates in various positions, both in terms of member of the executive and also out of the not a member of the executive. And these debates are a useful reminder, not only in terms of the challenges that the executive faces, but also the opportunities and the ongoing delivery of public services that is going on every day of the week, delivered by hard-working, dedicated public servants. And while, of course, we should focus on the challenges and what's not happening and what should be happening, it's also worth sometimes to stop and pause and look at what is happening. You know, we're spending billions upon billions of pounds on the delivery of frontline public services. We are maintaining services, we are creating services, we are maintaining jobs, we are creating jobs, we are significantly investing in our local economy through our budgetary practices within this Assembly and with this Executive. So, yes, let's discuss the challenges, let's discuss the obstacles in front of us, but let's discuss also and champion what we are doing, and collectively I think we can work our way around the obstacles in front of us. Members discussed, as I said, a wide range of issues, and as I said, it was useful to listen to those. A number of questions have been posed to me in relation to the papers in front of us today and the resolutions in front of us today, and I'll go through them as best as I can. Any I miss, my officials will follow up in writing to members, and I'm sure we'll return to some of these subjects and debate in the discussion around the second stage of the budget bill tomorrow in that regard as well. Many members, quite rightly, focused on their departmental committee responsibilities. Other members had a broader perspective on all these matters. But on this, we may come to this tomorrow, and apologies to Príomh and Cordia if I'm straying from the subject. But there's also a responsibility on colleagues. If you are championing a cause in opposition to another cause, you need to come forward with alternatives in terms of budget funding. The days of saying, you're wrong, I'm right, are all grand. But if we're wrong and you're right, you need to come forward with the alternative. You need to present a viable alternative to the propositions that are in front of you. And then let's debate them out and discuss them out and thrash them out. I will in 1 second, yeah. I'm not claiming for 1 second that I, as Finance Minister, have all the answers. I'm genuinely interested in listening to, obviously around the executive table, but also to committees and to members in the Chamber on alternatives to the current proposals that are in front of us and alternatives that we may use in the future. But they have to be realistic. And while some may challenge the executive or the committee and say we don't have enough information in front of us, the bottom line is that you know the figures, you know the services that are being delivered. There's a wealth of experience around this room. A wealth of experience around this room. You know the services that we deliver. You know the figures. You know how we raise revenue. So come forward with an alternative, and I can assure you, as Finance Minister, I will engage and listen to you. Sorry, Mr.
Minister giving way, and I genuinely welcome the fact that he is up for debating this, and I think that's to his credit. He talks about coming forward with an alternative. I agree with him, and that's why, as an opposition, where we've asked for money to be priorities, we've tried to come up with alternatives. Does that also go for him? Does it go for other executive ministers? To the extent that he is right to say that, and we will agree as the opposition, that you want more money from London, and austerity has been terrible over the last 15 years, but isn't it also the case that there's a limit? And he and I both want a different constitutional future. There's a limit to what the Treasury will do and how much they'll listen. So isn't part of the alternative more fiscal devolution, as I talked to him about earlier on, and producing plans for how we can raise more revenue here, how we can take more powers here, and ultimately take more of the power away from London?
I think we can do things better for ourselves. I think the representatives around this chamber know their communities better than anyone. They know the challenges and the opportunities they face. And I also think, in terms of stability of this place, as challenging as it may be, having more fiscal powers actually makes us even greater stakeholders in our present and in our future, and ensures that we as a collective, it actually makes us having to work together to deliver the changes the genuine changes everyone wants. In terms of fiscal devolution, I favour it. Others in the chamber may not favour it, but we have to convince those who don't favour it of its benefits. And obviously, in terms of constitutional change, I favour constitutional change, because I do believe that we are constrained in terms of our ability to make the proper decisions for the people we all serve here through the current constitutional arrangements. But that discussion and that debate will continue moving forward. Moving to some of the questions that were raised with me and some of the points that were raised with me from members. In regards to the regional rate wasn't hidden away, or the proposed regional rate was not hidden away. It's part of the budget, draft budget. It's part of the calculations upon which our current budget, our draft budget, is based. And it was set out at 5% for domestic properties and 3% for non-domestic properties, recognising the current challenges that our business sector face, not ignoring the challenges that our homes and families and communities and workers face. But I think most people will recognise that you have to raise revenue to deliver public services. And quite understandably, there's a discussion about what that scale of that revenue is. It's also important to debate how we deliver an effective, efficient public service moving forward. There will be a regional rates order brought before this Assembly, hopefully by the start of March, and it will be subject to the Assembly Business Office. There will be Assembly debate, will be held in the same manner as it was last year, and it will require cross-community vote because it is a tax measure. The Executive have agreed the poundage as has already been announced, and the decision has been made, therefore, based on the draft budget moving forward. Indicative multi-year budgets, again, this has been touched on, both, I think it was the very start of the debate, and has been raised by a number of members during the debate. I think everybody at this stage should be acutely aware that we cannot set an indicative multi-year budget, or a multi-year budget, without Treasury setting a spending review over a corresponding period. Yes, I can, and work is ongoing within my department to assist departments to look at the budget over the next 5 years, etc. But it will be an indicative, and as we've seen over this last year, things can change quite quickly and quite suddenly, both for the better and for the worse. So yes, I look forward to the spending review in June from the Treasury with intrepidation and also hope, because I'm hopeful that yes, we will get a 3-year resource budget and a 4-year capital budget, but I'm also concerned that may also involve spending cuts in terms of the spending review. So it'll bring opportunity, but also may bring severe challenges to us. But I can assure members, if, as a result of the spending review, there is a 3- and a 4-year budget, I will bring proposals to the Executive for a corresponding Executive budget based on that matter. A number of members have mentioned the Financial Provisions Bill. It has taken longer than I, or indeed my predecessor, would have hoped. A number of departments, we are sponsoring this on behalf of a number of departments, bringing through different clauses in relation to finances. A number relates to the black boxes that a number of members have referred to. It has taken a while to draft, but I would hope to have that before the House in the near future, and then members can start scrutinising and discussing that bill. Likewise with the Fiscal Council Bill, I think that was an important piece of legislation, and to put the Fiscal Council on a legislative basis as well. In relation to how the storm allocations for Storm A01 were delivered, I touched on this on question time, but for the fulfilment of this debate, my predecessor did write out to departments after Westminster made allocations available as a result of their supplementary estimates. Departments were asked to return bids as quickly as possible. A number of departments did, and a number of departments were successful, as has been outlined, both in terms of a written ministerial statement to the House and in further discussion during question time and through the media. I think it has been a very useful exercise, and welcome the fact that departments were able to respond to that in a quite speedily fashion and allow that money to go straight out to public services as quickly as possible. Moving on to some of the other questions raised by members in relation to the Shared Prosperity Fund, I think Mr Brett raised this issue. The government has announced that in their autumn budget they will extend the SPF for 1 year across each jurisdiction for 25-26 at a reduced allocation of 900 million. Our allocation is 45 million. This, as the member will know, falls far short of the average 65 million per annum we would have received from EU funds under the Shared Prosperity Fund, or what the Shared Prosperity Fund was intended to replace. The 25-26 transition year is intended to allow work to commence on longer-term plan to move this funding back under the devolved control from April 2026, as outlined in the Labour manifesto. It will also ensure the continued flow of much-needed funding for our community and voluntary sector. While there will be no decision-making role for the Executive in relation to this fund in 25-26, the Housing and Communities Department in Whitehall will be consulting with Executive departments to ensure that what is delivered in the transition year aligns to departmental priorities, and officials will continue to provide technical advice and guidance in order to maximise the impact of this funding here. In terms of the FTC, again, of course, in every monitoring round and budget exercise, I encourage my Executive colleagues to consider making more use of FTC, and I would reiterate that again today. There is also regular and ongoing engagement between my officials and officials in other departments to explore opportunities for making use of FTC, and these conversations will continue. Moving forward, as part of the wider budget sustainability work, I plan to examine how departments can make greater use of available FTC, and my officials have already started to look at this with engagement with SIB planned in the coming days. Mr Butler, as Vice Chair of the DAERA Committee, mentioned in terms of the bovine TB incident rates here remain high, and an eradication scheme is required to tackle this. I appreciate further funding is required, but as members will be aware, department prices far outweighed the funding available. An additional £4 million was allocated to DAERA in June monitoring round for bovine TB, and I would be open to considering providing additional in-year funding in line with Executive's other priorities in 25-26. Members covered a range of issues. Minor works in terms of education is solely a matter for the EA and the Department of Education. The level of spend did not involve my department having to scrutinise any of the spend. Welfare, Kelly Armstrong asked a number of questions, and Kelly, I may not have a response to them all, but I can assure you we will respond to you in due course. In terms of the welfare mitigations and the spend, and how it's outlined, and I think Mr Gasson also touched on these issues in relation to the black box within the estimates, etc. My department has been working closely with other departments to ensure that we regularise this spend. That does not mean that the spend is illegal or illicit or underhand. All the spend in those black box areas is going to frontline services, but we have to properly manage it. Just one second. We have to properly manage it. We have to ensure it's fully accountable, and the committees have all information they require in that regard.
Sorry, Minister, there was no implication that it was in any way sort of underhand. It's just that if we look at the previous history of the black box and how it's been used, it obviously, for people like me who have been in the Finance Committee for a long time, it does raise concern. And as I say, it's good that it's come down from £1 billion, but the fact is that the rules say it should be no more than £1 million, and it's 24 million. So it's just if it is an accounting regularity, it's something that needs to be kept very close eye on.
I agree with the member, and I agree with all those members who raised this issue. We continue to bring that down. There is a responsibility on the individual departments who have spans within the black box to bring forward the corresponding legislation, or work with my department to ensure the legislation is improved in the Financial Provisions Bill. The capital, and a number of members touched on terms of capital for social housing and the investment for social housing, which at the start of the year would have been 400, now 1,500, which shows the executive working together and directing funding to where it is most needed. Ms Armstrong raised concerns about will it be held back by constraints on the spend on NI water. There's always a potential for that. However, I point members to an allocation made by the executive in the October monitoring round of £19 million to NI water. That released 2,500 homes. And while in itself £19 million is a significant amount of money, often when we talk about NI water, we're talking hundreds of millions or billions. It shows where you have a strategic investment, you can release social housing, and I have no doubt that the current DFI Minister will continue to look for opportunities such as that, working along with NI water. There are other points you raised, Kelly. I'll ask for officials to respond to you directly. I just want to check down my list to see if I haven't responded to. Well, obviously, there will be individual issues relating to each member's department, whether you're chair or vice chair or a spokesperson for that role. And members quite rightly raise their concerns, or they raise the opportunities that exist within that. Many of those questions are, in fairness, directly relating to your minister or your committee. I can assure members that I will work along with fellow ministers to ensure that you're receiving timely financial information, that committees are allowed to do their work and scrutinise budgetary process. But members will also, assume, agree, this isn't a one-off event. You know, scrutinising your departmental budget doesn't rely on the spring supplementaries or any period of the vote on account or the entire budget process. It should be an ongoing role of the committee, and I have no doubt that that is the case within your committees, that you are carrying out that work. I can assure Mr Gaston that we're dealing in billions rather than trillions, unfortunately. If I haven't had an opportunity to check the relevant passage in the book, I will have it checked. If there's an error there, will obviously be corrected for the public record, but I can assure the member we are dealing in billions, not in trillions. I also, members, note that there has been a delay in the book being received. And I know some members like hard copy of papers, but I do think we have to question as to whether it is value for money or sustainable to deliver that document in hard copy to all members. And I'll work with the Business Office, the Speaker's Office and others to see if we can deliver that in an alternative format, because it is, in my opinion, unsustainable to continue to deliver that document. Mr Carroll raised a number of points in relation to InvestNI and claims of funding of Israeli warplanes. I have seen no evidence to support that. The Minister for the Economy has reiterated InvestNI's position on that, and indeed asked InvestNI to go back and double check. But unless there's evidence to support that claim, like any claim, I think we should be hesitant in using the claim. I can assure him that vacancy recruitment or job vacancies and recruitment is something that my department continues to roll out. We are keen to continue to employ people into the civil service. There's no freeze on recruitment, but we do have to be strategic in what posts we're filling moving forward, and always conscious that the spring or the spending review is around the corner, and that may bring good news in terms of multi-year budgets, but it also could bring further challenging news for us as an executive moving forward. I apologise if I haven't covered any member's individual point. I have tried to cover as broad a points as possible. I can assure members who claim the executive is not working to a plan, we are working to a plan. We're working to the draft programme for government, and while I look forward to seeing the final document published, it does set out the principles of how we move forward. After the public consultation, of course, there's always opportunities for change within the programme for government, but I think it sets out the broad principles of direction of travel of this executive moving forward. I urge members to pass the various motions before them today. I think since we have come back into the Assembly and the executive, there were two priorities. One was to stabilise politics, and the second was to stabilise our budgetary process. I think we have been generally successful in both, and I think we need to continue to stabilise our budgetary processes moving forward. You all as MLAs will continue to present the challenge through your committees to your relative ministers around the performance and works within your own departments and areas of responsibility. But as I said at the start of my contribution, yes, we have challenges. Undoubtedly, we have challenges, but we also have opportunities. So let's look for the opportunities as well as the challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the motion relating to the supply resolution for the Northern Ireland Spring Supplementary Estimates 2024 to 2025 as detailed on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? Aye. Okay, as with previous debates, both opposition from Jerry Carroll and Timothy Gosson is noted. I'm hearing ayes from all sides of the House. The motion is agreed. We will now move on to the second motion, Supply Resolution for Northern Ireland Vote on Account 2025 to 2026, which has already been debated. I'll ask the Clerk to read the motion, please.
That the motion relating to the Supply Resolution for Northern Ireland Vote on Account 2025 to 2026, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed.
Thank you. I call on the Minister to move the motion. So the question is that the motion relating to the Supply Resolution for the Northern Ireland Vote on Account 2025 to 2026, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? Aye. Okay, I'm hearing opposition from Mr Carroll and from Mr Gosson, and there are ayes from all sides of the House, so the motion is passed. We'll now move on to a third motion, the Supply Resolution for Access Votes, which has already been debated. Clerk, would you please read the motion?
that the motion relating to the supply resolution for excess votes for 2023-2024, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed.
Calling the Finance Minister to move the motion. So the question is that the motion relating to the supply resolution for excess votes for 2023-2024, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Can't we have any noes? Okay, so the opposition from Mr Carroll and Mr Gosson is noted, and I'm hearing ayes from all sides of the House. The motion is carried. The next item of business is the introduction of the budget bill. Can I call on the Minister for Finance to move the first stage?
Moved.
Clerk, can you please read the long title?
A bill to authorise the use for the public service of certain resources for the years ending 31st March 2025 and 2026, including for the year ending 31st of March 2025 income, to authorise the issue out of the consolidated fund of certain sums for the service of those years, to authorise the use of those sums for specified purposes, and to authorise the Department of Finance to borrow on the credit of those sums, to authorise the use for the public service of excess resources for the year ending 31st of March 2024, to authorise the issue out of the consolidated fund of a sum for the service of the year ending 31st of March 2024, and to authorise the use of that sum for specified purposes.
That constitutes the bill's first stage, and copies of the bill are now available to members just outside the main doors of the chamber. I can also inform members that the Speaker has received a letter from the Committee for Finance advising that following a briefing from departmental officials, the Committee is satisfied that the consultation with it on the public expenditure proposals contained in the bill has been appropriate as required under Standing Order 42(2), and that the bill can therefore proceed under accelerated passage procedure. Next item on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.